And you are live now.
Good morning, everybody. So here comes another academic feast. Today is Haryana chapter's residence program. This program has been really hitting the roof because this is a program where the concept is basically to let the residents see a case with all the parameters in mind. So we made an evaluation sheet and made the program very interactive so that the residents from the inception of their career in the budding time are able to be a complete ophthalmologist as a surgeon, as a physician, as a researcher as well. So this program, Dr. Mohita, when conceptualized, and it's one of the programs of the many WOS wings we have. And since long, I don't know how many chapters, almost all the chapters have been covering it. And today we are all representative of the region called Haryana, which I kind of extended to cover even Chandigarh. And I'm so happy that everybody who's contributing here are, I'm very, very thankful to them. And also, I feel they will also learn a lot from here. When I talk about this program of WOS, I always feel learning and being a teacher for a doctor is double sword and double faceted. You can really be a great teacher if you are yourself updating yourself and learn it. So I named it pedagogy. So what a pedagogy wheel is all about the mindsets. It's a way of thinking about the digital age. We need to upgrade ourselves to be educating on this platform. And it meshes together the concerns about the mobile application features, learning transformations, motivation, our cognitive development, and long-term uh, learning objectives. The pedagogy wheel, though, is not a rocket science. We need to go through each step. So I say the stumbling blocks become the stepping stones to success. And I named the sessions on the inspiring women who were the firsts of the sorts. And I'm going to, my anchors, I'm going to introduce, and they will go through each session where we have these inspiring women. And I'm just going to name them. The rest we'll just go through when we go through the program. Our first session is on the name of Anuradha Kishore. I was so impressed and so inspired to read about her. She was a practicing pediatrician and she used to see clinically children, but she thought she's still not able to interact and make them learn because there was a lot of lacunae in making them learn to develop. So she exchanged her stethoscope to for a blackboard and became a teacher. After many years of practice, in April 2018, she joined one of the Gurugram's progressive schools as a teacher after undergoing a rigorous one-year teacher training. I would say this is very inspiring. In my professional capacity, as she says, I met many children who were on their borderline of learning disabilities, and I saw how much they suffered when in school. The general template that applies to all other children would not work for them. So she became very personalized. There's so much more about how she made special needs and suffering of children, how counterintuitive she was, and the ones who were borderline were suffering, she made them come on a same page with other learning children. So she is my first session. The second session is our Kandamini Ganguly. Her story is very interesting. She's one of the first women graduates from India and the entire British Empire, who moved on to become one of the first female physicians, trained in Western medicine in the whole of the South Asia, first to work in British India. So there are a lot of firsts to her. It was her provoking lecture that led the university authorities to amend their policies and open the doors to all female doctors. She even left UK, where she was trained, to get more experience in her field and received various certificates from other places. So most women were not allowed for education, and she made the first to it. My third session is on uh, Anandibai Gopala Rao Joshi. She was again the first Indian women doctor of Western medicine. She was the first woman from the erstwhile Bombay Presidency of India to study and graduate with a 2-year degree then, which was there in Western medicine in US. She was also referred to as Anandibai Joshi and Ananda Gopal Joshi. She was the one at 14 years of her age, she had a baby. And after that, her career seemed finished, but her husband supported her and she went a long way. And her history, we will just come across when we go by the sessions. So my motive to have the sessions on their names were that these were doctors who became teachers. So we are all doctors. And if we are acclaimed and have reached statures and statutes, we should also learn to share them with our budding doctors. Let's open this meeting, and I want to introduce my very able, very capable, very good-looking anchors. So here we are with Reena Gupta. Can I have her intro? Dr. Reena? Let's have her intro. Dr. Reena is from Rohtak. She is very dynamic. I believe in this AIOS, she was almost in the IC in every hall. So it really gives me a lot of heartening experience to know that these lady doctors are doing so well. Purvancha, can I have Reena's introduction on the screen? Oh yeah, she's a fellow of International Council of Ophthalmology, professor in Rohtak Medical College. She's a fellow in Pete's Ophthalmology, Strabismus, Neuro-Ophthalmology, FACO, prestigious Schroff Charity Eye Center. Areas of her expertise are pediatric cataract, complex strabismus, neuro-ophthalmology, FACO surgery, numerous publications to her credit, and also large number of papers. She's a recipient of gold medal, best case and paper presentation. My second anchor is Dr. Rolly. She is a faculty at Kalpana Chawla Government Medical College, a postgraduate senior resident from Guru Nanak Eye Center, Maulana Azad Medical College, numerous publications to her kitty. She's active interest in medical education, completed advanced course in medical education, and have conducted various faculty training workshops. Very good, Rolly. Next is Provansha Narang. And I would just add on one thing. She is so proactive, and I'm so happy about the WOS members and the ones who are passionate about this society, that she went ahead and helped me when she's actually in Nagpur. She is an associate professor with Department of Ophthalmology in AIMS Nagpur, but she was earlier in Faridabad in the Ambala, I guess, the Haryana part of the country. And so she gave me the list of the medical colleges. There were very few PG seats in many of the medical colleges, but we made this tailor-make program with her help, with my other co-anchors' helps. So she is an ex-senior consultant, cornea refractive ocular surface services, LG Institute, Ambala. She's a cornea specialist with a lot of lamellar keratoplasties, ocular surface reconstruction surgeries, including limbal cell transplantations and keratoprosthesis. Inspiration in the field of cornea was her award nomenclature, which she got in 2021 from WOS. So I will have my secretary was Dr. Mohita's intro now. She is the pillar behind these programs. Dr. Mohita may be joining us a little later, but I'm so inspired by her, and we are just a part of that WOS, which she actually conceptualized. Can I have her intro? She may join, she's on a press conference. So her PPT on WOS and its ways, I will be speaking on. Purvancha, Mohita's intro. Mohita is the WOS secretary. The whole society has been now many years old. She's also the Women Worldwide Secretary. She's a fellow from University Regensburg, Germany. She's a chairperson, and she's holding tall the 3-storied center of hers, Tirupati Center in Noida. She's, of course, the founder secretary and general secretary of WOW. She is also the UP chapter general secretary. She's ex-secretary Noida, IMA. She's ex-president secretary of Noida Ophthalmological Society. She's the invited speaker for more than 400 national international conferences. pioneer in FACO, and she is a dynamic leader, which we have all seen over the time period. She is inspiring to many women, and actually she made it happen that women are on to these programs and to the podium and to the ICs in various conferences. Can I have the PPT of WOS? So this society wants members because you can benefit from the various programs it is running. Next. It's almost to 2,500 members, 18 state chapters, fastest growing society. It's the giver's gain. We always believe in this. As women, we may be a little more empathetic. I'm not denying that men are equally so. Your greatness is not in what you have, it's what you give. And I truly believe in that. It multiplies. So the programs we run are mentor-mentee. And when I say residence program, it has an amalgam of all the wings of WOS together. So WOS is different, yes. Next. 25 activities all over India. Next. We've been doing the state chapters. We've been doing the breakfast meetings. We've had 4 annual conferences, one in the pipeline very soon with the collaboration of women ophthalmology worldwide. We need to be global now by now. So it's been a lot of live even surgeries in the conferences we've had. One at the Bangalore session. Next, with the live sessions at the NN. Dr. Rohit Shetty sir was very, very proactive in that conference. There are many, the highlights of the conference were these state chapters, because whatever we do as program, we do leadership programs, we do mentor-mentee sessions, we are constantly doing some rendezvous sessions. Next. And each conference of ours begins with exercise. So we lay a lot of emphasis on healthy women. We do surgical skill enhancements. Next. So you are not alone. When I say that women, it's not about women, it's not about gender bias, it's about professionals. Next. So we are together when we have mentors, like such able ones I have in this program also with me. And since I was talking about the program we've been doing, so there is a program called Meet Your Mentor. So it's not one program like this, a residence program. It's an ongoing WOS meets, where you can obviously choose your mentor and be a part of that program. I've myself done a rendezvous with life wherein the success stories were shared. What are the mantras for leadership? All that we've done in these programs. Live Beyond Ophthalmology is very popular, and this IAIOS also, it took a leap, to be the most popular one. Next. So WOS is going to have many more programs. What I'm looking forward to it is next is the research, the red, the journal is going to be out soon. We were so proactive when our colleague, Dr. Archana, gynecologist, gave her life away for a reason which could have been trivial. I mean, I would say trivial in the sense could have been handled, but she felt alone and she committed suicide. I think that's when we made this quick project wherein we said it's a phone call away. You should be very, very strong to understand. You should have a security, around in the sense, and have police numbers with you, and not feel that a gang can really bow you down. You need to be a woman with substance and not give away a life precious to her children and husband. So we did this project, and we say this, that you are not alone. So keep your cool, be protective physically, mentally. There are emergency helplines. Police can be, called for. Next. Was awards. Awards, I would put in a word that every member becomes an awardee. So please become members. Our website has a link. And here also, if you keep putting your names on our WhatsApp group, you will become members. Next. And if you are a member, you gain all the access to all our programs. Winar in research is very close to heart of Dr. Mohita and WOS. Next. So we are going to be running all these programs and research. Next. So WOS is also going to has had certified training courses. Next. Will be ongoing with a strong ethics committee. So research is a serious forum here. And it started with molecular research with the biorepository at the Noida Center and at NN. It's a collaboration, and there are many training sessions. So research, whoever is interested, please become a member. Next. There are training sessions which happened. So all this is what I'm sharing has already happened at our end. So I'll quickly wind it up saying this is the red group, which is going to have research now published very soon in journals. Next. So join us at WOS and you become WOW, as in Women Ophthalmology Worldwide. So we start, I'm going to just quote this. Let's quote Mother Teresa. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples. We all are educationists. Let's contribute in this society, in this life, to make a better professional of ourselves and of the others. Next. Reena, you can three of you can just start these sessions one by one. Reena, you can just introduce and start.
Can I please have the introductory slide of Dr. Aarti Nangia, Fashion? I feel elated and honored to introduce our WOS State Head, Haryana Chapter Head, Dr. Aarti Nangia, who is a woman of independent existence. She possesses the depth of personality and character, and she is a renowned phaco and refractive surgeon. Her expertise are femto cataract and femto LASIK, and she has an experience of over 26 years in this field. She's a unit head at Fortis, Vasant Kunj, and Fortis Escorts Hospital, New Delhi, and is working as an associate senior consultant with the Site Avenue, New Delhi. She is also a trained squint surgeon and has an experience of over 2 decades. She is a great administrator. She is executive member and member outreach programs, Women in Ophthalmology Worldwide. She has been a recipient of many awards. She has been awarded WOS Leadership Award in 2012, Best Max Hospital Doctor Award in 2008, and WOS Inspiration Award in 2021. I would just say that she is a great orator herself and a great academician. And with these words, I would like to invite Dr. Aarti Nangia to continue the program. And she's the face behind the show.
Thanks so much, Reena. You spoke better than me. I think you are a better orator. And I would really give it back to you to the fact that we'll have our next speaker. I welcome Dr. Namrata. Do we have her on the online? Because it's her talk the next.
Okay. So we have to continue.
Yeah, Reena,
yes, can I have Dr. Namrata's introductory slide, please?
Oh, she's going to be joining in now.
The next dignitary to honor us with her presence is a great academician, clinician, surgeon, mentor, a woman of substance, Professor Namrata Sharma, who is heading the cornea, cataract, and refractive surgery services at RP Center, AIMS, New Delhi. She has done her fellowship from Moorfields Eye Hospital in London. She has been Secretary of All India Ophthalmology Society, Secretary Eye Bank Association of India, Chairperson of Scientific Committee of Indian Society of Cornea and Keratorefractive Surgeons. She is Executive Member of Cornea Society of India, Member of Women Ophthalmic Society, and Intraocular Implant and Refractive Society of India. She has 2 patents to her name. She is a brand ambassador for the Tear Film and Ocular Surface Society in India. She is a research committee member, Asia Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology. She has numerous publications in international peer-reviewed journals and national journals. She has been author to several books, and her books are very popular among the residents. And she has also numerous 119 book chapters to her credit. She has been a recipient of many international and national awards. So it's an honor to have you with us, ma'am. She'll be speaking, her talk is on the hand-holding and proactive learning, the way to go for residents. So with these words, I invite Dr. Namrata Sharma for her talk. Please, ma'am, over to you.
Dr. Namrata, ma'am, she's just told me she'll be joining in. Is she already joined in? Can you see that?
No, she has not joined.
Okay, Dr. Lalit also, sir, said he'll be joining by 10:30. Dr. Rohit is there with us in the program. Rubal, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Dr. Rohit has logged in. So the program had to start at 10, right? Is there a confusion?
Yes.
So you can just tell him.
Yes, ma'am. Just give me a minute. I'll contact with him.
Dr. Namrata ma'am is joining in. Rashi is there, then she can have, any talk can be taken up then. Ma'am, join kar lo.
2 minutes.
Okay,
I'm just
okay.
opening the computer.
Okay.
I thought it was at 10:30, it said, no?
I don't know where Bhageshwar has put as 10 in the speakers thing,
Okay.
Rubal?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Dr. Rohit is aware of it, na?
Just a second, ma'am. I'm not sure. Okay.
Dr. Namrata ma'am is joining in. Dr. Lalit will take it up at 10:30.
Um,
Rubal, we can have you start off, by then the others
okay.
can.
Sure,
Rubal,
ma'am. Yes.
just talk about the topic you're going to speak on. Rubal can be introduced.
Yes. Can I start sharing my screen?
Yeah, you
ma'am?
can do that.
Okay.
Rubal, you introduce yourself.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I'll do that. Just a minute. Okay. So, good morning, everyone.
So, good morning, everyone. Rubal is a young and dynamic surgeon trained from Narayan Nethralaya in the intricacies and nuances of learning the surgery of vitreoretina. So, welcome, Rubal, to this forum, and we look forward to your talk on the best view comes after the toughest climb. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Rubal Mangla, and I would like to thank the organizers and my institute, Narayan Nethralaya, for this wonderful opportunity. Life is full of hardships, but certainly the best view comes after the toughest climb. So I belong to a small district in Punjab, Bathinda, which has the population of 3 lakhs, and we have only 20 retina specialists catering to such a big population. So I was always inclined to the healthcare system, and I did my post graduation from Christian Medical College, Ludhiana, where I learned the basic patient management and few cataract surgeries. But to serve the community on larger basis, was it enough? No. So I thought I would have become a good clinician, a well-to-do surgeon, will be respected enough, will be able to serve better.
This is coming in a different format. If I can just interrupt, can you make it slideshow?
You have joined in.
I have joined in. Yeah, it is coming as presenters. It is coming in the presentation mode.
Okay, just a second.
Rubal,
yes.
What actually you should see, we are seeing.
Yes.
Yes. I think now it's perfect. Yeah.
So I belong to a small district, Bathinda, in Punjab, where we have a population of 3 lakh, and there are 20 retina specialists catering to such a big population. So I did my post-graduation from Christian Medical College, Ludhiana, and wherein I learned basic management and cataract surgeries. But was it enough to serve the community on a larger basis? No. So I had expected I would be a good surgeon, will be respected enough, will be able to serve better and have a fair amount of income. But the real world was different. So how do I reach to the top? wherein I interviewed at Narayan Netralaya, and here I found the importance of time, the discipline. I have developed my surgical and clinical skills, have developed my interpersonal relationships, have worked on many projects as a team, and have grown stronger. So here I found my perfect balance of a clinician and a researcher. The simulator available provides us the immense confidence and practice for the forthcoming vitreoretinal surgeries. From being able to do nothing, I can give intravitreal injections, can do surgeries, belt buckles, core vitrectomies, and even to some extent membrane peelings. So balancing the researcher in me, these are the building blocks of our lab, the gene repair regeneration in ophthalmic workstations. We have imaging, biomechanics, mathematical modeling solutions, and vision and intelligence. We also have indigenously developed at Narayan Netralaya the polarization sensitive OCT in collaboration with the University of Vienna, where the principal works on is the light tissue interaction with the birefringence, diattenuation, and depolarization. It tells us about the functional analysis of the retinal layers, and we can assess the RNFL, the RPE disorders, the ONH and photoreceptors in detail. Now we know that we have the clinical scenarios as CRVOs, diabetic macular edemas, and PDRs, and we have the conventional modalities just as intravitreal anti-VEGFs and intravitreal steroids, lasers, and finally surgeries. But what do we do for the patients where we do not have any, the refractory patients, where we do not have the patients do not respond to our treatment? So what could be the missing link in it? So we all know that, for example, diabetes is an inflammatory disease wherein we find the elevated angiogenic levels as well. So these molecules, they from the vitreous, they have a spillover to aqueous and also even to the tears. So we have developed a system that is the Biopath Finder, where we evaluate these tears, and we can have our results of the elevated molecules in just 90 minutes, and thus we can alter our treatment accordingly. We can target the inflammatory molecules or whether the angiogenic molecules are elevated and provide the best care to our patients. Now, in our clinics, we also have patients coming in with the question that do we have solution to the dystrophies like retinitis pigmentosa and Stargardt's disease? So we have in our GROW lab, we have a clinical grade gene therapy vector production facility, which is a class 100 clean room facility for the vector production, and it's currently in validation and is the first in India. And it is 10 times more sterile than the normal ones. Taking the advantage, I have been fortunate enough to publish a few articles with my team and my mentors. These are a few articles which are under review, sorry. And my institute also helps growing me from within and has helped me a lot. So now I am still at keeping my eyes high, head low, and mind focused. I will hopefully someday will reach to the top. Thank you.
Aarti, you're muted.
I would like to welcome Professor Namrata Sharma, who has just joined in. Ma'am, it's an honor to have you with us. Ma'am is the best person to speak on the topic, hand-holding and proactive learning, way to go for residents, as she is herself a great, amazing teacher, who's very innovative teacher, passionate teacher, and who's inspiration to all young women around. Over to you, ma'am. I'll just introduce ma'am again, because since she was not
That's okay, Reena. I'll pick the talk, no problem.
Over to you for the talk.
So thank you so much, Reena, and thank you, Dr. Aarti Nangia, for organizing it. Thank you, Women of Ophthalmic Society, for conceiving that this was required and for doing it all along the states, all over the country. It is a pleasure to speak to you all today, and I would be talking to you on an important topic which has been given to me, which is also very close to my heart, mainly because of the fact that you are in a teaching institution. This is something which you should know, which you are expected to do, and I would be happy to guide as many people as who want their help. It was lovely to hear to Rubel's presentation, and many of the things which she's spoken about, you would be able to identify in this presentation also, because I think Rubel did it very well, and she's just shown us how one has to go and what is the way to go. So the
Thank
topic
you.
that was given to me is hand holding or proactive learning, the way to go for residence. And to my mind, do whatever. And the ways and means, I think, are not in question. The bottom line is that you should be able to achieve whatever you have to in your residency program. So I think the components of any residency program are clinical skills, surgical skills, research caliber, thesis, pursuit for publication, and adapting to technology. And out of these, you should be able to get whatever you can. Uh, like I said, whatever the ways and means that are not in question, the idea is that you should be able to get this. Now, clinical skills is important because ophthalmology is a little deviant from the usual clinical branches for new residents which are fresh from MBBS. They actually don't know what ophthalmology is. They possibly think in their institutes of ophthalmology or in medical colleges, especially the peripheral ones, they don't realize that there is a great new world in ophthalmology, and that happened even for us when from torchlight examination we shifted to indirect ophthalmoscopy operating microscope. So from MBBS to a postgraduate degree, it's a different trajectory completely. So transmission of knowledge and skills to young residents generally occurs by didactic teaching, but case presentations and routine ward round are important things to hone your clinical skills. And I think the most important people who can help you in this routine ward round workup is our immediate seniors. You may be hesitant to talk to a consultant, but you will not be hesitant to talk to your own senior resident or to your senior junior residents or to your senior postgraduates who are in your department. Clinical skills is again important, hands-on training and skill transfer, which again is done from person to person. And like I said, your immediate seniors are the best people for this, although consultants and senior people also do this. Then teaching tools is important. It may be there in your institute or may not be there. If it is there, then it is very good. And Google also showed us how teaching tools help you to acquire technology. And important thing is that whatever instruments are available in your institution or in your college, you should be able to handle them. You should know everything about those instruments without having to direct patients to, even if it is an optometrist's work, to optometrist. So clinical skills cannot be replaced by anything, and it starts with decent etiquettes and communication skills. Verbal consent is important, and always remember that patients are your primary teachers. So do not miss an opportunity to learn something new. Whatever is present in your ward, whatever cases you see that day, go and read about them, because if you read about them, you'll never forget them, because you'll be able to correlate them, and then that sticks there for your whole life. Using simulators is a good idea, but they may not be present everywhere. And when you are in your post graduation or when you are in your residency in a specialization, you should know everything about it. So if you're doing cornea, then you should know everything about cornea, be it ocular surface, be it keratitis, be it corneal transplantation, be it dry eye or anything. Likewise, if you're doing a post-graduation, you should know everything about all the subjects. You may be jack of all trades as a PG, but you want to know or feel it all before you actually choose what you have to master. So it is important to acquire the clinical skills and to learn all the basic methods of examination, at least, so that uh, you are well versed in your post graduation. So ideally, the following clinical skills are required at the end of residency training, which includes the basic examination of slit lamp, direct ophthalmoscopy, orthoptics, apprehension tonometry, gonioscopy, indirect ophthalmoscopy, 78D or 90D examination, contact lens evaluation, which is very frequently missed, visual acuity testing in children, Hess charting or diplopia charting, synoptophore, stereo acuity testing, and also the surgical skills which are required. So it's possible that you do not get all the surgeries in the world to do, but you can observe from your trainers and teachers, and I think that helps a lot. Or just assisting surgeries and observing really helps you. And more importantly, whatever you assist or observe, you you ensure that there's a video recording to it and ask for a video recording so that you can that day only see what went wrong, where it went wrong, whether you have done surgery or not, even if somebody else has done it. Because from the unedited videos, you learn a lot. Unedited videos uh, is a treasure, you can say treasure of knowledge. Edited videos, everything looks good, but in unedited videos, you see what you shouldn't do. So assistance of technology in transferring knowledge is important. And I know the systems like 3D like this here for students to watch may not be there, but there may be monitors or there may be recording systems in place which one can watch even if one doesn't get the opportunity to immediately assist to be the first assistant for a surgeon. In the surgical skills during residency, which are supposed to know are these ICC, of course, nowadays people don't do ECC, oblique, SICS, phaco, then steps of strabismus, pterygium surgery, DCR, chalazion, refractive surgeries you may not know how to do, but at least the steps of them, vitrectomy again, RD surgery, corneal transplantation, eyelid surgeries, and I think something which you should really know hands-on is ocular emergency surgery management. That is something which you should not know, which you all should know because that is something everybody is expected to know. Like I said, live viewing of procedures using machines like RTView and Ingenuity may not be present at all centers, but then you can watch the monitors or the recording system. That itself is good enough. And like I said, sometimes to have good people to assist you when you are doing, especially your first cataract cases, your seniors to supervise you, because you can read 3,000 pages of a book and yet not know the tip and the trick which is required in your surgical skill, which your senior may just tell you in 30 seconds that you're doing this wrong. You have to pronate your hand a little bit, or you move your wrist a little bit, or you have to, this is the movement that you're supposed to do. So hands-on practical training under supervision is very important. Then if you don't have or just before getting to learn on patients, it is important to utilize various resources for hands-on training. Again, simulator use was very nicely shown by Rubel, but you can use animal eyes like goat's eyes, pig's eyes. There are synthetic eyes also available, and this is in our surgical skill transfer lab, a simulator which is being used. Uh, again, these are stations in our surgical skill transfer lab, and we have 5 such stations. So you have an operating microscope there, a mannequin here in which the eye ball can be kept, all the instruments which are here, and there is a monitor. So through this monitor, the supervisor teaches you actually how to do or what to do in surgery. And we do have phaco machines also in place in our surgical skill development center, and we are again now going to open it up for everybody to learn in the various workshops like we used to do earlier, a practice which was stopped during the COVID times. Then from phacoemulsification to vitreoretinal surgery, everything is possible to learn. And even vitreoretinal surgery is a delight to learn, especially on a simulator. So it is important to understand your strengths and your weaknesses and correct these errors. So this is just to show some of the pictures of how our junior residents or our postgraduates are first required to do 10 cases onto the surgical skill transfer lab on experimental eyes before they graduate to doing cases on human eyes. These are pictures from the same. So like I said, the whole steps of the surgery are seen here into the monitor, and then you can keep guiding the person who's learning on the monitor itself. And this is the goat's eye which is being used to do a capsulorhexis after staining with a trypan blue dye. And then the cataract can also be hardened by using formalin so that you can practice even a hard cataract phacoemulsification. This is again to show goat size to practice SICS. There's a beautiful article in Survey of Ophthalmology by Dr. Amar Pujari is from our group, who's shown how animal and cadaver human eyes can be used for every possible form of surgical training in ophthalmology. So whether it is phaco or it is SICS, this is the phacoemulsification which is being practiced well beforehand in animal eyes. Even corneal or corneoscleral perforation repair can be done on both sides, and that helps you to refine your suturing skills. And then on other areas of interest which you might want to try your hands on, like recession of the muscle. This is again on the both side, which is being tried, and this is trabeculectomy which is being done onto the goat side. So every possible surgery actually can be done. And other territories, like I said, corneal transplantation procedure, in fact, you don't need anything. You can just trephinate the goat's eye and use the same donor cornea for, after suturing, you can suture the same donor cornea over there. So it helps you to develop your reflexes, your muscular reflexes. So like surgical skills, I said, these are the surgeries you are expected to know. Emergencies, you should definitely know cataract surgery, pterygium surgery, chalazion, and sometimes people even allow you to do DCR or DCT, and of course, eyelid repair surgeries. Then handling of machines and adapting to technology is another thing which you all should know. Whatever machines you have in your institute or in your center or in your medical college, you should adapt to it. You should know how to handle it, how to do those investigations. And these are just some of the instruments. We are fortunate to have all kinds in RP Center. Anybody who wants to come and visit and see and observe is most welcome to do there. We do have a program of observership also. And then like handling a pentacam or handling how to do visual fields. Eventually they are done by the optometrists, but yes, you should know how to do it yourself. Because what you can pick up, sometimes they cannot pick up. Ultrasound A scan, B scan, keratometer, then synoptophore, fundus photography, and fluorescein angiography. So these are the things which you are expected to know. Even if you don't have, sometimes they will just give you charts of corneal topography and they will tell you to, analyze them. Now, research caliber is something which not everybody is interested in, but one has to do thesis as a part of your MD or MS, and the idea is to teach you how to do research. So you have to read, evaluate, study, experiment, apply, revise, circumstantiate, and then harness whatever is available out of research. Research is something which is an aptitude. So you have to look out for anything new. It could be a different indication, it could be a different complication, and you have to take guidance from your seniors and professors. Start with something small. It doesn't matter how small it is. Documentation is the key to research. So documentation for that matter is very important everywhere, even for developing your clinical skills. So what is not documented in the court of law is not done. So documentation is important from all angles, whether you do research or you don't do research. And of course, one should learn to analyze whatever has been documented. As far as the thesis is concerned, whenever a thesis candidate comes to me, I ask him two questions or her two questions. Do you want to complete your thesis or do you want to do a path breaking topic? Because for me to understand what the student is interested in is very important to know. Sometimes you really have very bright students, inquisitive ones. Then I would like to give them something, which is completely path breaking, because I know that that student will be able to do. But some of them, would just want to complete their thesis for the heck of thesis. So simpler topic would be given, to those students. But I think it is important to devote your time for your thesis, analyze again your documentation, your own thesis or performa filling from time to time, because research is dynamic. You might find something which is new and which has come up, and you need to reevaluate your parameters, add a new parameter, or do your parameter a different something differently. I think it is important to communicate with your mentor or guide, and he can tell you something which you have not fathomed or something which you have not imagined. Uh, Whatever it is, a well completed thesis must be written well, because even if it is a very good work, but it is not written well, then it is not going to see the light of the day. So don't think that thesis is just a hurdle to pass the exams, but it should be published at the earliest. Because for some of you, that may be the only document that you are publishing ever. And so as soon as you finish your thesis, you should publish so that others, because every ophthalmologist, like I say, all over the world is thinking, every ophthalmologist is intelligent. It is not about who's doing it, it is about who's done it first. So everybody is thinking in the same direction. So it is important to put your stamp first on it. Of course, it's a moment of relief when you complete your thesis. And this is my thesis candidate, Dr. Priyadarshini, who works now as a senior resident with me. And I just wanted to highlight the fact that some people do their thesis really well. For instance, in one go, her publication was accepted in American Journal of Ophthalmology without a single change. I mean, that is something which is really difficult to attain, because always some or the other reviews, minor or major, will come. But if you do your thesis well, if you write it well, if it is something new, then it just gets published without, much effort. So things to keep in mind while publishing is, like I said earlier, the first thing I would say is publish as early as possible before your idea becomes duplicated or copied by somebody else. But present it before you publish, and as soon as you present it, immediately publish, because sometimes what happens is a good idea keeps getting presented at 10 different places. Somebody takes it and publishes it before you. Of course, genuine images, genuine video data, genuine documentation, data collection uh, goes without saying, should be done, and avoid plagiarism, because nowadays there are softwares available which can pick up plagiarism very fast. This is the article that I was talking to you about, which in one go, without a single revision, this just went on. I think for your residency and for your PG both, preparing for exams is the end point, because that is what you are pursuing your course for. And didactic lectures, seminar, workshops, case presentations, clinical rounds, journal clubs. There's a lot of e-learning now, thanks to the COVID era. So many lectures which you may not have had in your own institute or center or hospital are available on the internet in various programs, and I think you should make use of that. When you are preparing for the exams, you feel actually very cheated, because what happens is that you've read so much, and when you give the exam, you pass it, you realize they've asked you only 20% of what you had prepared. But I think for that 20%, you need to be 110% prepared to get that 20% right. So you should know something about everything. You may not know everything about everything. When the examiner examines you, your words should be technically correct. You have to know only two things about everything, and that is what is the diagnosis and what is the management. And once you tell that correctly, then I think people don't question. So it is important to do that. And learning, of course, continues even after exams. But everybody has to crack the exams, and for your exams, it's a different sort of a preparation. For your short cases, long cases, investigative modalities, darkroom procedures, viva voce, etc. So you would need to focus in the last 3 months just to those things which are going to be asked in your exams. Something that is not taught in ophthalmology, but something which you would need to acquire from your seniors, from your peers, from people around you, is learn about various other things like financial skills, medical legal matters. Of course, medical ethics is something which you pick up during your residency. Communication skills important, and then of course there's something which is beyond ophthalmology, and that is life beyond ophthalmology. So you have to acquire skills. Also, there has to be a work-life balance, and you should remain away from stress. So hand-holding or proactive learning, the way to go for residents, I think whatever works for you is the best. So plan it right now. The ways and means are not in question. The bottom line is that you should be there. And these are our two books on ophthalmology clinics for postgraduates, on long and short and spot cases, and the second one on instruments, investigations, imaging modalities, and viva voce. So thank you very much for your kind attention. Aarti is muted.
Thank you, Dr. Namrata. Excellent presentation. Actually, I was glued to the mobile, and you are excellent teacher also, and a very good orator. Actually, you have comprehensively explained everything, and I hope this is very beneficial to all the residents. And whenever I join and I come to RP Center, I always learn how to teach. And this is the way. It is always a blessing to listen to you also.
Dr.
Thank you so
Ma'am,
much. Thank you.
I would say you justified this topic thoroughly because I was just noticing that the residents really, or the younger ophthalmologists with Dr. Lalit would justify the talk. And this talk, I purposely put in these words that there's no shortcut to success. You need to go that, you need to be handheld, you need to be proactive, you need to be an observer. And whatever you've said, I think this should become like a guide to all the residents. We're running short, Pravansha. Let's have Dr. Rohit, sir, waiting.
Very good afternoon to everyone, and I'm really honored to introduce our next speaker for the day, our very own Professor Dr. Rohit Shetty, sir, who is a clinician and scientist par excellence. We are really honored to have you amongst us today, sir. He has changed the face of ophthalmic training and mentorship over the period of a few years of his presence at Narayan Nethralaya, where he is the vice chairman and he heads the cornea cataract and refractive department. He is also conceptualized the Grow Lab, which is a state-of-the-art institute on its own. He is an affiliate professor at and a PhD guide at the Maastricht University in the Netherlands. He has been very inspirational in his journey. He has actually paved way for 10 PhD scholars and has over 300 plus publications in world-renowned journals. He is an international figure of repute in the name of research. Dr. Rohit sir, we fall short of words when we try and describe your aura in the field of research. And it's not just the people in the institute which are influenced. Anybody who comes within his influence I can also guarantee a 100% lifelong trustworthy mentorship. I think that is with that, I would like to welcome you, sir, to the forum today. And we would love to hear from you about how vision and mission of the societies influence the newest generation of ophthalmologists or these professionals in their journey. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Purvansha, for your kind words. As always, you're very generous with it. And thank you, Dr. Aarti, Dr. Reena, and everybody from the WOS team. Always pleasure to follow Namrata ma'am because she sets the tempo of thought process. This time she spoke about how she guides people on the thesis. I mean, that's the beauty of these kind of meetings, where every time you learn something, and it's not like dumping with somebody on some particular topic, but trying to identify that. That's thank you, ma'am, for this, and honor to also speak in front of Lalit Verma sir, with whom we have a long association of academic content from his time assistant as the scientific committee chairman. I don't have a presentation. I'll finish. I have my clock here. I'll finish well within my time. Rubel, do you have that slide? One slide which I wanted you to project. Fantastic. This I spoke in the last WOS meeting in one of the state level conference. Is the first person who actually, I believe that he conquered to go up to the top of Mount Everest was in 1920s, a British mountaineer called George Mallory. And, it's a beautiful book on him. All of you should read it. And there has been, it's considered in the world of press interviews, they made a list of all the best answers given over the last 100 years by the people when they asked the question. One of the best answer ever, which tops the list, is the answer given by him in the early 20s or 30s. When somebody asked him, why do you want to climb the Mount Everest? And his answer at the National Geographic Royal Society meeting was because it's there. And because it's there became the answer for a lot of things for humankind. When somebody asked John F. Kennedy, why do you want to go to moon? Or when there are a lot of other things, because he said it's just there. So I think the societies which creates this kind of influence is making young people, whoever is listening to this talks or getting inspired by people, that why do you want to go beyond that comfort zone? Because it's there. There is something out there which it's existing. So you just have to go and get there. The challenge with all of us is that that comfort zone of being what you're doing routine. For example, if I ask Namrata ma'am, all of them, she said, will not pick up the tough topics. But the tough topics of hers and from AIMS, always, as in, I see most, if I have some, at least 7 or 8 of my fellows from her who did the post-graduation there, at least 5 of them, the theses are in ophthalmology or AJO, nothing less than 7 or 8 impact factor journals. It just shows the power of pushing them to take a topics which is beyond a comfort zone. And those people who have taken softer ones hardly get published in peer index journals. So what is important is, the first point is, whether it's personality like all of us or the institute or the WOS, is inculcating that philosophy of not making them very comfortable in their comfort zone. It's not a philosophical words or context we are speaking here. It's actually the truth. Many times people have asked, why do you approach a very unconventional way of doing work? Why not have a very conventional way of doing things? See, conventional way of doing things only gives you X results. But today, everybody wants X plus Y results. So that Y factor is the factor where you have to go out. So how does societies do? One is the absolute brilliant way of what you're doing with different state chapters. I've been part of this, is my 3rd or 4th of them. And it's such beautifully organized. A lot of them, I think 50 to 70% of those students who present are first-time presenters who are never presented in this kind of format. The question is, the societies, like including AIOS or any societies, it's not possible to keep everybody. I mean, they do trying to keep all inclusive, but it's beyond anybody's limit to go beyond certain level of speakers. So where do all these good speakers get chance? And I was last, I think some 4 or 3-4 months back, there was one program and I was seeing the presentation, the skill of way they have done. It's all such beautifully done ways. And, these students should be picked out. If you properly mentor them, they are the ones who should be winning the awards internationally in the next 10 years to come. I was congratulating Sheetal Brar and Pooja Kamar, both who could not go to APSCRS. Both, I think Sheetal must be the 6th or 7th time winner. Pooja is 4th time winner of APSCRS consistently, video awards, in spite of having so many other competition. And this time, I think Dr. Viraj also won. And Sheetal texted me, all 4 are women. I mean, gender has no role in my thing because everybody is the same, but still, this is a WOS meet. I'm going to say all 4 are women and all 4 from India have got those awards, and they've been consistent. The second important point here is the society to make some program consistent, so that, it's not like you do one, it didn't work, we scrape this and we'll do a second one. Unless you have spent at least a year or 2 working on a program, only then start deciding whether it's consistent or non-consistent, whether it's working or not. So I would end my talk by saying one very important thing here about many times societies decide a program and decide the litmus test very quickly. I'm sure WOS is not one of them, but what I want to say is, I don't know how many of you in this group have seen or read the book called Chariots of Fire. And Chariots of Fire is a very, very strong book and a movie which talks about endurance and grit. which any society today should have when it goes up, when it's trying to make a mark in this field. In that, the hero who fails, it's a story about a hero. It's a story about a runner. Uh, the 400 meters and 100 meters runner, British. It is based on a true story. So he loses a race, and he goes to his wife and says, "I'm never going to run this race again because this is not. It's not worth trying this." So his wife tells him that if you're never going to run this race, then how are you going to win one day? And he goes back running and wins it. So trials, we are always tested by trials, and the jury is not always favorable to whatever we do. Most of the time, what I am doing today and what Rubel is showed today was once ridiculed and people were making fun. These people talk something which nobody understand, and then they just try to do something for the awards. Awards are just one comma in your life. But what we actually do gives you that pleasure, and that takes 10 years time. So if you don't run, so if you miss something or lose something, remember, I always remember these words of Chariots of Fire. If you not watch, please watch that movie. It's a very old movie. And if you don't run, you will never win. So I request that WOS is doing great work and keep running, because even if you sometimes lose and people say so many things, if they don't say anything, that means you're not important. People only talk about organizations or human beings only if they're important to them. So if somebody is saying something, you are important. And thank you, everybody. And thanks for inspiring a lot of youngsters in this, whoever attends this. I thank you, Dr. Aarti, and everybody in this team for this opportunity. Thank you.
So beautifully spoken, sir. And I think this talks about not societies, but individual institution teachers like you, Dr. Namrata ma'am, Dr. Lalit. They all need to be observed. They need to be, worked with. They need to be, heard. So I think this makes a great beginning for everybody to learn to run for success, run for existence, and learn to learn. Rolly, who's the next? Dr. Lalit, sir. Do we have you, sir, on the podium? Have you logged in?
Yeah.
Rolly, please introduce.
Good morning. It's indeed an honor and privilege for me to welcome Dr. Lalit Verma, President of All India Ophthalmic Society. Many congratulations, sir. This was the culmination of sir's dedication and excellence as an academician, clinician, and educationist for many years. Currently, sir is the Director of Vitreoretina Services at Center for Sight, Delhi. He has done his post-graduation from prestigious RP Center of Ophthalmic Sciences, AIMS, Delhi, and spent 21 years there as faculty. He has done his Vitreoretina Fellowship from LS University and USA, and his list of achievements is endless. I'll just give an overview. He was the Chief Organizing Secretary of the 15th South Asian Ophthalmic Conference 2022, 61st Annual Conference, AIOS, New Delhi. He has been the chairman of the Scientific Committee of AIOS from 2015 to 2020, and also the Honorary General Secretary from 2008 to 2014. He has also occupied various positions at VRSI, an invited speaker in more than 634 conferences and workshops all over the world. His publications are numerous in international and national journals with 57 awards and orations, and he has authored many chapters in different national and international books in ophthalmology. Like I said, I could just go on and on. However, the list is endless. So we are really honored and privileged to have you here with us. And without further ado, I'm sure there are many budding ophthalmologists ready to hear your inspirational words. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Rolly, for having me here. And thank you, WOS. I'll just start sharing and let me know if everything is visible so that I is it okay?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. I'm really happy to be participating in this unique program on Sunday morning. Happiness comes primarily because it's a focused program for fellows and residents. And I also like this concept of presentation, the way it is being judged, and also happy that it's a competitive session, because I feel competition always brings out the best in you. Congratulate the entire WOS, Mohita, Aarti, Tina, Roli, and all the beautiful young ladies for the hard work they are doing in WOS. And I keep quoting WOS as an example to so many societies that learn from WOS how they are doing. And I have interacted with Aarti and Mohita in this regard. You see, my talk will be just an extension of what Namrata was saying, about surgical skills and work-life balance, and also what Dr. Rohit was, saying, that just go beyond your comfort zone. And this talk is not on any subject, but it's a motivational talk for you. You means young ophthalmologists. And all these people here need to be congratulated, for conceptualizing. And when Aarti rang me up, instant response was, yes, I will be there. I just came back from Calcutta, half an hour back. I rang up Aarti from airport that I will reach in time. So very happy that, residents, so many from 4 or 5 institutions Aarti has collected, and all these young budding ophthalmologists, I'm sure they will, have great presentations here. So I deliberately titled this, talk as Wake Up. They're already there, but part of this talk, I got inspiration by presentation and attending a similar session at Narayan Netralaya. So in AIUS, you see, what I have seen is that every year nearly 1,400-1,500 members join. And most of these young blood are very, very energetic, very enthusiastic, want to participate. And that is the reason when I was chair of the scientific committee, my job was, you see, to give podium presentations to these net-savvy people. And they're so enthusiastic. What we learned in decades, they learn in weeks and days. And all of them, so tech-savvy people. And mere association with them gives you energy. And that was the reason, you see, long time back, Dr. Sharma and Dr. What's his name? We gave this concept of YOSI also, that youth has to be there for this. So I do not know what is youth actually. So I was copying from literature. So because YOSI says 40 years, somebody says 50 years. But my concept of youth is that all of you here are young. Why? Because like Yuvraj, a long time, said he's a cancer survivor. He said, "Jab tak bulla chal raha, tab tak youth hai, tab tak kaam hai." So till the time you are functioning, mentally alert, everything. So that is what is you. This is example here. You see, success in life depends on multiple factors. And main is, like Shiv Khair said, the right move at the right time. And I also agree what Rohit said, you go beyond your comfort zone. Within comfort zone, you will just reach, but you will not be happy, you will not be really successful. And the other quote which I had was, if change is happening on the outside, it's faster than on the inside, the end is inside. So these quotes make you, wiser in your day-to-day working. This quote also by Bill Gates, you see, if you're born poor in knowledge, I'm bothered here for scientific knowledge, it's not your mistake. But if you die just, existing there and not living, you see the difference between existing and living. If you die poor in knowledge, then it is your mistake. So you have to make all efforts come out of your comfort zone. So this is very, very relevant, from scientific point of view. So what I believe is there are 3 components to, happiness. One is service, which all of us do, but what a lot of us do not do is research and academics. So that is what I would, like and motivate all these your people, that apart from service, which gets you your bread and butter money, also focus on research and academics. You see, progress. Have you ever pondered why places like RP Center or PGI or Narayan Netralaya are doing so very well? And all of us want, you see, our known to people or our children to go and get training there. And Rolly was just talking about Rohit Shetty and Narayan Netralaya. Why? Because everybody is looking up to them. How are they so successful? Why are they progressing so well? Everyone refers to them and sees them as last hope and earns a lot of respect. Primarily because you see today, 2/3 of the research publications which come out And Rohit inspires everybody who's working with them. More than 90% of publications come out of these couple of institutions. And I'm not saying solo groups or group corporates they're also flourishing, but they're flourishing primarily from service angle, where money matters more than science. And I don't mince words when I say when money matters more than science. Focus at this stage should be primarily on science. And because research and academics, I said, add to the better understanding of the subject, and ultimately patient care, better care. You see, whenever we discuss with the residents, fellows, all of us motivate each other to read and come back again. Because once we read so many other things also, and hence improve our knowledge and ultimately leads to patient care. And with you around, you means young Afghans around, everyone, believe me, is stimulated. Everyone goes back and reads. I'm sure. You see, once these young people are presenting today, judges also get stimulated. And there is overall vibrancy which these young people bring about. And believe me, as was being said by Rohit also, progress never stops. And progress, I realized I was in RPC. What I miss today is RPC is this only, that is more likely with you around. And that's what motivated motivated us at Central Oversight to start this fellowship programs and this skill development programs and labs also. So progress ultimately is the way to go. And you see, if anyone has to progress, focusing on usual jobs won't suffice. Like I said, service component won't suffice at all. And you need to constantly have this things, innovate, improve, and invent or discover. And for this, I will mince no words by saying that for this, you or youth are best suited and motivated and geared up because they are motivating for everybody. And believe me, they can do it. This young generation is positive, is enthusiastic, and most of them are willing to run beyond their comfort and willing to learn always. But 9 to 5 won't do. It has to be, life. Actually, I keep quoting to my fellows, life starts after 5 o'clock. You have to sit for 2-3 hours and analyze what you did today and what will you do tomorrow and what the research component have you picked up on. But role of ours, senior people, is to give them the opportunity and give them some sunshine. Like this, all of you have watched this movie. You see this where So our job is to give them this opportunity and give them sunshine before they ask for it. So this line I put deliberately, your works like a Viagra for brain. And believe me, without young ophthalmologists, life is just like eye examination without indirect ophthalmoscopy. That is, eye examination never complete without indirect. And with only patient care services, life actually for a clinician becomes boring. No creativity, no stimulus. And that is where, youth or youth stands for. This I just, listed the difference between you, the young who are, energetic and so inspiring. The differences between what people, say, chalta hai kind of syndrome. Their reflexes are slow, they're difficult to convince. You see, they will just do small, simple surgeries. They will not get out of comfort zone, a lot of shadow practices. And blood is flowing, but slowly. You compare this with you have the power, they have the stamina, they keep running. Like Rohit was saying, 400 meters, they want to run, they want to deliver. And very low threshold for all the surgeries. A lot of these people are good cataract and good VR surgeons also. So blood is hot and flowing, and they are the progressive people of today. And because we do not want stagnation, I for one never want this. Stagnation rots. And your youth, young ophthalmologists can definitely do it. Another role, as was being told, of all these Shettis and PGIs and AIUS and mentors is to motivate them, give them some sunshine, motivate, encourage, and try to extract the best out of them and try to solve their problems and never be obstructive or negative, even if it's a stupid kind of question. Please encourage all these people. But very big but is you have to have a commitment. They have to spend time with their mentors. And you should not shirk responsibility. You have to give all what you have for the sake of knowledge and science. Because as I said, science always matters more than money. And then only we can progress. A small couplet. So har kadam apna karenge is the dialogue which had to be learned from this song, that you has to do everything possible to learn, to implement, and to motivate everybody. So thus to conclude, young ophthalmologists, tomorrow is all yours, and always look back and thank God, look forward and trust God. Thank you very much, Aarti, Mohita, and all these people for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, audience, for the listening.
So your talk was spellbinding and startling, and I think I wish I were I were young to have a teacher, a doctor, a person of excellence. And what a talk! I really want this to be floated in all the groups. And this is one inspiration talk after Dr. Rohit sir's, Dr. Namrata's, which should become like a what do you say, a Quran for everybody to follow. And so well said that we need to wake up, we need to run, as Dr. Rohit said, we need to learn. As that's why I said the stumbling blocks have to become the stepping stones to success. I guess we are very much energized now to start our academic feast. Thank you so much, all the speakers. I want Rashi to run through your talk, and then we have a success code mantra, a 10th world trainer to give a guest talk. So let's just run it on now.
Thank you, Aarti. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Rashi, Purvansha, can we introduce her and start her talk?
Yes, so Dr. Rashi is a young and dynamic phaco-refractive fellow under Dr. Mohita Sharma. She is trained at Tirupati Eye Center, and she will be talking to us how through her journey of step-by-step surgery. Over to you, Rashi. Rashi?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Can you share your screen, please? Her presentation is on learning surgery step by step, the journey forwards.
Rashi, please hurry, put it fast, as we are running short already.
Is there any issue, Rashi? Or should we ask the IT person to help?
Reena, we can take our guest speaker if she's taking a little more time. We need to be timelined.
Ma'am, it's done. Just 1 minute.
All right.
Can you all see?
Yes.
Okay. So my topic is learning surgery step by step, journey forward. I'm a phaco-refractive fellow at Tirupati Eye Center. So first of all, the path to learning ocular surgery is a long and challenging one, but it is enjoyable and worth the investment when we bring sight to our patients. True success requires years of dedication and passion to consistently learn from every case, and then we evolve our technique every year. So during the years of residency and fellowship training, the fundamental surgical skills are acquired, and then we begin our career. See, no one is born knowing how to suture with 10-0 nylon monofilament. So I believe, as Dr. Namrata Sharma said, that extensive practice in the wet lab is instrumental in learning. Also, manual dexterity must be developed in both the hands, with particular attention being paid to non-dominant hand to bring it at par with the dominant hand. Becoming a true expert requires a surgeon to have passion for ocular surgery, and then we continue to learn independently for many years to come. Much more will be learned in the years after residency compared to during the formal training. So now how to start? For all young ophthalmologists out there, I would like to say that the first step to successfully doing anything in life is to believe in yourself. Believe you can, and you're halfway there. Second, observe and learn. So I'm a firm believer of this quote by Merlin that to acquire knowledge, one must study, but to acquire wisdom, one must observe. Observe your seniors. The more you observe a particular type of surgery, the better you get at it. Observe your seniors, observe their hand movements, observe how they complete a simple, straightforward case and how they tackle complications. Also, if possible, record your surgery and try to watch later on. This way, you can see every step in slow motion and you can understand where you went wrong and where you need improvement. Third is choose the right case and know your patient well. Now, this is again a very critical pearl. If possible, do pre-op examination by yourself. Get details of your patient's clinical and medical history. As beginners, I think you should start with simple cases like grade 2-3 cataract with well-dilated pupil. And then once you gain confidence in these simple cases, that's when you move to complex cases. Fourth is know your phaco machine and microscope. So in the operation theater, your phacoemulsification machine is your best friend and your worst enemy. Know it well and it will see you through most complex of cases. You should have a good control over tubings. You should have a knowledge about phacoemulsification console, the different modes of phaco and everything. Get acquainted with your microscope and its controls as well. It is as important as that of phaco foot pedal. Know the phacodynamics. Phacodynamics means ultrasonic power and fluidics. Conservative use of phaco power is of paramount importance. So knowledge of different modes of power dissipation and how to use them is emphatic for optimizing surgical outcomes. Sixth is perfect your incisions. Perfect incisions are an underrated component of successful surgery. We often try and rush to doing good phaco, but I think incisions are very important because they maintain your anterior chamber. A triplanar incision is self-sealing and most acceptable. And also, as a rule of thumb, always suture when in doubt. This can save an extra trip to the operation theater and occasionally much more serious sequelae. Seventh is eyes don't see what the mind doesn't know. So you should know the complications. Now there are plethora of complications that could occur before, during, and after phacoemulsification, like any other surgery. So the key lies in identifying these complications at the right time and hence managing them appropriately. The definition of a good surgeon is not the one who never gets complications, but the one who can get out of his complications well. Eighth is don't hesitate to ask for help. As we all know that confidence makes you grow, but overconfidence could lead to fall. So if at any stage of surgery you have difficulty in completing the step, no matter how trivial, always look towards your seniors for assistance because, ultimately the well-being of the patient is purpose of our rigorous training. So, and also I feel that true courage is asking for help. So never hesitate. You will walk with your head held high, knowing you did good to the patient, which is after all the purpose. 9, convert if needed, don't balm your ego. So after ending your surgery, if you feel that your incisions are leaking after good hydration, there's no harm in applying your suture. Or if push comes to shove, don't think twice before extending your incision and converting it to ECC SICS. 10th is keep track of your outcomes. As beginners, one should maintain a diary. Note down your visual acuity post your surgery and calculate your surgically induced astigmatism and use these results to modify your next surgery. Now, I would like to take you briefly through my journey and what I learned so far. So first and foremost is come out of your comfort zone. Now, if I really break this down, this means that doing things that you don't feel comfortable doing. or you do things that you would not normally do. This is very important because this is when you master certain skills and this will grow your confidence, and that is when the magic happens. Then the second thing is practice mindfulness. This was a bit of problem for me. I used to be very distracted with my OT surroundings, or what OT staff is talking among themselves, or what happened before OT, or how my day was. So this used to interfere with my surgery. So what you can really do, the residents and aspiring ophthalmologists, begin your day with a 15 minutes of meditation, and it will really help you. When you do your surgery, you have to indulge completely yourself in, and you don't have to think about anything but the patient and his or her eyes. Again, this is something which I used to do. Don't rush into finishing the surgery. Complete each step perfectly. As a beginner, we often have the habit of keeping a track of our time, how much time we took to complete it, or comparing with our colleagues or co-fellows. Don't do that. Complete each step perfectly, and you'll automatically reach your target time. Then last is everyone is in their own time zone. As young generation, we are fiercely competitive and we want to finish everything fast. We want to start our career. We want to start earning. But you must realize that everybody is running their own race. Some people might be ahead of you. Some people are behind you. But everybody has their own time zone. Do not envy them. Do not mock them. Learn from that and then imply it in your surgery. Lastly, this is very important, love your work, because I have always believed that there is no beautiful specialty like ophthalmology, flexible work hours, skillful surgery, also less of emergencies, and very, very rewarding surgery. So love your work because then you will feel like you're not working any single day of your life. And lastly, I would like to end with a line by Mr. Steve Jobs that if you really look closely, most overnight successes took a really long time. Thank you.
Rashi,
Thank you, Artina.
Beautifully spoke the talk. And I was going to tell you to rush it, but I feel each slide of yours was a USP for an ophthalmologist. And being young, you gave a very mature talk, very philosophical. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Purvansha, we
Can
have
you
now...
please stop sharing, please?
Yeah. We have amongst us a very special person, Mr. Magan Kalra. He is the world's 10th trainer. I'm going to introduce him. His journey has been incredible, inspiring. He started his career from serving tables in a restaurant and now to be ranked amongst the 10th trainer in the world. I think that's a feat. Our speaker today helps companies build customers, relationships, leadership, and bottom line. He's an internationally recognized business growth coach. I love this name. A world-class trainer, and he's also the best-selling author of his book called Success Isn't a Problem, Our Ignorance Is. I think a must read for all of us. He has trained across Asia, America, Europe, Middle East, and Africa, over 60 different nationalities, and also has been recognized and awarded for his outstanding leadership in training and coaching. He works with clients like Adobe, BMW, Coca-Cola, Armani, Mac, Oriflame, Novartis, to name a few. He's also managing trustee for a trust and funds education for underprivileged. I think that's the very noble soul. He also heads a highly successful corporate training and consulting organization called Performance Advantage Group. I welcome you, Mr. Magan Kalra, and I know him for years, and I've had training sessions where he trained when I was heading a Road Care Center, and I've seen him what an energy he has to train people. Mr. Magan Kalra, we welcome you.
Powerful. He's definitely a game changer.
Amazing.
Life-changing training.
Fantastic.
You are already up and up.
Full of learning. Inspiring.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Dr. Aati, for that wonderful introduction. Completely my honor and my privilege to be here with all of you. I hope you are all able to hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So I wish all of you good morning. And once again, thank you for this opportunity. Completely my honor and my privilege to be here with all of you. As we get started, I'm going to talk to you about something that we all enjoyed as kids. And what we enjoyed was magic, I'm sure. Most of us did, right? And if you were to think of the biggest magician in the world, the best ever, do you know who that was? It was a man named Houdini. And Houdini was considered to be the best magician in the world. In fact, the American magician community, they in fact awarded him to be the best. And the reason they awarded him to be the best is because he was the best escape artist. Now, who's an escape artist? Escape artist is somebody who would escape from any kind of lock or challenge. So you would handcuff him, you would tie him in a straight jacket, you would put him in a box, put the chains and the locks on the box, throw the box from top of the building into the water. Houdini would every time get out of it, no matter what, every time. So the American magician community said, Houdini, you are the best. But the magician community in UK, they said, no, we don't agree with you. Houdini said, why not? They said, because you've not taken on our challenge. Houdini said, I'm willing to take on your challenge. Tell me what is your challenge. They said, give us some time. So these magicians of UK, they took about 6 months and they prepared a challenge for Houdini. And what they did was they built a room with the world's best locks, some of the toughest material, the most advanced technology at the time. And Houdini was invited to London. He landed. He was escorted to this room. He entered the room. As he entered the room, he saw there was nothing in the room. It was absolutely empty, except for one timer on the wall that read 60. Now, Houdini could not understand, what is my challenge? They said, Houdini, this is your challenge. They said, what do you mean? They said, Houdini, in a moment, we are going to lock you in this room and you will have exactly 60 minutes to get out of this room. And if you can get out of this room in 60 minutes, then we will consider you to be the best magician. Houdini said, I'm ready. They said, hold on. And what they did was they stripped Houdini off almost all his clothes, kept very bare minimum, so he couldn't hide any tools, any keys whatsoever. And they locked the door and the timer began. Now, Houdini, being the magician he started to work on the lock. And just by the sound, he knew that the door has opened. So he pushed the door, but the door did not open. Houdini was wondering what happened. He moved all the levers back and tried once again. Now he knew just by the sound that the lock is open. So he pushed the door, but the lock again did not open. Never had happened this to Houdini. He moved all the levers back once again, tried once again very carefully. This time he was sure that the door lock is open. He pushed the door, but the door again did not open. He moved all the levers back. Suddenly looks at the timer. Only 4 seconds left. 3, 2, and Houdini gave up. Houdini gave up. And he took a deep breath, did this, and just by chance, in the last second, Houdini's head hit a particular spot at the door and the door swung open. Now you might think, why did the door open only at the last second? When I ask this question to people, a lot of them say that, maybe there was some sensor, there was a button there that had to be pushed, maybe it was to be pulled or not pushed, and, different things, or maybe they were, magicians of UK were holding the door from outside, but none of that. Here is the truth. Here is what happened. The truth is, the magicians of UK, they never locked the door. They only told Houdini that we are going to lock the door. And in Houdini's attempt of every time opening the lock, he was actually himself locking it. And that sound that it made was of it getting locked and not open. Now, why do I share this story with you? 2 reasons. Reason number 1, this is a true story. I read his biography, so you can read it too. And it's mentioned there. But reason number 2, that may be a little more meaningful for all of us today. is because when I read this story, I realized that there was no real lock that Houdini had to open. The lock was only in his mind. It was a mental lock. And many a times in our lives, the challenges that we face or we think we have are only mental. Because if you notice, when Dr. Rohit Shetty was sharing about his presentation, and the first quote that he also talked about, he said, it's not the mountain that we need to conquer, it is our mind, it is our mindset. And many a time, it is our mental locks that stop us from moving forward. And success is something like that. And success may be a big word, but to my mind, the way we are going to be looking at success today is really looking at whatever aim you have. If you can achieve it, then that's success. But how do you achieve something like that? So I'm going to share a few codes with you today that you might find helpful. But these are deceptively simple. And now when I say deceptively simple, I'm sure you understand what it means. They may look simple, they may deceive you to be simple, but they're really powerful. So listen carefully, okay? And the power of code is this, that all of us have our smartphones today, right? You open either with a pin or with a pattern. And if I gave you my phone and I gave you the pattern, you will be able to open it, right? Because you have the code. If you gave me your phone and the pattern or the pin, I will be able to open it. So it doesn't matter, who you are, whether, you're young, you're old, or, male, female, whatever, whoever you are, whatever background you are, these codes are universal and they always work, but they're deceptively simple. So listen carefully. I hope you guys are ready to move forward. So the first quote that I'm going to share with you is called taking 100% responsibility. I'm going to share my screen if that is okay with you guys right here. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So can you put it on screen? Yeah.
Oops. Just 1 second. Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay, great. Excellent. So the first quote that I'm going to share with you is called taking responsibility and taking 100% responsibility. Now, I'm sure all of you have heard this since childhood, take responsibility and all of that. But not every time does it come easy or in a very simple way. It's easier to understand. I'll share my life story with you that, when I was little, I lost my dad. And I thought to myself that, God's not fair to me. And, all my friends have their dad. I don't. How is it fair? And then my mom felt that we must move to Delhi. So I come actually from Haryana. So this is a Haryana chapter. I come from a town called Bhiwani. It's close to Rohtak. And we moved to Delhi, I think in the early 90s, 1991, something like that. And for us to move to Delhi, we had to sell our house that we had in Bhiwani. And I felt that it's not just God's not fair to me, even my mom's not fair to me, because the only memory that I had of my dad, my mom sold that too. So my mom's not fair to me. And then I remember one day I went to my mom and I asked her for school shoes. I said, Mom, I need school shoes. She says, I don't have money. I said, come on, Mom, it's just 200 rupees. And I'm not asking for sports shoes or party shoes. She says, I don't have money. If I had the money, I would have given it to you. I felt it's not just that God's not fair to me. My mom's not fair to me. She doesn't even love me. If she loved me, she would have given me money for the shoes, or at least she would have bought me shoes. And then when I was talking to some people that I loved and looked up to, they said, Magan, you got to take responsibility for your life. And I kept thinking, how do I take responsibility for all this? How do I take responsibility for all this? How am I responsible for my father passing away, or for us to move to Delhi, selling our house, us not having good financial situation? So how am I responsible? And that is when I truly understood the meaning of this. And that's what I'm going to share with you. And that's what I've put in my book. The truth or the real meaning behind taking 100% responsibility is that you got to act as if you are 100% responsible for your life and your results, even if you're not. And that's what 100% responsibility means. I'm going to share this with you with the help of a story about a man called Kerali Takis. I don't know how many of you have heard of him, but Kerali Takis was in fact an army man in Hungary. And his only dream was to be the best shooter in the world. And what he did was he participated in all the championships within the army, and he won all of them. And he was considered to be the best. And his dream was to win the gold medal in the Olympics. So he kept preparing, and he wanted to participate in the Olympics. This is the man. But what really happened was that in 1936, he couldn't participate in Olympics because at that time, there was a rule that only commissioned officers can participate in Olympics through army. So he was not allowed. So he felt really bad, but he said, no problem, I'm going to work hard and I'm going to become an officer, and then I'm going to participate in the Olympics. So he kept working hard. And in 1937, during an internal training, exercise that they were doing, and a hand grenade actually exploded in his hand, and he lost his arm, his right hand. Now, all his dream, it came crashing through. Now, Carolee somewhere knew that this cannot stop me. So he went into rehab and all of that. And what he did was he started training his left hand, the only hand that he had. And he kept practicing. And in 1939, he was clear that 1940 Olympics is what I'm going to participate in. And in 1939, he also participated once again in an internal championship, which he won. So if we were in Carolee's place, and if he came to us and he said that, God's not fair, we would have sympathized with him. But he didn't do that. He took 100% responsibility. He acted as if he's 100% responsible for his life and his results, even after losing his right hand. But the 1940 Olympics got cancelled because of World War. Now, once again, his dream came crashing through. He didn't let it go. He said he didn't give up. He said, no problem, I'm going to participate in 1944 Olympics. And he kept practicing. 1944 Olympics also got called off. Now imagine, from 1936, he's working hard for a goal. 4 years there. It's been 8 years. He's not been able to do what he really wants to do in life. He said, no problem, I'm going to participate in 1948 Olympics. This gives me a chance to practice even more, become even better. But there was only one more problem, that in 1948, he was much older. He was now 38 years old. And the people that he was competing against they were much younger. And they had their both hands and they were working with their right hand. But he was only working with his left hand. And for any sports person, the biggest asset is their youth. As Dr. Lalit also mentioned in his presentation about Yuvraj, jab tak balla chal raha hai, tab tak jawani hai, right? So, but for him, that youth, he had lost. But he finally participated and he actually won. In fact, he's been given an Olympic hero category because he won with his left hand, the only hand. He took 100% responsibility for his life and his results. So that's number one. Number two is you got to stay focused. I think somebody's annotating on the screen. I don't know who that is, but there's some yellow line annotating. But I'm going to give you code number 2, which is called stay focused. And I know we cannot interact, but I'm going to quickly give you an exercise. I'll show something to you on the screen, and I'd like you to focus on what is on the screen, and then experience what I'm trying to say. So you're going to stay focused on whatever your goal is. Look at this. There's a dot with a gray circle that you can see. Here is what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to completely focus for 15 to 20 seconds only on the dot, and you will experience something. And as ophthalmologists, I'm sure you will understand what is the science behind it. So I'm going to give you a few seconds. Simply focus on the dot. And within 2, 3, 5 seconds, I'm sure you've experienced that the gray area around the dot disappears. And that is the power of focus. So the second code is have focus. And I'm sure I'm not the first one who's telling you that. But if you've experienced that, if you can put it in the chat box, yes, that will be great. All right. I'm going to give you the final code. Are you guys ready for the final code? Sure you are. And here is the final code, which is called attitude of gratitude. In fact, Dr. Lalit was mentioning in his, he had in his first slide, he said, we have a lot to thank God for. And this is one quote that's going to help you forever in your life, wherever you go. And why do I say that? So I'm going to share with you a story about a gentleman called, who's popularly known in America as a blue ribbon professor. So what the blue ribbon professor does is actually he teaches at an evening college. And in that college, mostly working professionals come and they study. But what he does is at the end of every semester, he calls every student, up onto the stage, and he gives them like a blue ribbon as a token of appreciation. And he says that, you know what, this is my way of thanking you and acknowledging you for all the work that you put in, the hard work that you put in spite of working, you're studying. So it tells me a lot about you. And I'm very proud of you. And he does that at the end of every semester with every student. And what he also does is that he gives these 2 blue ribbons to each of his students. And he tells them that if there's anyone in your life that you would like to thank or appreciate or acknowledge, please give them this blue ribbon as token of your appreciation. So one of his students, when he gets that blue ribbon, he's driving back home that day and he's thinking to himself, who can I give this to? Who should I give this to? I don't have anybody in my life to whom I can give this blue ribbon to. But anyway, he goes home, sleeps. Next morning, he goes to work. And suddenly he thinks of his boss and he says, I can at least thank my boss. Because, usually he's a tough boss. He's very demanding. But at the same time, he's very supportive and understanding also, because there are times when I need to take study leave. I need to take leaves for my exams. And he allows me to do that. I think I've never thanked him for that. I'm going to just go and tell him that I really appreciate it. So next morning when he reaches office, he goes to his boss and he says, boss, may I come in? Boss says, yeah. And he says, boss, I really wanted to thank you for all the support that you give me. And he ties a blue ribbon to his boss. And boss is kind of taken aback. And he says, well, it's okay. Don't worry about it. So no, boss, I really want to thank you and acknowledge. And here is one more blue ribbon that I want to give it to you because my professor gave it to me. And if there's anyone in your life that you would like to thank and acknowledge, then please do so. Now, boss very hesitantly keeps it with him because he knows that, this is all dramatization of things. Why do I need to appreciate anybody? But anyway, he's driving back home that evening, and that blue ribbon is kept on his dashboard. Now, as he's driving back home, he thinks that it is actually a good idea. I felt good when he thanked me, when he acknowledged me, when he appreciated me for the support that I gave me. I think I'm going to tell my son today how much I love him, because of late we've not really had time to, talk to each other. He's been very busy. I've been very busy, but he's turned out to be this wonderful young man. He doesn't have any bad habits, nothing, all good company. I think I want to tell him that how proud I am of him. And he reaches home, and that day, 3 of them are sitting at the dining table, the dad, the mom, and the son. And dad says, son, I want to talk to you. And son says, yes, dad. He says, my son, both your mom and I would want to tell you that we really love you and we're very proud of you. And son is like, okay. He says, no, off late, we've not really had time to talk, but I'm very proud of you for the man that you've become. And as father is saying this, there are tears in son's eyes, and he gets up, he goes to his cupboard, opens the drawer, and what he takes out is actually a gun and something that looks like a letter. The moment the parents see this in his hands, they quickly get up, grab the gun and the paper from son's hand, and the father opens the paper. It's actually a letter written by his son to his parents, and it says, "Dear mom and dad, by the time you will read this letter, you might find me dead. And the reason I'm going to do this is because you have no time for me." Now, the moment father is reading this, he's crying. The mother is crying, the son is crying. And then he goes on to saying, it's not just your money that I care for. I need your time. I need your love. Now, some of us might feel that this is a very dramatic story, but my heart sank when I got to know that this is a real story. It really happened to a family. And when I read this, I realized that many a times in our lives, the very people who support us, who are like our lifelines on daily basis, we don't tend to thank them. We don't tend to appreciate them. We look for bigger things, special occasions only to wish them, thank them, appreciate them, acknowledge them. And this is one code that you must practice all your life. So 3 codes. Code number 1, taking 100% responsibility for your life and your results. And not just thinking that I'm responsible, but acting as if you are 100% responsible, whether you are not, whether you are or you're not. Number 2, staying focused. So whatever you've committed to, you got to stay focused. And remember, it is the mental locks that sometimes stop us, not the real challenges. And number 3 is the attitude of gratitude. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your time and your patient listening to whatever I had to say. Now, as I finish my presentation, as this event ends for you today, there'll be 2 people who will be talking to you. And who are these 2 people? One of them is called Jivan, another one is called Ravan. Jivan is the good one, and Ravan is mostly good, but sometimes bad and mean as well. And they both live inside us. So as I finish this presentation and you're thinking of these talks since morning, people have been telling you, the Jivan inside will tell you, wow, man, what an experience today. I think I learned a lot. I'm really motivated. I'm ready to go. But the Ravan inside you will also talk to you and pull you down and will tell you, this thing only happens in the talks. It doesn't happen in real life. It doesn't work in real life. But Jivan inside you will again try to pull you up, but Ravan inside you will again try to pull you down. And this pulling up, pulling down will continue to happen. And for the saddest part, mostly Ravan wins. My request to you today is that as you get into your life, as you get into your professions, every day you will have 2 choices: to either listen to the Jivan in you or to listen to the Ravan in you. As one of the previous speakers also mentioned, ethics is also very important. So my request is always listen to the Jivan in you. And if you listen to the Jivan in you, then the good one in you will win. On that note, thank you very much. That was my time. Thank you, Dr. Aarti and the entire community at WOS for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Absolutely wonderful talk, Mr. Magan, as always. And I know that your success codes are going to be the mantras for our young ophthalmologists and each one of us. And I think you very appropriately chose to speak. And I know I made it speak a shorter talk. I know you can gather the gathering for hours. And some other time, I would love to have you on a physical meet. Thank you so much for being with us. Now we have to open ourselves to the academic meet. We will start with all the gyan we've gotten and we shoot for our academic meet. Reena, let's take it over and introduce our very elite and very esteemed judges and why we named them on a session and have them to give their gyan to our residents. Over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. What an amazing atmosphere and energy of our enthusiastic students who are eagerly awaiting for the competitive session to begin. So here we begin the session. The nomenclature of our session has been named after a very inspirational lady doctor, Dr. Anuradha Kishore. She has been a very popular practicing pediatrician for the last 17 years at Gurugram. She believed that from relieving the ailments of children who used to come to her with distress and giving them guidance, she gave her immense happiness and pleasure. And she felt that there was a big lacuna at growth which was needed from inputs from the child healthcare professionals, that is education, and to contribute to this need in a very effective manner. With that passion in heart, she decided to become a teacher at the age of 46. She enrolled herself in a professional teacher training program, I Am a Teacher, for 1 year. And from helping children to release the pain and then to guiding those children who comes to her with a curious mind. Her journey has been phenomenal and it has been a good shift. So with these words, I would now like to invite and introduce the esteemed judges for the session. It gives me immense happiness and delight to introduce Dr. Sunita Dubey, who is an epitome of compassion and simplicity, and she's a phenomenal surgeon. She's a head at glaucoma services, medical superintendent, head of quality assurance at Dr. Shroff Charity Eye Hospital. She has more than 25 years of clinical experience. She did her fellowship in glaucoma at Wills Eye Hospital, Philadelphia in 2001. She has performed more than 25,000 surgeries, including cataract and glaucoma surgeries, in the last 25 years. She is proficient in management of glaucoma, and to her credit, she is the first glaucoma surgeon to perform trabeculotomy surgery. She is running glaucoma fellowship program at SCH since 2008, and she has trained more than 50 national and international fellows. She has numerous publications to her credit, and she is a great orator and has participated in various national and international forums. She has received several prestigious awards in various conferences, and also she is actively involved as an NABH assessor for setting up the eye standards in the country, and she's doing a phenomenal work. She's the treasurer of Glaucoma Society of India since 2012 to 2014 she has been, and she has received Women Achiever Award as role model in health business by the Business Rankers magazine in 2017. It's an honor to have you with us, ma'am. Our next judge actually needs no introduction. He's a clinician par excellence. He's a phenomenal surgeon and is popularly known as a celebrity surgeon in Mumbai. He is the chairman of the Vision Eye Center in Mumbai at Juhu. He's a senior consultant at Leelavati Hospital and Nanavati Hospital. He is a pioneer in cataract, LASIK, glaucoma, vitreoretinal surgeries. Actually, he's a pan-ophthalmologist. He did his UG and PG studies from St. J.S. Medical College and super specialization at the Herman Hospital, Houston, USA. He is a great orator and has participated as speaker in various national and international forums. His popularity as an eye surgeon can be well explained that he was surgeon to the Dalai Lama and was felicitated by him. He has to his credit two laws which he patented and were named as the law of default and the Waterman principle. He has his own YouTube channel and he has a great passion for music. We welcome you, sir. Thanks for being a part of our session. Our next judge is the dynamic vitreoretinal surgeon at Sant Permanent Eye Hospital and Shamlal Eye Hospital, Delhi. She did her UG from Lady Hardinge Medical College, Delhi, and PG from MAMC, Delhi, I think, and DNB from IKEA, Noida. She is a fellow in International Council of Ophthalmology, a fellow Retina Foundation, New York Eye Care Infirmary. She is a great orator and has presented a lot of papers in national and international conferences for the last 15 years. She is head Delhi chapter of WOS, and she has contributed effectively in connecting these young minds to strive towards excellence and achievement. She has been a faculty and panelist at various national and international conferences. Because of her long experience and being a great academician, she has been enrolled as an examiner and thesis assessor in various DNB ophthalmology programs. We welcome you, ma'am. It gives me great pleasure and privilege to introduce our next judge for the session, Dr. Rajesh Joshi, who is a professor and head of department at GMC Nagpur. He's a great clinician, a motivated, a passionate teacher, a man of wisdom and principles. He has been a recipient of AIO's IGO Award and a secretary of Maharashtra Ophthalmologic Society. I welcome all the judges for this session. Now it comes to just brief about the rules of the session. So we'd just like to tell that each postgraduate student will get 4 minutes to present their case clinically in a comprehensive manner. Negative marking will be done if you overshoot the time. Each presentation, after 4 minutes of case presentation, will be followed by interactive session in which each judge will be asking one question to the candidate. We have already mailed the evaluation sheet to all our judges who have the printouts ready, and this will be done for the scoring of the candidates. Now we begin our session with the first speaker, Dr. Nidhi Sharma. I hope she's ready with her talk. Dr. Nidhi is a very hardworking third-year resident at the prestigious RIU PGIMS Rohtak, and she'll be speaking on intraorbital wooden foreign body. It gives me a lot of privilege and immense happiness to introduce her mentor, Dr. R.S. Chauhan, sir, who is a senior professor and head of department at RIU PGIMS Rohtak. He is heading the cornea unit, and he's a phenomenal cataract refractive surgeon, and he is a great teacher himself, a great academician. So we welcome you, sir. With this, I ask Dr. Nidhi to start sharing her screen and presenting her case. Welcome you, sir. With this, I ask Dr. Nidhi to start sharing her screen and presenting.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
And if you can share your screen.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So can we start it now? The IT person is ready with the timer? Yeah. Yes, Nidhi, you can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Nidhi Sharma. I'll be presenting a case of undetected routine orbital wooden foreign body masquerading as preseptal cellulitis under the guidance of my guide, Senior Professor Dr. R.S. Chauhan. A 45-year-old male farmer resident of a nearby village Rohtak presented to the eye OPD of Rio Rohtak with chief complaints of swelling, pain, and redness in his left upper and lower eyelids for 3 days. History of presenting illness. Patient was apparently all right 3 days back when he developed swelling and redness over left upper and lower eyelid, which was associated with pain following an accidental fall in his field while working. Swelling was sudden in onset and progressive in nature, and patient was unable to open his left eye due to the eyelid swelling. It was associated with redness and pain over the affected area. It was not associated with any itching, discharge, diminution of vision, or headache. Pain was acute in onset and moderate in intensity and non-radiating, and it was associated with watering. There was no history of nausea, vomiting, or painful eye movements. There was no history of any fever, insect bite, ear ache, or any ear discharge, upper respiratory tract infection, any nasal stuffiness, or toothache. Past history, patient was not a known case of any systemic illness, or he had no history of any previous surgery or drug allergy. Family history not significant. And personal history, patient is a chronic BD smoker, non-alcoholic, and healthy bowel and bladder habits. Now coming to examination, on general physical examination, patient was of moderate build and nourishment. Patient was alert, cooperative, and conscious, and well oriented to time, place, and person. His vitals were stable, and he was afebrile to touch. There was no pallor, icterus, cyanosis, clubbing, lymphadenopathy with any pedal edema. The systemic examination was unremarkable. Coming to the local examination, on inspection, there was a diffuse periorbital swelling involving both lids with overlying erythematous skin on left side. There was no laceration, bite mark, rash, vesicle, or any entry wound seen on inspection. On palpation of the swelling, a tender indurated swelling with a raised local temperature and smooth overlying skin was felt, which was extending from lower margin of left eyebrow to mid-cheek inferiorly, and there was no discontinuity felt along the orbital margin. Coming to the ocular examination, the best corrected visual acuity in both eyes was 6.6. There was no deviation observed in head posture. Forehead was bilaterally symmetrical. The eyebrows were bilaterally symmetrical in position. There was no discontinuity or deformity along the orbital margins. The ocular movements were full and free in all directions and were paleness. The right side lids were within normal limits, while the left side showed periorbital swelling with erythema, and pseudotosis was there. Lacrimal apparatus showed no swelling or redness in lacrimal sac area, and Doppler was negative on both sides. There was no congestion or chemosis in conjunctiva on both sides. Cornea was clear bilaterally. Anterior chamber was normal in depth and no cells, flare, or hypopyon was seen. Iris was normal in pattern and brown in color in both the eyes. Pupil was 3 mm round and both direct and consensual light reflexes were present. Posterior segment was within normal limit in both the eyes. Based on the history and examination, the provisional diagnosis we made was preseptal cellulitis of left eye.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Sorry, sir.
You have 1 more minute to go, Dr. Nidhi.
Based on the history and examination. Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, please continue.
Based on the history, okay, ma'am. Based on the history and examination, the probable differential diagnosis could be left-sided black eye, preseptal cellulitis of black eye, preseptal cellulitis of the left side, orbital cellulitis, acute dacryoadenitis, and insect bite, allergic or contact dermatitis.
The slides are not moving, Nidhi.
Yeah, we are able to see, Dr. Nidhi. You can go ahead, speak because you have to compile.
Yes, sir. Among these 4 to 5 provisional diagnoses, we ruled out each condition based on the clinical examination.
Keep on speaking, Dr. Nidhi.
Yes. Yes, sir. First provisional diagnosis was
You can sum up, Dr. Nidhi, now.
Okay, sir. Okay. Black eye was ruled out. Black eye was considered as one of the provisional diagnoses because there was a history of all 3 days back. But the presentation of the swelling was more of inflammatory. So black eye was ruled out, as black eye is a non-warm swelling and it shows color changes. Now, coming to the examination part fits well with the diagnosis of preseptal cellulitis. As the patient was a farmer working in fields and had a history of fall, it was possible that he had an insect bite, but the swelling of an insect bite is non-tender and pruritic, so it was excluded that way. And allergic or contact dermatitis, the swelling is usually bilateral and it is non-tender and it is also pruritic. And the diagnosis of orbital cellulitis was excluded because there was normal ocular movements, the normal visual acuity of the patient, no conjunctival congestion, hemosis. The anterior segment was normal, the posterior segment was normal, and there were no other systemic features. So provisionally, we made a diagnosis of left side preseptal cellulitis. Then we started the patient on oral antibiotics, analgesics, and patient was asked to do hot fermentation, and patient was sent to home and was asked for follow-up 5 days after on OPD basis, and was explained for the danger signs. Patient was explained for the danger signs. If he notices any reduction in visual acuity, it notices the increase in pain or swelling, if he notices any redness or any swelling in his white part of the eye, or has a spike in his temperature, he should come to the emergency department as soon as possible. The patient reported back 5 days later with a reduction in swelling and pain, but it was not completely resolved. There was still residual swelling and pain, and the patient was improving. He was happy with our treatment. So we extended the treatment for 5 days and asked the patient to come after 5 days. The patient followed up after 5 days. Patient was happy, but the swelling was still not resolving. The swelling has localized now to the below the lower lid area. It has disappeared from the upper lid area and the upper part of lower lid. It has now become localized to this 1 centimeter below the lower lid near the nasal margin. So we suspected there must be something else going on as the swelling is not resolving. So we went ahead, asked for a NCCT orbit to rule out why the patient is not resolving, to look for any source of infection which is there, to look for any sinusitis, or maybe there was a chance that maybe there is a retained foreign body that he may have in this swelling, but there was no apparent entry wound in the skin. So this was highly doubtful, but that it was still a possibility. So we went ahead with the NCCT orbit, and NCCT orbit showed a radiolucent and hypoattenuation cylindrical mass with a preseptal thickening of the tissues around it. We wanted to confirm the findings with an MRI, but the patient was not willing to go for an MRI as he was not economically well. So we decided and proceeded to go with the surgical exploration and debridement if there was any foreign body in that area. Because in the literature it is mentioned that wooden foreign bodies are mostly they enter by unmarked trivial injuries and the wound can be self-sealing till the patient presents.
Dr. Nidhi, please compile.
Okay, ma'am. So when we took up the patient for surgery, we recovered a wooden one body of a 5 centimeter length in that local indurated area that was still up there after the antibiotic treatment. So if this was a case of a undetected retained wooden intraorbital foreign body which was masquerading as preseptal cellulitis, and there was no evidence of the entry of foreign body in the periorbital tissue on the examination, except there was a small history of fall in the field 3 days back. That was a slight clue only.
I would like to ask the judges if they want to see these slides. Should we go for the slide share again, or is that there was some technical glitch, I think.
Was not willing nicely to go for the slide share again. There was some technical glitch.
Yeah, I think the case was clear-cut intraocular foreign body. And in fact, she presented very well. The only common differential diagnosis at this age would be acute dacryocystitis. And I think they ruled out very well that also.
Other thing to be considered would have been preseptal, from something within the nose. If we haven't had any kind of if it's a diabetic patient and some fungal mass coming from the sinuses through the lamina papyracea, and you've seen some growth happening around the periorbital area.
Now, we could not see the picture of foreign body or any scans they have done. That would have added more information.
So we have time. Do you want her to share it again for the scans? Nidhi, do you have scans available with you?
Go with the time, don't worry. We've seen majority of the thing.
Okay, sir. So any questions you would like to ask her? If any scan or any investigation has to be seen, because we still have 1 minute to go. For the discussion part. Her case time is over. The discussion part, if you would like to.
we have time, then we can go ahead and see the scans, whatever she has.
Yes. Dr. Nidhi, do you have the scans available with you? Unmute yourself, Dr. Nidhi.
I think we can go ahead with the next case.
Okay.
Ma'am, I have the scans. I have the photo.
Can you share it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Please hurry up because we are running short of time.
Ma'am, I have the scans. I have the photo.
Share your screen then.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, ma'am. Mm. Yes, yes, ma'am. This is the photo of intra recovering the foreign body from this mass that was there even after the antibiotic therapy we give to the patient. The swelling was not resolving and we entered the skin. This was quite evident in lying just in front of us. This 5 centimeter foreign body within foreign body was recovered from this swelling.
Any post-op complication that you had? Anything post-residual? Any fungal infection that you saw anywhere around?
No, sir, there was not any residual fungal complication, but I would like to add once we take up the patient for the surgical debridement once, we kept the patient in follow-up. Then 2 weeks later, we still saw that the swelling was still there. Some part of it was still not resolving. Then we took the patient again for the surgical debridement. Then we found that the foreign body which we took for the took up in the first time, it was broken, and the still piece was still left there, as the wooden foreign bodies are quite susceptible to breaking while we are recovering them. So after the second time we took the patient for surgery, we recovered a small but yet significant 1.5 centimeter mass of this foreign body, which we think which was broken during the first removal, first extraction. Then after this second surgery, the patient was doing very well. There was no post-op complications, and he was one happy patient.
Had you had primary suturing or did you allow some drain?
No, sir, we left the wound open with some packaging inside it for a few days. Then when we saw some new granulation tissue forming, then we took up the patient for primary suturing. We did not leave any drain in the site. As on CT scan, there was no evident infection in the sinuses, or patient didn't have any history that it was coming from anywhere else. So it was just the reactive granuloma that was formed due to this foreign body, which was presenting to us as a preseptal cellulitis swelling.
So you want to carry on the car or you want to?
Was the culture sensitivity was done?
The culture sensitivity was not done in our case. When we retrieved the foreign body, we then again started the patient on empirical antibiotics, and he was responding well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Fine.
Thank you, Nidhi. You can stop sharing. This is for all the participants. I am just repeating that you have to stick your time of 4 minutes for the case presentation. Any details of the differential diagnosis and the investigation part can be taken up in the discussion and interactive session which we have once your case presentation is done. So please stick to 4 minutes because we have negative marking for overshooting the time. So I think it's on a lighter side, it's always overwhelming for the teachers also when they see their students competing on this forum. So I would like to take this opportunity to now call upon my resident, Dr. Rohan Madan, who is very diligent and perseverant and self-disciplined. He on thyroid, ocular hypertension and thyroid eye disease, which was managed by anticonvulsant. Dr. Rohan, are you ready with the presentation? Can you start your share screen, please? Dr. Nidhi, mute yourself.
There is some commentary going on behind. Dr. Reena, there is some commentary going on behind. Somebody's microphone is on. There's a constant commentary going on in the background somewhere.
Dr. Nidhi, can you mute yourself?
Nidhi, mute.
Yes. Thank you.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, you can start, Dr. Rohan.
Yes, a very good noon, everyone. I, Dr. Ramadan, would be presenting two cases on ocular hypertension in thyroid eye disease managed by a topical anti-glaucoma drug today under the guidance of my mentor, Dr. Reena Gupta. So thyroid eye disease is an autoimmune inflammatory infiltrative condition which occurs approximately in 25 to 50% of the Graves' disease patients, of which 3.7 to 24% go on and develop ocular hypertension. And raised IOP is a major modifiable risk factor for glaucoma development in these cases and should be closely monitored. So first case was a 46-year-old male patient coming with complaints of diplopia for a week and foreign body sensation for 2 months, wherein he developed gritty sensation, which was progressive and more towards the end of the day, and diplopia was acute, binocular, and intermittent. And he was a diagnosed case of Graves for the past 3 years on treatment, and there was no family history of glaucoma. Coming to examination, the best corrected visual acuity was 6/6 in both the eyes and with normal color vision. There was bilateral mild upper lid retraction in both the eyes and full ocular movements in the right eye and minus 3.5 limitation in the left eye in elevation in all the cases. Conjunctiva showed congestion at insertion of the horizontal recti muscles. Anterior segment evaluation was absolutely normal with normal Shermer's and Tibet test, and there was no RAPD. IOP was done using Goldman's in both primary position and in the up gaze, and the values for the right eye were 23 and 25, and left eye were 24 and 26, with open angle zone gonioscopy. Exophthalmometry showed no proptosis but an asymmetry, and indirect ophthalmoscopy showed absolutely normal discs with the normal CT ratio and healthy neuroretinal rim, and no visual field effects on perimetry. Second case was a 60-year-old female with complaints of dull pain and redness in both the eyes for the past 4 weeks, which was more in the right eye and was associated with redness and a gritty sensation. She was a patient of Graves for 2 years, and she received a course of IV steroids for 12 weeks, and there was no history of glaucoma. On examination, best corrected visual acuity was 6/6 in both eyes with normal color vision, and there was bilateral mild upper and lower lid retraction along with periorbital fullness and a lid lag in the right eye. There was epibulbar congestion and chemosis. On anterior segment evaluation, it was normal with normal Shermer's and Tibet and no RAPD. IOP using GAT in primary and upgaze position was 24 and 27 in the right eye and 19 and 21 in the left eye with open angles on gonioscopy. Exophthalmometry showed readings of 19 and 14. And on indirect ophthalmoscopy, discs were absolutely healthy with normal healthy neuroretinal rims and foveal reflex present and no visual field effects on perimetry. So this is the summary of clinical presentation of the cases. We calculated the clinical activity score according to modified classification, and the second case had 4/7, indicating an active disease for which he received IV steroids, and first case had 2/7 score. According to the presentation, the differential diagnosis would be Graves' orbitopathy, orbital myositis, orbital pseudotumor, carotid cavernous fistula, and orbital tumors. So both these cases were diagnosed as case of thyroid eye disease with ocular hypertension, and both of them were started with timolol eye drops BD after 3 raised IOP readings at 3 different OPD visits. And these patients were followed up at 1 week and then bi-weekly and at the end of 2 months, wherein the IOP was controlled well within the normal range with a significant reduction of 20%. So ocular hypertension is more prevalent in patients of Graves' or Graves' orbitopathy than in the normal population, and there are many mechanisms proposed. So the major mechanisms are enlarged extraocular muscles and elevated intraorbital pressure, both of which lead to glycan accumulation to some extent. and it can be managed by orbital decompression surgery or extraocular muscle surgery, or as we did with a single topical anti-glaucoma drug, which resulted in an optimum reduction in IOP. Glaucoma occurs in 0.8 to 1.3% of all these patients with ocular hypertension in Graves' orbitopathy. Hence, we would recommend a close monitoring of these patients to detect and treat early changes in glaucoma. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rohan, for keeping in the time limit. Now you can go back and explain your DDs, since the discussion time starts now, and then the judges will ask you questions. Can you go back to your slide?
Yes, ma'am. I'll just share my screen. Is the screen visible?
Yeah, this is visible. Now you can discuss your DDs.
So we suspected Graves' orbitopathy, first of all, because the patient was a diagnosed case of Graves' disease and had the characteristic signs of lid retraction and proptosis in one case, and along with the symptoms were characteristic for that. And orbital myositis is a localized inflammation and is also taken up as a subset of non-specific orbital inflammatory disease. So it is just the involvement of the extraocular muscles, which can be differentiated from Graves' orbitopathy by the normal T3, T4, TSH panel, along with the characteristic non-involvement of the tendons in Graves' orbitopathy and a diffuse involvement of the extraocular muscles in orbital myositis. And coming on to non-specific orbital inflammatory disease, it can be either a diffuse or a localized presentation. Could be a diffuse orbital pseudotumor in our case, but here the symptoms were in coordination with the thyroid derangement, and the disease activity was such. And the non-specific orbital inflammatory disease has more of extracellular matrix deposition in the form of lymphoid and polymorphous deposition, which actually leads to the inflammation, and they respond wonderfully to non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs initially. And if they don't, they can be treated with steroids. And carotid cavernous fistula has a triad
take up the judges for questions. I think run it fast. And Reena, take the judges for the questions fast.
Yeah, we are taking up.
Okay.
You can just complete.
Carotid cavernous fistula has a pulsatile proptosis, which was not seen in our case, and orbital tumors usually have a non-axial or a dystopia associated with them.
Thank you. Over to judges. You can ask questions, sir.
Each one of them, yeah.
How tonometry was done in this case?
Sir, we did Goldman applanation tonometry, and we measured the IOP in both primary gaze and in the up gaze in these patients. As usually in these cases, there is a raise in the short-term fluctuation and a raise in the up gaze in IOP.
And what was the corneal thickness?
So the corneal thickness for these patients was within 500 to 600. We calculated for all of them. None of them was exceeding.
Can you specify the CCT?
Yes, no, I can specify the CCT. Which case should I specify?
All the cases, sir has asked.
I just wanted to also clarify, I mean, were they supposed to take series of cases or probably one case? I mean, if I take this, I assume.
I think it was single case, no?
Yeah, single case, but because since there were two interrelated cases, so that's why we presented like this.
Okay.
Two cases were similar in presentation.
So the central corneal thickness was 521 and 541 microns for the second case, and it was 536 and 540 for the first case.
To remind me, how much was the pressure, intraocular pressure?
So the intraocular pressures were for the first case in primary gaze it was 23, and up gaze it was 25, and 24 and 26 in the left eye. And the second case, primary position was 24, and in the and up gaze was 27 in the right eye, and 19 and 21 in the left eye.
23, 24, would you thinking of ocular hypertension without any changes?
Sir, since it was patient was a case of Graves or bytopathy and was complaining of pain, but the IOP was beyond 21 millimeters of mercury, which is the normal, and so and without any changes in the optic disc and the visual fields, we suspected ocular hypertension as the most probable cause here.
How will you follow this case? This case is too.
So both these cases we are will follow up for any changes in the retinal nerve fiber layer on indirect ophthalmoscopy and any optic disc changes to catch any early progression to glaucoma in these cases, so that visual loss due to glaucoma can be prevented, and control the IOP and regularly.
Choice of drug, beta blocker or otherwise?
Sir, so we chose beta blocker, but other latanoprost, bimatoprost could also be chosen, but we did not, as it could has a propensity for inflammation, and the second case already was in an active stage of inflammation in Graves or bytopathy, so we chose timolol beta blocker as the choice of drug in these cases. But can also go with an alpha agonist like brimonidine, which would reduce the pressure by reducing aqueous production or episcleral venous pressure. Basically, anything which is not targeting the trabecular meshwork, but the alternative methods of either aqueous production reduction or increased aqueous or uvoscleral outflow.
Dr. Rohan, you told that management of this case by novel anti-glaucoma drug, isn't it? What that was the title of your presentation. So
Yes, sir.
Novel anti-glaucoma drug.
Yes, sir.
What you thought of in this case?
Sir, so there are not many studies or case reports telling a lot about the topical anti-glaucoma, antihypertensive management for these cases. Most of them were either giving systemic steroids along with orbital decompression and orbital decompression or squint surgeries to reduce the pressure. But just to trying to emphasize that even topical antihypertensive drug, if given at the right time, could decrease along with the other management, would decrease IOP to normal level in these cases. The novel management.
Yeah. Are we done with the timing?
Yes, Dr. Sandhya, question from your side is remaining.
I think most of the questions are covered. That's why I wanted to know, you're using beta blocker for both the cases, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rohan, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
On to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Supreme. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Share your slides.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Dr. Supreme is also a very dedicated final year resident from our institute, and her mentor is a vitreoretinal surgeon, Dr. Jaganda. Please share your screen, Dr. Supreme. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen?
Yes. Yes. It is visible.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Supreme Goel. I shall be presenting from Dr. Sweety Dhania's ID as due to technical issues. I'm presenting a case of opacification of intraocular lens. Patient presented with chief complaints of a 50-year-old male resident of Rohtak presented in OPD of ophthalmology Rio with following chief complaints in left eye, diminution of vision and glare for 6 months. History of presenting illness. A 50-year-old male was apparently well 6 months ago when he started complaining of diminution of vision and glare in left eye. Diminution of vision was insidious in onset, significant, painless, gradually progressive in nature, and was associated with glare. It was not associated with redness, watering, discharge, or increased sensitivity to light. Past history. Patient is a known case of uncontrolled type 2 diabetes mellitus since last 20 years, and he is on irregular treatment. He underwent uneventful left eye cataract surgery with PCIL implantation, which was of hydrophilic acrylic in nature and pars plana vitrectomy for PDR with non-resolving vitreous hemorrhage 2 years ago, as per records available with the patient. There was no history of any systemic illness. There was no history of any drug allergy. Family history was not significant. Personal history was unremarkable. On general physical examination, patient is well-built, conscious, and well-oriented to time, place, and person. Vitals were stable, and he was afebrile to touch. There was no pallor, icterus, sinuses, clubbing, lymphadenopathy, or pedal edema. Systemic examination was unremarkable. Ocular examination, it has been presented in a tabular form. Visual acuity in both eyes, in right eye was 6/60, and left eye it was 3/60. Head posture, there was no deviation observed in both eyes. Forehead, it was there was wrinkling, which was bilaterally symmetrical in both eyes. Ocular movements were full and painless in all directions of gaze. Adnexa was NAT in both eyes. Palpebral aperture, vertical 10 mm and horizontal 29 mm in both eyes. Lacrimal apparatus, there was no swelling or redness in the lacrimal sac area. Rhoplus was negative in both eyes. Conjunctiva was within normal limits in both eyes. Sclera and episclera, there was no discoloration, nodule, or laceration. Limbus was normal in both eyes. Cornea was clear in both eyes. Anterior chamber was of normal depth. There was there were no cells, flare, or hypopyon in either of the eye. Iris was of normal pattern and pigmentation. Pupil was 3 mm round, with direct reflex present and consensual reflex present in right eye. Whereas in left eye, pupil showed wide pupillary reflex on torchlight examination. Lens in right eye was cataractous, normal in position, and biconvex in shape. Whereas in left eye, it was well-centered, opacified IOL placed in bag seen. Opacity were found within and around the optic substance on higher magnification. Fundus in right eye showed moderate NPDR with CSME, whereas in left eye, it was not visible as media was hazy. IOP was 15 in right eye and 17 in left eye. This is a slit lamp image of left eye showing opacified intraocular lens. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Supreme. We are over to judges for the questions.
How did you manage this case? Because it was very less, no?
Yeah, sir, we went ahead with annual exchange surgery.
I was asking you how would you manage? So you won't straight away go with exchange, no? You will do something else.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, on slit lamp examination, our diagnosis was clear cut. We could see IOL opacification, so diagnosis was made of for IOL opacification. And because patient was symptomatic and he had significant diminution of vision, then we had to surgically explant the IOL and exchange it with another one with hydrophobic material. And on explantation, we grossly examined the IOL, and we also did microscopic examination using H&E stain and bone fossa stain and alizarin red stain.
Hydrophobic was multi-piece or single piece?
Sir, single piece.
In the bag or outside the bag?
Sir, in the bag only.
You said the patient was diabetic. He had already gotten a pars plana vitrectomy.
Yes, ma'am. Patient has already underwent pars plana vitrectomy for PDR with vitreous hemorrhage. Actually, these also contribute to the IOL calcification because in diabetic patients, there is a risk of blood aqueous barrier breakdown, which contributes to the alteration in the aqueous humor composition, leading to more deposition of calcium phosphate in the lens surface.
So the fundus, you see the fundus. You couldn't see the fundus.
Yes, ma'am. Because of IOL calcification, we could not see fundus in that eye.
What about the other eye?
Ma'am, it was moderate NPDR with clinically significant macular edema.
But this eye, if you say already been vitrectomized and you can't see the fundus, so you would like to do something else before going ahead with the surgery?
Yes, ma'am. We could have done ultrasound B scan to look for posterior segment.
You could have. You mean it was not?
Ma'am, actually, patient did not give permission to undergo.
for ultrasound, but you didn't even.
Pardon, ma'am?
No, you didn't even advise.
When we advised, but patient did not give permission, then we had to.
You didn't tell us. You know, already, checkmate been done. It is very, very important because you don't know what behind it. It could be a big crash. It could cut out the, and then you land up with nothing. The patient is still fine. You won't achieve anything. So
yes, ma'am. But since patient was had already undergone surgery for the same, so with good visual outcome after that, then that kind of.
That was long back, when, things can always change. You're not understanding my point. Anyways, any other question?
Himanshu, sir.
So my question is, because the vision was bad, hampered, you hardly had any way to check whether the IOL, because we have seen even hydrophobic IOLs having got discolored, but the vision is not quite affected. So
yes, sir.
Was there gross opacity in the lens?
Yes, sir. There was gross opacification of IOL surface. Actually, hydrophilic and hydrophobic both can undergo opacification, but hydrophilic lens IOLs are more susceptible for opacification. Whereas there are three types of calcification: primary calcification, secondary calcification, or pseudo calcification. Primary calcification is mainly because of IOL material or packaging or storage techniques. Whereas secondary opacification is due to any risk factors, ocular or systemic, like diabetes, like pars plana vitrectomy, like any prolonged surgery, any complicated surgery, which lead to breaking of blood aqueous barrier. So in cases of secondary opacification, either hydrophilic or hydrophobic lenses both can undergo opacification. And in pseudocalcification, there is false positive staining for calcium.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I can't resist jumping in. Can I jump in? Though I'm not supposed to be here.
Please, sir.
This is a topic of my interest, and I've been working with a lot of IOL manufacturers over time, multinationals, and I have a special interest in this. Just for the benefit of students here, I'm sure the judges are aware, most of these IOLs would fall into the primary or the secondary, and majority in the primary. That is due to a bad compression molding process, or the solution. Sometimes, even hydrophobic lenses are not stored at the proper temperature. Hydrophilic lenses would have more tendency because they're contained in sometimes plastic bottles which have silicone bunges, and low quality silicone permeates and leaches into the fluid and forms a binding within the PMMA complex, and then ends up having calcium chelate with this. So we have to be very careful how we store our lenses, because all these lenses are very sensitive to temperature, and I've been associated with the manufacturers, and I've been told any temperature more than 45 degrees of storing of the lens is detrimental and predisposes these IOLs for calcification. Even the best quality lenses, if you store them at a higher temperature for a long time. So I guess they should benefit. That's why I couldn't resist jumping in. So temperature storage is very, very important in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your comments. Dr. Rajesh, sir, any other question?
Fine, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So now we go to our next speaker, Dr. Sonam. Please share your slides. Dr. Sonam, very hard-working resident. Sandhya ma'am, you want to say something? Sandhya ma'am? So she'll be presenting her case now, Dr. Sonam. Our mentor is Dr. Ashok Rathi, who is the cornea consultant at BJMS Rohtak.
Shall I start?
Okay, please. Time of 4 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Sonam Gill, and I shall be presenting a case study of corneal pellucid marginal degeneration in a young female under the guidance of my guide, Professor Ashok Rathi. We had a 20-year-old female named Anju who came to us in February 22 with chief complaint of blurring of vision, dryness, discomfort in both eyes since last 3 years, and it was the first visit to an ophthalmologist. Coming to the history of presenting illness, she was asymptomatic since last 3 years, following which she developed blurring of vision for far objects, which was bilateral and gradual in onset and progression. It was associated with headache and no other pain. Dryness and discomfort was also there, and it was also bilateral, and she complained of foreign body sensation for the same. There was no history of discharge, watering, redness, photophobia, any pain, floaters, or any trauma or installation of foreign body. Coming to the past history, it was negative for any trauma or foreign body injury. There was no history of any corneal ulceration or any other corneal pathology or refractive surgery or any treatment history. Family history was negative for hypertension, diabetes, bronchial asthma, rheumatoid arthritis, or any other ocular pathologies. Systemic history was also negative for joint pain, allergies, asthma, diabetes, and vasculitis. Coming to the examination part, general and physical examination showed no history, no pallor, icterus, clubbing, cyanosis, lymphadenopathy, or edema. Systemic examination showed was well within the normal limit. That is, there was that is the respiratory, cardiovascular, GIT, and nervous system. They were well within the normal limit. Ocular examination showed that her uncorrected visual acuity was 5/60 in both the eyes, and best corrected visual acuity was 6/9. Ocular motility, both duction and versions, they were full bilaterally. Head posture was straight. Adnexe, which included eyebrow, eyelid, eyelashes, with a negative Roplast test, it was well within the normal limit. Conjunctiva on right side, comprising bulbar, palpebral, and farnesyal conjunctiva, it was within the normal limit. And on left side, she had some concretions on the lateral aspect of lower palpebral conjunctiva. Cornea did not show any scar or vascularization or deposition in both the eyes. It was clear. Iris was normally pigmented with normal in size and normally reactive pupil. Both direct and consensual light reflexes were normal. Posterior segment showed glowed on direct ophthalmoscope with normal fundus finding. Slit lamp examination showed, like we said earlier, it showed concretions in lower palpebral conjunctiva along with inferior corneal thinning bilaterally without any corneal scar, deposition, pigmentation, or ulceration. And fundus examination, like we said earlier, it was within normal limit with the vertical CD ratio of 0.3, normal vessels, and a healthy macula. This is the slit lamp examination showing inferior corneal thinning with mild. It was prominent in 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock quadrant, but we cannot see that in this picture. The corneal ectasia was present right above the thinning, and we can see that the cornea, there is clear cornea between the limbus and the thinning, and just below the thinning, the corneal thickness is within the normal limit. Coming to the provisional DDs that could be there for this particular case, it could be a case of refractive error. That is, it could be myopia. Since she was complaining of foreign body, it could be concretions. It could be pellucid marginal degeneration, Terence marginal degeneration, or keratoconus or keratoglobus, or Dellen's degeneration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Soni. Over to judges for questions.
How did you confirm the diagnosis of pellucid marginal degeneration?
Sir, we'll follow this case with further investigations in form of central corneal thickness, and then we'll follow it up with keratometry and then pentagram. Grossly,
yes.
Grossly we can see it on we can see it on slit lamp also, but it is not a very sure finding that we can confirm on slit lamp, especially by junior residents.
What is a confirmatory diagnosis?
It's a pentagram. Pentagram and CCT.
Yes. What is the appearance?
It's a butterfly appearance on pentagram.
Okay. Butterfly or crab claw appearance?
I might be wrong, sir. I'm not sure. I thought it is butterfly.
Okay. What was the astigmatism in this case? Did you retinoscopy or autorefractometry?
Sir, it was against the rule and it was minus 2.5 diopter cylindrical.
How will you
Why did you
manage?
think of doing a topography? Why did you think of doing a pentacam?
So, can you please repeat?
Why did you think of doing a topography?
Sir, first of all, sir, on slit lamp examination, there was a thinning was there. And secondly, when we proceed with corneal with CCT also showed thinning in one particular part. So we thought it could be corneal pathology since all other examination findings were not going to any of the diagnosis. So we thought of going with the pentacam. That was the only investigation which could have helped us with the diagnosis.
That's what the question corollary is. What was the pre-op thought process before you thought of doing a pentacam? What options did you think in your mind?
Sir, options as in about the disease or about the
Yeah, that's right.
Sir, we thought of keratoconus.
From the patient presentation to your diagnosis,
yes,
before the pentacam.
Sir, we could do it for keratoconus also, keratoconus and keratoglobus, because it was a young female. So those are the findings. Those are the diseases which were more in our mind in order to proceed for this.
Can we have the residents' videos on, please, while they're answering questions and presenting? Sandhya ma'am, any question from your side?
Asking you, what did you do for your treatment part?
Ma'am, we can, first of all, we can advise for refractive glasses. But if it doesn't help the patient, we can go for contact lenses, especially in these particular cases where there is corneal pathologies are there. Then we can go for rigid gas permeable contact lenses rather than soft contact lenses, because they are not going to help us with the corneal curvature, which is already thinned out and which is already irregular. And we can also, following that, these are the conservative management, medical management that we can do rather than going for surgical management, which we can do which we can reserve for later stages. For example, ma'am, can I tell about the procedure or surgical management?
That is fine. So how long would you, how will you follow up the patient? How frequently you will call the follow-up, and what all you would like to see on follow-up?
Ma'am, we should follow up the patient every 15 days of 1 month to see how much is the change in the refraction and how much is the change in the astigmatism, because once it is to see the progression and to see whether there is any visual decline in the visual acuity, or to see whether it has progressed to other quadrants also.
You will expect any change in the refraction?
Not in 15 days, 1 month to 3 months typically, normally. Not in exact 15 days, ma'am, but just to see, because since the cornea is already thinned out, and what if there is any injury, we'll advise that to the patient. But for follow-up, it has to be 1 to 3 months.
Any other question?
Another question? We can thank you, Dr. Sonu. We can proceed to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Kiran. Dr. Kiran, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Please share your slide.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Kiran Naidar, JR2 from RIM PGMS Router. I shall be presenting a case on extensive and metastatic sebaceous gland carcinoma of eyelid, primary management with radiotherapy, under the guidance of my guide, Professor Nipa Anand ma'am. 63-year-old female presented to eye OPD with complaints of swelling of right eye upper lid since 5 months, discharged right eye since 3 months, and swelling on right side of neck since 2.5 months. Patient was apparently asymptomatic. 5 months back when she noticed swelling of right eye upper lid. Swelling was painless initially, but it gradually increased in size and was then associated with pain, which was non-radiating, and ulceration of lower surface of the swelling. Patient complained of discharge from upper lid swelling 3 months back. The discharge was scanty, foul smelling, and yellowish in color with no associated history of bleeding. Patient also complained of swelling on right side of neck since 2.5 months, which was painless and gradually progressive. History of loss of appetite and weight was reported by the patient. There was no associated history of fever, difficulty in respiration, and swallowing. There is no history of similar complaints in the past, no significant medical history, no past surgical history, no history of preceding trauma, no history of prior radiation or immunosuppressive therapy. There is no history of similar complaints in the family, and there is no significant personal history. On examination, general physical examination showed general condition of the patient was good, build and nutrition was within normal limit. There were no signs of pallor, icterus, cyanosis, edema. Temperature was within normal limit. Gait was within normal limit. Systemic examination showed no abnormality. Coming to local examination, inspection shows a full thickness lid right eye upper lid mass measuring 12 by 17 centimeter, involving whole of the upper lid was seen with drooping of the upper lid, as we can see in this picture. It extends superiorly to the right eyebrow. It was round to oval in shape. Surface of the mass was multilobulated and showed prominence of vasculature. There was ulceration over inferior border of mass at lid margin covered by scab. An ill-defined 5 by 2 centimeter mass noted in right submandibular region, as we can see here in this picture. Surface of the mass appeared smooth with normal overlying skin. On palpation, a firm, tender, full thickness mass was present, involving whole of the right upper lid and extending to right eyebrow area. Mass was non-compressible, non-mobile, and non-transluminant. Overlying skin showed ulceration over the inferior border of mass at leg margin covered by scab. Lymph node examination showed a firm and non-tender mass in the right submandibular region. Mass was non-compressible and freely mobile. Overlying skin was normal. Similar mass measuring 1 by 1 centimeter was noted in the preauricular region. Ocular examination of the right eye could not be done due to large size of the mass. Left eye ocular examination showed visual acuity to be 6 by 60. Ocular motility was full. Adnexa was within normal limit. Conjunctiva and sclera were within normal limit. Cornea was clear. Anterior chamber were of normal depth and was within normal limit. Pupil was of normal size and normal reaction. Iris was within normal limit. There was mature senile cataract, and fundus could not be examined due to that. So based on the clinical history and examination, the provisional diagnosis of my case was sebaceous gland carcinoma of right eye upper lid.
Over to judges for questions.
How did you confirm the diagnosis?
Sir, after the clinical examination, we got all the blood investigations done, which included complete hemogram, inflammatory markers, ESR, CRP, the LFT, RFT. Then we got the UST of the local swelling done, and it showed a hypoechoic lesion, following which we got the FNAC of the lesion done, and it showed it to be a sebaceous gland carcinoma, plus there was mets to the submandibular gland. After that, we got the incisional biopsy of the upper eyelid mass done. It confirmed our diagnosis. We also got the scans done in order to check for the metastasis. And we got the USG abdomen done. Patient was found to have liver mets in both the right and left lobe of the liver. So following that, the patient we got the radiotherapy opinion done for the patient, and patient underwent radiotherapy of the mass, which showed significant improvement, followed by chemotherapy. And after 2-year follow-up of the patient, still the patient showed no recurrence of the mass.
So do you have follow-up pictures of the patient?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, this was the image post pre-radiotherapy, and this was the image post-radiotherapy.
So any chemotherapy is also done?
Yes, ma'am. Following one session of radiotherapy, she was given chemotherapy, 5-fluorouracil plus paclitaxel, 3 weekly cycles, 3 weekly, 6 cycles were given.
You must have done full body CT scan and all.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, CT scan was done, and it showed the resolution of the mass as well as the beds in the liver.
So how was the visual acuity improved?
Sandhya, ma'am, you're not audible.
And I'm asking in your follow-up, in your examination of your follow-up, could you make out improvement in visual acuity?
Ma'am, right eye also had immature senile cataract. So her vision was around 636, and right now we were treating her only for the sebaceous cell carcinoma. Before the treatment, we were not able to examine the eye.
It was on FNAC. You made your diagnosis on FNAC, right?
Yes, ma'am. Confirm biopsy.
Dr. Himanshu, sir, any question from your side?
We can go for the next case, right?
Clear cut, I think.
Any questions from anyone else?
Dr. Rajesh, sir, Dr. Himanshu, sir, any questions from your side?
No, I don't. That's quite
I
clear.
think we will go to next case.
Okay. So can we have the next speaker, please? The next speaker is from Kalpana Chawla Hospital. Dr. Ruby is trying to join. Dr. Ruby, can the IT guy just check? She's not able to join. I invite Dr. Jaya for her case now. Dr. Jaya, are you there? Yeah. So can you please share your slides?
Oh, sure, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is my presentation being seen there?
Yes, it's visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I would be presenting a case of myiasis and mucormycosis in an uncontrolled diabetic, which called double whammy. And I have been mentored by Dr. Sumit Khanuja, HOD at Department of Ophthalmology, KCGMC Karnal, and Dr. Roli Sood, Associate Professor at KCGMC Karnal. 18-year-old male presented to us in the emergency department with complaint of pain in the left eye, swelling around the left eye, itching and crawling sensation around the eye, with foul smelling discharge from nose, mouth, and eye since 14 days. On examination, there was no perception of light in the left eye. There was severe facial hemifacial edema was seen. Severe necrosis of the orbital left side was seen, and the eyeball was completely destroyed with no structures visible. On deeper examination, the orbital cavity was steaming up with the maggots. On oral examination, the palatal ulcer was revealed. So past history revealed the presence of uncontrolled diabetes in the patient. There was a history of trivial trauma around the eye with the poor healing of the wound 3 months back. So on the basis of history and examination, a provisional diagnosis of oculofacial mucormycosis with orbital myiasis was made. So factor favoring my diagnosis of mucormycosis was the presence of uncontrolled diabetes, purullosanguinous exudates and with unpleasant odor from nasal septum and turbinates, palatal ulceration, necrosis of the nasal structures, complete destruction of eyeball, and orbital necrosis. So this was the factors that were favoring my diagnosis of mucormycosis, and the factors favoring meiosis was the presence of rural background with poor hygiene, uncontrolled diabetes mellitus. There was this history of non-healing wound 3 months back, which must have provided the nidus for maggots to grow in the wound area. So immediate management was started of the patient with removal of necrotic tissue and maggots from the cavity. Patient was started on amphotericin B as there was a high index of suspicion for mucormycosis and systemic antibiotics to prevent the superimposed infections. Wound dressing was done of the patient, and the patient was the blood investigations were ordered, which revealed blood sugar levels were to be 625 milligram DL. And COVID status was negative of the patient. CT scan of the head and orbit was ordered, which revealed the complete opacification of maxillary sinus with destruction of ethmoidal frontal and sphenoidal sinus, destruction of orbital roof, medial wall of the orbit, and greater wing of the sphenoid, which was highly suggestive of rhino-orbital cerebral mucormycosis. So urgent surgical debridement was planned for this patient with the removal of the necrotic bones and tissue. And the palatal obturator was put to prevent gagging of the patient. So the necrosed bone tissue was sent for histopathological examination, which revealed the presence of gram-negative bacilli and septate hyphae, confirming our diagnosis of rhino-orbital cerebral mucormycosis with orbital meiosis. So the patient was continued on amphotericin B with the dosing of 1 to 1.5 milligram per day and systemic antibiotics. Anti-hyperglycemic agents were started and regular wound dressing of the patient was done. So over a period of 48 days, the patient was given treatment and the wound dressing was done constantly. After that, the orbital cavity was completely healed. The wound was completely healed with formation of healthy granulation tissue, and no maggots were seen in the cavity. And we were very pleased to see such a beautiful success for the patient. Thank you so much.
Dr. Jaya, over to judges for their questions.
Hanji ma'am.
Well managed case. I mean, such nice resolution. It's so nice to see,
Thank you, ma'am.
Nice to see. Unfortunate from the patient's perspective. I think so sad. Unfortunate that we keep seeing these cases. But
Yes, sir.
well said. Diagnosis hitting us in our head. Tremendously immunocompromised patient.
Yes, sir.
So how about the other heart, liver, kidney? Anything else elsewhere?
The systemic examination, other organs were sort of fine, sir. We were managing the patient in close consultation with physician, so the other organs were not involved.
Was it post-COVID? Anything to do with COVID?
No, sir. The COVID test was done, sir. It was negative, sir, for the patient.
The cause, would say, was juvenile diabetes.
Yes, sir, ma'am. Type 1 diabetes mellitus, which was uncontrolled. The patient was not taking the treatment properly.
Is this still on treatment?
Sorry, sir.
Still on antifungal?
So I could not catch your question.
Is he still on antifungal treatment?
Yes, sir. Right now he is not on antifungal treatment. He was given the antifungal treatment till the dose of 3 grams was completed. So after that, we are closely following the patient. The wound is healthy and is not showing any resurgence.
No room for questions. We are running short of time anyways.
Dr. Himanshu, any question from your side?
I think we'll go to the next topic.
So we
Thank
end
you.
the next
Thank you so much, everyone.
Dr. Pooja. Dr. Pooja, are you ready with your presentation? Please share your slides. Is Dr. Pooja there? Dr. Pooja and Dr. Rubina, 2 speakers from Kalpana Chawla Hospital are left. Are you there, both of you?
I think they might be having some problem in joining. So should we move on to session 2?
Correct.
We can do that. In the meantime, I would ask the judges to please send me their score sheets on a personal WhatsApp group which we have created.
How much time do you need it, Doc?
You can take your time, Dr. Mehta, because we'll have the second session, and I think we can announce in the end. What do you say, Reena? We can announce at the end, right? So maybe another 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes, 20 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I call Dr. Rowley to start the second session.
Just before that, I would just like to say thank you, Dr. Reena, Dr. Arti, for a wonderful session. Wonderful sessions going on, and thank you for having us as a part of it.
It's our pleasure to have you all as judges and as panelists for a session. Thank you for contributing so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are starting with the second session after this super energetic session by our budding ophthalmologist and a really interactive session with the judges. So we move on to the session 2, which is Dr. Kadambini Gangulu's session. So as Dr. Arti already introduced us to this starring personality in the beginning, Dr. Kadambini Ganguly was a woman of many firsts. She was the first Indian woman to gain admission into the prestigious Calcutta Medical College, subsequently trained in Scotland, and then became the first Indian woman to practice modern medicine in India. Now, this was a very significant achievement considering the kind of environment she had to battle, lots of social prejudices prevalent at that time. And yet she fought against all of them to have a successful medical practice. And here, may I mention, despite being a mother of 8 children. So that should be some inspiration for all of us. And not only that, she was also politically active and was the first woman speaker in the Indian National Congress. Her journey has been path-breaking and has paved the way for many generations of women entrepreneurs. So coming to our esteemed panel of judges, we have with us Dr. Kamal Kapoor, co-founder and medical director, Sharpsight Center Group of Eye Hospitals, which is a chain of 15 eye hospitals spread not over all over India, but also in Africa and Mongolia. His main interest is cataract, LASIK, phakic IOLs, and has performed more than 60,000 cataract surgeries and anterior segment surgeries. He has been at the forefront of surgical training and technology and skill transfer to colleagues, and has presented many papers and ICs at various national and international conferences. Those of whom you are regular attendees of conference, I'm sure you must be aware of his other side of being a DJ, his active interest in sound engineering, video graphics, software, and Urdu poetry. We welcome you, sir. We are also very honored to have amongst us Dr. Shilpa Kotkani, Chief Consultant and Managing Director, Dr. Kotkani's Super Specialty Eye Center, Belgaum in Karnataka. Dr. Shilpa is a pioneer in phaco, LASIK, and corneal transplantations in the city of Belgaum. She has presented numerous papers at various national and international conferences and has also been an invited speaker at various instruction courses in AIOS and other conferences. Welcome, ma'am. We hope to have a very interesting session with you around. We're also very privileged to have with us today Dr. Anita Sethi, Director and HOD, Department of Ophthalmology, Fortis Memorial Research Institute, Gurgaon. Dr. Anita trained at the prestigious RP Center of Ophthalmic Sciences, Delhi. She was also working for a considerable amount of time at the Gangaram Hospital. She's proficient in anterior segment surgery, including phacoemulsification, LASIK, and also has a special interest in orbital and oculoplastic surgery, and has chaired numerous sessions and workshops on the same. Apart from numerous publications in prestigious journals, Dr. Sethi has also co-authored a book on phacoemulsification entitled Manual of Phaco Techniques, a Text and Atlas. Welcome, ma'am. We hope you will be, the young ophthalmologists will be able to take advantage of your immense experience and expertise. We also had on our judges panel, Dr. Reena M. Chaudhary, Senior Consultant, Glaucoma and Cataract Services and Chief Operating Officer, Eye Care Eye Hospital and PG Institute, Noida, who has been doing seminal work in the field of glaucoma and cataract for the past 20 years. However, unfortunately, she is not feeling well, so she might not be able to join today. So So we move on to our session. Just going over the rules once more. Each speaker will get 4 minutes to complete with his or her case presentation. And there will be a question answer session of 6 minutes by the judges. So I would request everyone to kindly stick to the timeline so we are able to finish this well in time and have a fruitful and interactive session. So going on to the first speaker, the speakers of this session are all from PGI Chandigarh, which I'm sure you all know is a center of excellence and has some really young and dynamic faculty doing very interesting and excellent work in research. So we do hope to have lots of interesting clinical cases today. So starting with the first presentation, we have Dr. Kajal, who's being mentored by Dr. Vishali Gupta, presenting on enigma or white dot syndrome following COVID vaccination. Over to you, Dr. Kajal. Dr. Kajal, are you there? Dr. Kajal, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Yeah, please start your screen sharing and your time will start now.
Ma'am, it's showing that you cannot start screen sharing.
Slowly, you will have to stop your screen share.
Yeah, done.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can I start?
Yes, please, Dr. Kajal, please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank the whole WOS team to give me this opportunity to present my case. I'll be mentored by Professor Vishali ma'am, but as she is not here, I'll be mentored by Dr. Atul, who works at PGI Chandigarh under Dr. Vishali ma'am. I'll be presenting the topic of enigma white dot syndrome after COVID vaccination. Starting with my case, a 38-year-old Asian male presented with complaints of flashes of light in the left eye and black dot in the temporal field for the last 1 week. It was not associated with any other ocular complaint. There was no history of any previous ocular surgery or ocular trauma. But the patient gives a positive history of receiving COVID vaccination, which was Covishield 8 weeks prior to the onset of symptoms. On ocular examination, the best corrected visual acuity was 6/6 in both right and left.
Dr. Kajal, yeah, please share your slides accordingly. I think your slideshow is not moving.
Ma'am, it is moving from my side.
Put it on a slideshow.
Yeah, put it on a slideshow, please. Yes.
Ma'am, is it
that's
okay
fine.
now?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Okay. Continuing on the ocular examination, the best corrected visual acuity in left and right eye was 6/6 plano. The intraocular pressure by NCT, lids and extraocular movement, pupils and anterior segment were within normal limit. And the posterior segment in the right eye, it showed media grade 1 with disc of normal shape, size and color, and grossly the right eye was normal. In the left eye also, there was media grade 1. There was 1+ vitritis present. Disc was normal shape, size and color. And
Dr. Kajal, your slides are again not moving. I think you need to unshare and share again.
Okay, so I'll do it again. So is it visible?
That's fine.
Yeah, it's visible. It's visible.
Ma'am, it is moving.
When you move to the next, we'll know.
I'm moving.
No,
it's not moving. You have to put it on
slideshow.
Single
yes,
slide.
Put it on
slideshow.
Ma'am, I've put it on slideshow only.
It's not on slideshow.
No, it's not on slideshow. You can see your rest of the slides also on the side.
Ma'am, in my actually screen, it is on slideshow only.
Okay, I think you can just continue and then we can have the slides later on if that is.
You need to share the either PowerPoint or slideshow. You are sharing the wrong screen, I think.
Shall I try again? Give me 1 second.
Have you opened 2 screens?
No, ma'am. I have opened Microsoft.
Now move to next slide. Yeah, now they are moving.
Yeah, now
Go
we
on.
can see.
Okay, ma'am. I'll continue with the ocular examination on the fundus photo. Ma'am, in the right eye, it was grossly normal. And in the left eye, we could appreciate it was media grade 1. The disc was normal. And we could appreciate there were some faint yellowish lesions, which was present only in the temporal retina, which most probably were subretinal. So
We
Dr.
can see the
Kajal, sorry
slide
to
of.
interrupt. We can't see the slides. Yeah.
Yeah, now we can.
Ma'am,
Okay, now we can.
okay. Ma'am, the fundus autofluorescence of the right eye was within normal limit. This is the left eye, which I'm showing on the screen. It showed some hypopigmented, hyper autofluorescent patches, which were corresponding to the retinal lesions, which were seen in the fundus photo. So we went ahead and to see the level of the lesions, we got a OCT done. It is a line scan passing through the macula, where we could appreciate there are some conical type like lesions which are arising from RPE, and there was disruption of the ellipsoid zone. So according to all this investigation, we made a provisional diagnosis of white dot syndrome. So we got the visual field done, where we can see there was enlargement of blind spot, and also we got a multifocal ERG done, which showed decreased amplitude of A wave in both light and dark adaptation. Combined ICG and FFA was done. The FFA revealed perivascular staining, as we can appreciate in this area, and the ICG showed hypofluorescent peripapillary area, which was corresponding to the hyper autofluorescent area in the fundus autofluorescence. So we made a differential diagnosis of multiple evanescent white dot syndrome, multifocal choroiditis, and syphilis due to the typical OCT findings, but the tests for syphilis were negative. So our final diagnosis was mutes. According to the history that it was a unilateral condition, there was a history of preceding vaccination, and the fundus, OCT, FFA, ICG findings were suggestive of mutes. So we asked the patient to keep, we kept the patient on observation, and the patient came back after 1 month, and all the fundus autofluorescence and OCT all were normal, and lesions resolved. There have been case reports in literature where we saw white dot syndromes following COVID vaccination. Thank you.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation, Dr. Kajal. I would request the judges to go ahead with their questions.
Yeah, sorry, I missed the beginning. There is a history of COVID vaccination?
Yes, ma'am. The patient received first dose of Covishield vaccine. 8 weeks after, he developed flashes of light in the left eye.
So were you able to correlate those flashes of light with his condition?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, it was a unilateral condition, and clinically also we were able to see some white dots. And in literature also we have seen that we can there was conditions of mutes, which is multiple evanescent white dot syndrome, following COVID vaccination and various other vaccination. And this is a self-limiting condition, and it resolved on its own after 1 month, ma'am. So we were able to correlate.
No, I'm just asking you, what is the cause for flashes of light? Just a simple clinical, and not putting the diagnosis aside. What is the cause for flashes of light?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, he had some disruption at the level of RPE. So, ma'am, there was a disruption. OCT, we can see there was some disruption at the level of photoreceptors also. So maybe, ma'am, it was because of that only he developed these symptoms.
The other vaccinations for COVID were mRNA. This one is Covishield. Are there any other reports of similar conditions after Covishield?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
there are?
Yes, ma'am, there are. There have been outside, there have been a case report with Pfizer also, ma'am.
So what is the basic pathophysiology behind this?
Ma'am, it is actually ma'am, it is a autoimmune condition, as in this case also. Ma'am, it is a rare condition, which here in this condition was autoimmune, ma'am. We were thinking it was an autoimmune condition. It's a rare inflammatory disease of outer retina and retinal pigment epithelium.
What is the usual sequelae that is seen of these kind of conditions?
Ma'am, these conditions usually resolves on its own only, and the patient gains the best corrected visual acuity, ma'am. It usually resolves on its own.
So this patient had normal vision.
Yes,
and the only complaint was flashes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But ma'am, all the lesions resolved when after a month, ma'am, all the lesions on all investigations, ma'am, they resolved.
Do you have a photograph of the problem having been resolved?
Yes.
Like a photo after?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, My slides are visible, ma'am?
They're not visible.
Okay.
So if you can quickly share
Yes, ma'am.
the picture of the final
Yes, ma'am.
resolution.
Ma'am, this is 1 month, ma'am. Is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, ma'am. We can appreciate the fundus autofluorescence also resolved, and the OCT findings were also normal, ma'am.
Fundus picture do you have?
There it is.
Color fundus photograph?
Ma'am, no, ma'am. But it was normal, ma'am. Exactly, ma'am. The lesions disappeared, ma'am.
So, doctor, in any other cases, can it be more severe, and would there be any indication for treatment for this kind of inflammation?
Ma'am, there have been only few cases, but some has tried steroids also. But ma'am, it is controversial. We are not sure yet that we can use it. But majority of the, ma'am, it resolves on its own only.
So you're talking about post-vaccination. I'm saying MUDs as a condition, it can sometimes be more severe.
Ma'am, it can be, but it is very rare, ma'am.
So thank you. Any other questions from the judges? So ma'am, can we move on to the next speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kajal, for your very well presented and investigated case. So you can stop your screen sharing now. We move on to the next speaker, Dr. Kshitij, who is being mentored by Dr. Chintan, and he is going to present a case on anterior lenticonus. Think twice before labeling it as amblyopia. Dr. Kshitij, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for introduction. Good afternoon.
Yes, please start your screen sharing.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, 1 second. I'm trying to share.
Sure. Dr. Kshitij, if you're having an issue, can we move on to the next speaker and then we can come back to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Because can we do that? Is Dr. Abha ready with her presentation?
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. So
Yes, ma'am,
we
I'm ready,
can
ma'am.
take Dr. Kshitij next. So till then, we can begin with the clinical case presentation of Dr. Abha, who is presenting a case on Kayanagi-Harada syndrome and is being mentored by Dr. Rima. Dr. Abha, please start.
Ma'am, is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Abha. I am a first semester resident in Eye Center PGI Chandigarh. I would like to thank WOS for giving me this opportunity to present the case on this platform. Before starting, I would like to introduce my mentor. She is Dr. Rima Bansal. She is a professor and a renowned uveitis and vitreoretina expert in Advanced Eye Center PGI Chandigarh. I am presenting a case of bilateral exudative retinal detachment in an elderly woman. A 67 years old Asian Indian woman presented with diminution of vision in both eyes for last 4 months, which was gradually progressive and not associated with pain or redness. She is both eyes pseudophakic with good visual gain and no history of ocular trauma, similar episodes, or any systemic illness. On examination, her best corrected visual acuity was perception to light present and projection of rays accurate in all 4 quadrants in both eyes. Her intraocular pressure, lids and adnexa, and conjunctiva were within normal limits. On anterior segment examination, we are able to appreciate mutton fat keratic precipitates present in both eyes. AC cells were present 2+, FLAIR 1+, according to standardized uveitic nomenclature, and both eyes pseudophakia. On examination, we can see that there is a wide fibrous band just behind the intraocular lens in the right eye with vessels, which is suggestive of total retinal detachment in the right eye, and left eye there was dense vitritis. We tried doing an indirect ophthalmoscopy, and in the right eye, we were not able to appreciate the optic disc, and due to dense vitritis, the left eye's retina details were not visible. Hence, we went in for an ultra wide field fundus photography, which was suggestive of both eyes' total retinal detachment. We were not able to locate any peripheral retinal breaks. Hence, we made a diagnosis of bilateral exudative retinal detachment and went with the possibility of masquerade syndrome, Vokoyanagi-Harada syndrome, sympathetic ophthalmia, and uveal effusion syndrome. On retrospective history, there is no history of fever, night sweats, weight loss, pain abdomen, altered bowel habits, anorexia, abnormal uterine bleeding, palpable lump, any flu-like illness, neck stiffening, any ocular trauma, or use of high-power glasses. On systemic examination, the patient was thin-built, afebrile, with normal pulse rate, blood pressure, and no lymphadenopathy, no palpable masses, and no skin abnormalities. So we kept a provisional diagnosis of masquerade syndrome and went forward with the ancillary investigation of both eye ultrasound D scan, which was suggestive of dome-shaped retinal detachment with no mass lesion, and axial length of both eyes was 22 millimeters. We started the patient on topical steroids and atropine and ordered lab investigations, which came out to be normal. Her ultrasound abdomen with pelvis, HRCT, MRI was within normal limits. We did a left eye diagnostic plasma vitrectomy with scleral buccal with fluoride exchange with endo laser with tamponade under local anesthesia. Interoperatively, we were not able to appreciate any peripheral retinal breaks. However, we did appreciate small nummular hyperpigmented patches present in the left eye, and did this raise a suspicion that we might be dealing with the case of Vokoyanagi-Harada syndrome. On vitreous tap and subretinal fluid investigations, it was negative for pan-viral and pan-bacterial PCR, and cytology for malignant cells was also negative. Keeping a possibility of Vokoyanagi-Harada syndrome, we started the patient on high-dose IV methylpred, and as we can see that the patient is responding to IV methylpred, and a sunset glow fundus is coming up after 1 month post IV methylpred. We shifted the patient to steroid-sparing therapy of azathioprine, and the patient has small, and we can appreciate small nummular hypopigmented patches with sunset glow fundus. Similarly, in the left eye, we are able to appreciate a sunset glow fundus with nummular hypopigmented patches. This is the last follow-up picture of the patient. Her visual acuity has improved to counting finger at 2 meters in the right eye and 6/12 in the left eye. Her intraocular pressures were within normal limits. Lids and adnexa and conjunctiva within normal limits. The anterior segment is squared. There is a good, healthy posterior red fundus glow. On posterior segment examination, we are able to appreciate the optic disc is now clearly visible. There are small nummular hypopigmented patches present with the sunset glow fundus and a cup disc ratio of 0.3:1. I hereby conclude that this is an atypical presentation of Vokoyanagi-Harada syndrome. However, given the age, we should always keep a high suspicion of masquerade syndrome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abha. Excellent presentation. Over to the judges for the questions.
That was a very well presented case, doctor.
Thank you.
Did you also do a hearing test, audiometry? Even though it was atypical, you did look for CNS and other signs?
No, ma'am, we did not went in for the audiometry because we were not able to elicit any history looking into it. And since the retinal detachment was so severe, we wanted to do a prompt diagnosis and treatment.
After you, presumably, you did a presumed diagnosis of VKH and started the steroids.
Yes, ma'am. Intraoperatively, when we diagnosed that there were small hypopigmented patches, we kept a query that we might be dealing with VKH, and we went on with IV methylpred. The patient's attendant did give a history that the patient is hearing less for last 3 to 4 months, but we were not able to differentiate whether it was sensory neural or just because of presbycusis.
So since your case was otherwise very well worked up, you could have added audiometry just to complete your investigations.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you,
ma'am. The other thing was, since a vitrectomy was done, was there any intravitreal steroid given?
No, ma'am. We did not give any intravitreal steroid because we wanted to be sure that we are dealing with Vokoyanagi-Harada and not masquerade syndrome.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, what else investigation could you have done to rule out any other systemic? You are thinking of some malignancy somewhere when you say masquerade.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we could have gone for a much expensive PET scan investigation to look for any other malignancy, but keeping the profile of the patient, ma'am, it was not possible. It is very expensive, ma'am.
Yeah, just to I mean, you should just have it in your mind that
Yes, ma'am.
that can rule out the malignancies. And did you have a CNS workup as well from a neurologist?
Yes, ma'am. We went in, we got a CNS consultation done after her MRI brain, which definitely showed some cerebral atrophy according to age. But the neurologist said that this is in accordance with her age, and nothing needs to be done as of now.
And how long did you give her azathioprine for?
Ma'am, we gave her azathioprine for 3 years, ma'am, because ma'am, there has been reports that there's a recurrence of WOS Haryana syndrome. So we kept her on long immunosuppression for 3 years, ma'am.
Okay.
Did you do any literature search on this?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we did. Ma'am, as far the age factor is concerned, WOS syndrome has been reported in as early as a 4 years old child to as late as a 89 years old female, ma'am. And mostly, ma'am, everywhere where I searched, they said that it presents with serious retinal detachment, but nowhere in the literature I could find that it will present with bilateral total exudative retinal detachment, ma'am.
Yeah, that's very good. We can go on to the next.
Thank
you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Abha, Dr. Rima. So we move on to the next case, which is presented by Dr. Shreya, who's being mentored by Dr. Sonam. And the case is juvenile open-angle glaucoma with corneal degeneration. Dr. Shreya, please share your slides.
Yes, ma'am. Are my slides visible?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Please go to slideshow.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank WOS and my mentor, Dr. Sonam, for giving me the opportunity to present this case. So starting with my case, a 28-year-old female presented to our clinic with complaints of diminution of vision of right eye since 1 year. It was associated with occasional pain and watering from the right eye. The diminution of vision was gradual in onset and progressive, associated with occasional pain and watering. There was no redness and photophobia. She says that she had some diminution of vision before 1 year as well, but it was significantly reduced for past 1 year. Patient was diagnosed as glaucoma elsewhere and was started on anti-glaucoma medication for 6 months, which she is poorly compliant to, and there was no documentation available for it. In the past history, there is no history of any ocular trauma or surgery. There is no history of steroid intake, no history of any other systemic illness, no family history of glaucoma. On examination, just a second. So on taking the family history, we did come across a corneal disease in her brother. He was diagnosed as keratoconus with left eye eye drops, for which he underwent a corneal transplantation. All the other members in the family in the last 3 generations were unaffected. So on examination, her best corrected visual acuity was counting finger 2 meters in right eye and 6/9 with minus 2.5 diopter spherical and minus 3 diopter cylindrical at 90 degree. The pressures were 38 and 12 on GAT, on travoprost 0.004% HS, brimonidine 0.2% BD, and brinzolamide 1% BD. Her reactions were normally sensitive and normally reacting pupil in left eye, but the right eye had an relative afferent pupillary defect of grade 2. The anterior segment, gonioscopy, and posterior segment would be discussed in the photos. So on anterior segment examination, the right eye shows lids and adnexa with a normal limit. The cornea appears to be clear. AC is quiet. The iris is mid-dilated, and there are some pigments on the anterior lens surface. In the left eye, the lids and adnexa are with a normal limit. Cornea is clear. AC is quiet. Pupil is round and normal, and lens, there are some pigments on the lens surface which is not appreciable on this photo. But what did we miss? So when we see the cornea, there's an inferior thinning in the right eye cornea, and just above the thinning there's a bulging of the cornea with a deep AC. On gonioscopy, we can see in the right eye, in all the quadrants, the angles appear to be open with prominent iris processes. Clinically, we did see a high iris insertion. Similarly, in the left eye, all the angles appear to be open on gonioscopy, and there are prominent iris processes in the left eye as well. And there was a high iris insertion clinically in the left eye as well. In the disc photo, the right eye both eyes shows media clarity grade 1. In the right eye, the cup is normal in shape and size. There is a CD ratio of around 0.9 with temporal pallor, nasalization of vessels. It does appear to be a little blurred because the patient couldn't fixate well. In the left eye, media clarity is grade 1. There's a cup disc ratio of around 0.8. The cup is normal in shape and size. And there's also temporal pallor in the left eye, but right eye has more temporal pallor than the left eye. So we made a provisional diagnosis of both eye juvenile open angle glaucoma with both eye pellucid marginal degeneration, right eye more than left eye. We planned to keep her on the topicals that she was already on, and added tablet acetazolamide 250 milligram TDS, and we asked her to bring her family members for screening. Further investigations, I would want to get in a corneal topography, pentacam, visual fields 24-2C, and a disc picture has already been done, but a follow-up disc picture with the OCT RNFL and a ganglion cell analysis and a genetic testing for JOAG. So, so learnings from my case would be that are my slides visible?
No, now they're not.
Oh, okay. Just a second.
Okay, so if you are done with your case because you have exceeded the time limit, can we move on to the questions, please, now, Dr. Shreya?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for the very well documented and presented case. Over to the judges for the questions.
Is you're saying you haven't done the pentacam or the corneal the pachymetry?
We actually did it, but we were asked to keep the investigations out of the presentation initially, so I did not mention it in my original presentation. So we on the pentacam we did see a crab claw pattern in the right eye, or the kissing dove pattern in the right eye, which is suggestive of pellucid marginal degeneration.
What about the corneal thickness and your eye pressure? I mean, this is juvenile glaucoma you're discussing, so that
yes,
is very relevant. No? You
yes,
must tell us that.
So the corneal thickness at the thinnest location was 472 micrometer in the right eye, and it was 488 micrometer in the left eye. So if we go by the corrections that were done in the past, so that would come out to be around 41 mm of Hg in the right eye, which was earlier mentioned as 38, and in the left eye it would be around just a second, ma'am. So in the left eye it was 12 on GAT, so on correction it would probably come out to be around 14.
So do you think taking the pachy, is this the most accurate way of measuring the corneal thickness from the pentacam?
Ma'am, pentacam does have a good specific, it's reliable, the reports are reliable according to
any other method you have of measuring the corneal thickness?
We can do it in the conventional way using a corneal tomography.
What else is used? Anything else used for? So tomography and topography are doing the same, right? The method of measuring would be the same. So ultrasonic pachymetry is also there, so that should also be considered when you. No, not UBM. Ultrasonic pachymetry. Yeah. And after you started the acetazolamide, did the eye pressure come down?
Yes, ma'am. The pressures came down to intraocular pressure 10 on the given medication. We stopped acetazolamide after a week and shifted her to capsule IPAR-SR. And
So
we
what
did
is
send
your
her for contact lens trial,
What,
which was the
what would be the long-term treatment for this patient?
Ma'am, currently she can wait for surgery and she can be controlled on like on the medications for her pressures, and we can give her a contact lens trial. But we did try like we did send her for a contact lens trial, but she was not very comfortable with it. So we have asked her to follow up, and we might plan her for a surgery, and we'll see.
what surgery would you plan her for?
Ma'am, for glaucoma, we'll be planning a surgery because it's a developmental glaucoma. And for the cornea, I think we can wait and we can just give her refractive correction.
So what is more urgent in this case?
Ma'am, I would say the glaucoma should be controlled first.
You would insist that the glaucoma she's 28 years old with a 0.9 cupping.
Yes,
there are no two ways about it. You have to get the pressure down. And what are the side effects of acetazolamide?
Ma'am, it can have renal side effects.
Right. So you can't indefinitely keep somebody on IOPAR SR.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
that's really the learning from your case. You have to control the eye pressure. And yes, cornea also needs to be managed, but first you have to control the eye pressure.
Yes, ma'am.
So in this patient, what is the glaucoma surgery that you would plan?
Ma'am, we can plan her for a angle surgery or a trabeculectomy. So trabeculectomy is the most commonly done glaucoma surgery, but she does have a high iris insertion, but it's type B, so we can go for a glaucoma surgery.
Any other options?
Ma'am, CTT could be planned.
What?
Combined trabeculectomy and trabeculotomy.
So just read up in juvenile glaucoma. What are the other surgeries, considering the age, what are the modifications you would need to make in planning their surgery?
Okay. Ma'am, a tube implant could also be done.
So, ma'am, can we move on to the next speaker? So thank you, Dr. Shreya, and thank you, judges, for the excellent discussion on glaucoma, especially from the young ophthalmologist point of view. So moving on to the next speaker, we have Dr. Hitisha, who is being mentored by Dr. Usha Singh, and she is going to present a case of hereditary retinoblastoma, a tough win after all. Dr. Hitisha, please start your screen share.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please start your screen share.
Can I start, ma'am?
Yes, please.
A very warm good afternoon to all the judges. I would like to thank WOS for this opportunity to present. I would like to thank Professor Usha Singh for helping me with this case. However, ma'am could not join us today. So Dr. Manu Saini would be moderating this session. She is a consultant in oculoplasty and retinoblastoma services at Advanced Eye Center, PGI Chandigarh. And I'm a 4th semester junior resident at Advanced Eye Center, PGI Chandigarh. I'll be presenting a case of bilateral retinoblastoma. 8-year-old female child presented to us with complaints of left eye diminution of vision for 2 weeks. This diminution of vision was associated with pain, redness, and watering. However, there was no history of any preceding trauma to the eye. On probing further, we got records that she was diagnosed elsewhere as a case of bilateral retinoblastoma when she was 5 months old, when she was grouped as right eye group ERB and left eye group ARB. And accordingly, she underwent primary enucleation of right eye with implant insertion, and the histopathology report revealed no high-risk features. And in the left eye, she underwent a focal cryotherapy and was planned for 6 cycles of chemotherapy. However, the patient defaulted for treatment after completing 2 cycles of chemotherapy and was lost to follow-up till they presented to us at 8 years of age with the given complaints. She was born out of a non-consanguineous marriage and she was second child to her parents. Her elder sibling was 14 years old with a visual acuity of 6/6 in both eyes, and anterior segment and posterior segment of the sibling was within normal limits. Now coming to the clinical examination of our index case, since she was status post enucleation in right eye, she had a healthy socket with a prosthetic eye in situ and no conjunctival prolapse or discharge seen. In left eye, a visual acuity was counting finger at 1 meters. Her intraocular pressure was 34 millimeters of mercury at presentation, and her anterior segment and posterior segment would be discussed in the subsequent photograph. On anterior segment examination, we could appreciate a pseudo hypopaeon of around 2 mm in vertical diameter, in vertical extension, with diffuse white fluffy tumor seeds in the entire anterior chamber. In the posterior chamber, we could see that the lens was subluxated with weakened zonules, and there were diffuse tumor seeds seen between the crystalline lens and the iris. On posterior segment examination, we could see that there was subretinal lesion noted above the supratemporal arcade and a large lesion near the infratemporal arcade with a relative sparing of the foveal region. In the inferior quadrant, we could see a large active lesion with ill-defined margins and areas of calcifications with diffuse vitreous seeds all over the vitreous cavity. So based on our clinical examination, a diagnosis of bilateral retinoblastoma, right eye group E status post enucleation, and left eye group A with progression to anterior segment involvement was made. The child was subjected to MRI brain and orbits, which revealed no pineal gland lesion. In right orbit, there was no evidence of disease recurrence or a residual disease. And in the left eye, there was no evidence of optic nerve involvement or extraocular extension of the tumor in left eye, which means that the disease was primarily intraocular in the left eye. Now, how do we proceed further in this case? Now, we have an 8-year-old girl who's one-eyed, who has diffuse anterior and posterior segment seeds and has multifocal lesions in the posterior segment. So, in the given scenario, an attempt to salvage the globe was done with a combined chemotherapy since the patient had some visual potential in this eye. So in combined chemotherapy, we planned IV chemotherapy for tumor reduction and to take care of any systemic micrometastasis, along with intravitreal chemotherapy to treat the diffuse vitreous seeds as well as the anterior segment seeds. Now, this was the red cam image at presentation where we saw the diffuse vitreous seeds with a large active lesion. After 3 intravitreal injections of melphalan plus topotecan and 3 chemoreduction cycles of vincristine, etoposide, and carboplatin, we can see that there is a dramatic decrease in size of the lesion with increase in area of calcification within the lesion, and the vitreous seeds have become more well-defined and have reduced in number. After completion of 6 intravitreal injections and 6 cycles of chemoreductive therapy, the lesion was approximately 90% calcified with complete regression of anterior segment seeds and reduction in vitreous seeds. But now, what was the challenge in this case? There was a progression of cataract in this child with progressive subluxation, which could have potentially made monitoring of this disease difficult by hampering the media grade and decreasing the posterior segment visibility. So in order to prevent this complication, we planned an external beam radiotherapy to the left eye to take care of any residual intraocular disease which might have been missed because of the media haze owing to the cataract. So after 4 weeks of completion of external beam radiotherapy, we can see that all the lesions have become inactive, they are regressed with scar formation. There were no anterior segment seeds and there were no visible vitreous seeds. And the child had a visual acuity of 6/60 with a posterior subcapsular cataract and is currently under annual follow-up at Advanced Eye Center with no active lesions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for that excellent case, which does present both a management challenge to the ophthalmologist. And now I would request the judges to please go ahead with the questions.
Yeah, that was a really very good, difficult case to manage and managed quite well. Is it very common that to get after 3 years to get the patient to present with the second eye after so much of gap?
Ma'am, it's not, it's common in our part because of the low socioeconomic status of people. However, with increasing awareness among people, these kind of presentations are becoming progressively rare.
Well, it could have also been a relatively slow growing tumor. So maybe
Yes,
if you
ma'am.
went back and looked at the histopath, it might have been a well differentiated. Normally
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
histopathology, we
Yes,
only look
ma'am.
at spread. So
The
yeah, that's just some.
histopathology report was available, ma'am, and it wrote well differentiated retinoblastoma with no high risk features. And since the
Oh.
child also had received 2 cycles of chemotherapy and focal treatment to the group A lesion of left eye, that could have been the possible reasons why it took so much time for the disease to progress.
So what would be, if you were the doctor at presentation, what would be the duration of chemotherapy that you would recommend, even though there are no risk factors, given that it's bilateral and well differentiated?
Ma'am, for bilateral tumors, we would complete 6 cycles of standard dose IV chemotherapy to take care of any systemic micrometastasis, as risk of systemic mets is high in bilateral retinoblastoma as compared to unilateral retinoblastoma.
First, we have to worry about the fellow eye. So
yes, ma'am.
The Mets, of course, but we must make sure that the treated eye. So in retrospect, we should be able to counsel the patients a little stronger that
Yes,
the risk of tumor in the only eye is very high. So other than EBRT, was there any other mechanism or any other treatment modality that could have been done?
Other than EBRT, we have super selective treatment modalities such as intra-arterial chemotherapy available. However, in this case, EBRT was chosen because EBRT decreases the risk of recurrence at a later stage. Since this was the only eye of this child, intra-arterial chemotherapy does not decrease the risk of future recurrence of the disease. So we chose EBRT in this case over intra-arterial chemotherapy.
What are the side effects of EBRT?
Ma'am, EBRT predisposes the child to cataract, dry eye, and secondary tumors and
yeah,
orbital
so, I mean,
hypoplasia.
Yeah. So there is, I mean, it was a difficult choice, and
yes, ma'am.
your
Given
patient
the
has
age,
responded well. It's responded
ma'am.
well, but
yes, ma'am.
both do have, I mean, an IAC usually needs more than one cycle, but IAC
Yes,
also works very well. So it's to be kept in mind. You have to
Yes, ma'am.
treat
It was
what we
kept
have
in
now.
mind. It was kept in mind, ma'am, but since we were trying to salvage vision in this eye, and IAC is associated with retinal ischemia, optic neuropathies, choroidal ischemias, so there was a risk of vision loss. So the choice was made for EBRT over IAC in this particular case. But yes, IAC is a viable option in these cases.
And what is your follow-up for the child?
Ma'am, currently the child is under 6 monthly follow-up. She is currently 10 years old. She'll be soon she'll be kept under 1 annual follow-up and she will require a lifelong follow-up.
What do you plan for the cataract?
Ma'am, since the tumor has regressed completely, after 1 to 2 years of stable lesions, we would like to plan for a cataract surgery if possible.
Okay, yeah, good case.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you look for the pineal gland lesion. Any
Yes, ma'am.
particular?
Ma'am, bilateral retinoblastomas, they have a tendency to develop trilateral retinoblastoma. That is, they can be associated with the pinealoblastoma. So in all cases of bilateral RB, we have to screen pineal gland to look for any pineal gland lesion.
Would your line of treatment change?
Ma'am, if there's a pinealoblastoma?
Yeah.
Pinealoblastomas are usually fatal diseases, ma'am. But
you can also include the radiation.
Okay.
They can also be irradiated, no? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, they can be.
The other thing is about genetic counseling for the parents for the next child.
Ma'am, we spoke to the parents. They were not planning for subsequent child. Had they been, then genetic counseling plays an important role, especially because this is a hereditary retinoblastoma. So both the parents have to be screened for RB1 gene mutations. But since they were not planning to expand the family further, the genetic counseling was, genetic
What
screening was not done.
What about the child herself?
Ma'am, yes, there is a risk of transfer of risk of retinoblastoma in her offspring as well. So her parents are counseled regarding when she is of marriageable age and when she plans to have a family, she would be advised for a screening and her partner as well.
Ma'am, can we move on to the next case?
Yes.
So thank you,
Thank you
Dr.
so much,
Hitisha.
ma'am.
And
Thank
thank
you,
you,
ma'am.
judges, again for the excellent discussion on retinoblastoma and the challenges that it presents to the ophthalmologist. So moving on to the case presentation by Dr. Kshitij, anterior lenticonus, think twice before labeling it as amblyopia. Dr. Kshitij is being mentored by Dr. Chintan. Dr. Kshitij, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Today I'll be presenting a case of anterior lenticonus under the guidance of Professor Chintan Malhotra, Professor Cornea and Refractive Services, Advanced Eye Center, PGI Chandigarh. Coming to the case, a 23-year-old male presented to us on 26 November 2021 with the chief complaints of diminution of vision in both eyes since last 8 years. The diminution of vision was insidious onset, gradually progressive, not associated with pain, redness, itching, lacrimation, not associated with glare, diplopia, halos. In past history, there was a significant past history of frequent change of glasses since last 8 years. And currently, the vision was not completely improving even with glasses. No history of ocular surgery, no history of trauma, not a known case of any systemic illness. Coming to the ocular examination, the uncorrected visual acuity was 6/24 in the both eyes, while the best corrected visual acuity was 6/12 in the both eyes, with the refractive error of -10 diopter spherical, -1 diopter cylindrical at 10 degrees in the right eye, -10 diopter spherical, and -1.5 diopter cylindrical at 10 degrees in the left eye. IOP, pupils, lids and within normal limits. Intersegment and posterior segment will be discussed in the further photographs. Next, we went ahead with distant diode ophthalmoscopy. As you can see, we can appreciate the oil droplet reflex in both the eyes in distant diode ophthalmoscopy. We can appreciate a round oil droplet reflex in the center of the pupil. We thought of both eye keratoconus or both eye lenticonus as our differential diagnosis. Then we went ahead with the slit lamp examination. Right eye on diffuse illumination, we saw cornea was clear, pupil normal reactivity. On slit examination, we can see a subtle and protrusion of anterior surface of lens, which was more prominent on dilated slit lamp examination. And on retroillumination, we can see a oil droplet reflex. Coming to the left eye, again on diffuse illumination, cornea was clear, pupil normal reactivity. On slit examination, we can see again subtle protrusion, which was more prominent again on dilated slit lamp examination, while the posterior curvature in both the eyes of the was normal. Again, we can see on retroillumination, we can see appreciate a subtle oil droplet reflex. Coming to the fundus, both eyes had medial grade 1 curvature ratio of 0.4 with a healthy neuroarterial rim and normal foveal reflex. We made a provisional diagnosis of both eye anterior lenticonus with compound myopic astigmatism. On retrospective history, we were able to elicit a significant history of tinnitus and associated hearing loss since 5 to 6 years. But there was no other history of hematuria, frothy urine, abnormal skin condition, hypertension, etc. Coming to the family history, we can see this is the index case of 23-year-old male. We can see that the inheritance is maternal. It has come from the mother's side, and only the males are affected. So from this, we can conclude that it is an X-linked pattern of inheritance. Coming to the systemic examination, vital sphere within normal limits, general physical examination also within normal limits. Coming to the diagnosis, both eye anterior lenticonus associated with the hearing loss, query Alport syndrome. We went ahead and we referred the patient for a nephrology consultation. In nephrology team, kidney biopsy was done. Biopsy report suggested basement membrane changes suggestive of focal segmental glomerulosclerosis, which is seen in Alport syndrome. He also had significant proteinuria. He was started on angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitors. ENT consultation also was taken and was diagnosed with bilateral sensory hearing loss and was advised hearing aid. Then we planned the patient for both eye clear lens extraction with implantation of posterior chamber IOL, preferably extended depth of focus IOL. Coming to the take-home message, detailed ophthalmic examination can be life-saving. Think twice before labeling as amblyopia, and early diagnosis and timely cross-referral is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kshitij. This case highlights the fact that a detailed, clinical examination can help pick us many things. And these are the things that we want to stress for young ophthalmologists, that a good clinical examination, even though you might not have a whole plethora of an armamentarium of instrumentation with you, you can pick up many things and on a good clinical examination. Over to the judges, please.
Yes, I also want to highlight that, starting with a distant direct examination is so important, and many people just miss that. I mean, they just rush straight to the slit lamp. So please, as we've all been taught, start with your distant direct. It can give you so much of information. Even in a non-dilated pupil, just put off the lights in the room, do a distant direct before you do anything else. So that was well documented as well. So you said in the family tree, certain males were affected. Are you saying the males had Alports or the males had lenticonus when you call them for examination? What way did you mean? Yeah. What are they affected? Meaning?
Actually, we didn't. The males, they are no more, ma'am. They had a history of like vision problems, and they had also a history of early demise, ma'am.
Okay, so you're just putting two and two together.
Yes,
okay.
Any other investigations that you did?
Yes, ma'am. We also did the biometry, ma'am. As we can see, biometry, there was no axial myopia, and there was no corneal astigmatism on biometry. So we went ahead with eye trace also. Eye trace showed a significant internal aberrations, and the dysfunctional lens index was very low. And you can see in this slide also that there is the corneal aberrations are not much, but the internal lenticular aberrations are high. So this confirms that it was due to lenticonus and more of lenticular aberrations.
Any challenges in planning his surgery?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever there's antilenticonus, the capsule is very fragile. So we have to start the capsular access at mid-peripheral location under the assistance of high viscoelastic OVDs, high density OVDs, and we can also we can also plan for flax assisted if we have the facility, ma'am. Femto laser assisted cataract surgery we can plan, ma'am.
Okay, what about the zonules? Do you expect any, if there is some capsular weakness, could there be some zonular weakness as well?
No, as such, there is no such documentation of zonular weakness, ma'am, which I could come across. But yeah, definitely capsule, as a center part of the capsule is fragile, ma'am. Better to start at peripheral location, ma'am, the capsular access.
So you're going to be capsular access more than the removal of the rest of the lens.
During removal of the rest of the lens also, we have to be careful because the capsule is fragile. It can come up in the phaco tip. So we have to keep the vacuum settings at the lower level, and we should avoid phaco at near the capsule, ma'am.
What about the posterior capsule? Is there a chance that may also be weak, or usually it's only limited to anterior capsule?
No, ma'am. Even posterior lenticonus is documented, ma'am. Bilateral anterior plus posterior lenticonus is documented, ma'am. We have to be, but in our case, it wasn't. It was only bilateral anterior lenticonus.
So has the surgery been done? What is his outcome?
No, ma'am. We haven't. The patient wanted some time, ma'am. We actually planned for such surgery, but the patient wanted some time. So we have not yet done surgery, ma'am. We are planning for EDOF IOL, ma'am, as is the young age, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, so next WOS session, you will tell us about it.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? So, ma'am, can we move on to the next case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kshitij. So next up we have Dr. Prashant Singla, who will be presenting a case on glaucoma drainage device implantation in vitreous cavity in case of malignant glaucoma. Dr. Prashant will be being mentored by Dr. Faisal. Dr. Prashant, over to you, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Prashant, and I'll be presenting a case of malignant glaucoma refractory to the conventional surgical treatment. And first of all, I would like to thank all the WOS members for giving me this opportunity to present at such a big platform. So I will be mentored by Dr. Faisal, who is an associate professor at Advanced Eye Care Center, and I'm a junior resident at PGI Chandigarh. So a patient presented to us with the chief complaint of left eye diminution of vision since 1 month. She was an 83-year-old female who presented to us with the complaint of diminution of vision associated with pain and which was progressive. There was a history of cataract surgery in the left eye 1 month back, which was done elsewhere, which was associated with post-op increase in IOP, which was started on anti-glaucoma medications, and there was no comorbidity like diabetes, hypertension, or trauma. On examination in the right eye, her visual acuity, uncorrected visual acuity was 6/36, and as we can appreciate, she was an hyperopic. And on the left eye, her uncorrected visual acuity was counting finger 2 meters, and her IOP on GAT was 20 on capsule acetazolamide and topical anti-glaucoma drugs. On anterior segment examination of the right eye, there was mild NGD. The conjunctiva and cornea was normal. There was PSC, posterior subcapsular cataract, in the right eye. And in the left eye, there was mild NGD. There was presence of a pterygium. The cornea was clear. There was the pupil was atrophinized. The anterior chamber was shallow, peripherally as well as central. The von Erich's grade was 1 in the left eye, and the IOL was in place. There was presence of posterior synecdoche at from 4 o'clock to 7 o'clock. On gonioscopic examination showed in the left eye that there was modified Schoffer's grade 2, that was a narrow angle, and in the right eye it was a grade 0 modified Schoffer's grading, that was a occluded angle. On posterior segment examination, the media was normal, the disc shape and size were within normal limits. The cup disc ratio was 0.5 for the right eye and 0.8 for the left eye. The disc was paler for the left eye, and there was no retinal detachment or choroidal detachment for both the eyes. So to summarize my case, 83-year-old female, post-cataract surgery with high IOP in the left eye, hyperopia, shallow anterior chamber with narrow angles in the right eye, and there was normal posterior segment examination for both the eyes. So we have this 4 differential diagnosis of malignant glaucoma, pupillary block, suprachoroidal hemorrhage, and serous choroidal effusion. As the posterior segment examination for this patient was normal, so we can safely rule out suprachoroidal hemorrhage and serous choroidal effusion. So our working differential diagnoses were the malignant glaucoma and pupillary block. To differentiate them further, we performed a UBM which showed anteriorly rotated ciliary processes, which was suggestive of a malignant glaucoma, but still we know malignant glaucoma is a diagnosis of exclusion. So to rule out pupillary block, we performed a left eye laser iridotomy on 21st October 2021, but the condition was still persisted. The IOP was high, so the pupillary block was ruled out, and a final diagnosis of left eye malignant glaucoma was made. So a left eye iridozonular hyalodotomy was done on 26th October 2021, but unfortunately the condition was still persistent, and the patient was taken up for left eye vitrectomy with valve glaucoma drainage device implantation, that is a Ahmed glaucoma valve in the vitreous cavity by a pars plana route. We can appreciate the tube of the device over here. The vitrectomy, hyalodectomy, zonulectomy, and iridectomy per se is a very good procedure with a 90% success rate, as is published in this article in 2021 in European Journal of Ophthalmology. But this patient was unfortunate, so and did not relieved by this procedure. So, but after the GDD was placed, her post-op IOP at 6 weeks was 14 mm of Hg, and at 3 months it was 16 mm of Hg on Timolol. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Before, when you saw the patient first?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
What was the pressure to start with, right, Dr. Shilpa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ma'am, as I have mentioned, it was 20 mm Hg on capsule acetazolamide, dorsal and topical and anti-glaucoma drugs like dorzolamide, brimonidine, and timolol. Ma'am, these were started from outside when the patient was referred to PGI.
Okay. And what was the best corrected vision?
Ma'am, it was not mentioned. The best corrected was not able to no.
And at follow-up, what happened to the vision? Was there any change?
No, ma'am. Actually at 6 weeks, the vision, as it's not mentioned over here, as far as I know, it was counting finger 3 meters only. It was 3 meters, ma'am.
You've done quite a nice extensive surgery, and we were not able to give her any better vision.
Would you consider just doing vitrectomy, pars plana vitrectomy alone, and then do a drainage procedure as a secondary procedure?
Ma'am, already she underwent the vitrectomy, matlab hyalodectomy, zonulectomy, and iridotomy, but she wasn't improved, and she had a 0.8 cup, ma'am. So considering that she was planned for this, underwent total.
So it was planned as a secondary procedure,
yes,
or
ma'am.
was
Yes,
it
ma'am.
done
Ma'am,
primarily?
it was planned as a secondary procedure only, ma'am.
But you've written it as one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You said it as one. Okay, fine.
Ma'am, this was after she did not improve on this. Then the condition was persistent. Then we planned for left vitrectomy with glaucoma drainage. On 26th October, she underwent iridozonular hyalodotomy.
Okay. And is there any role of medical management in these cases?
Ma'am, as far as the literature mentions, that medical management has to be seen for 5 days, ma'am. That 50% of the patients, they usually respond to medical management within 5 days. So that is the general cutoff that we use. And there is the role, ma'am. We use cycloplegics plus mediatrics to relieve, basically there is anterior rotation of the ciliary processes. So the cycloplegia will help us to break that cilio-lenticular block, and the mediatics will help to dilate the pupil. That also helps to break the block, ma'am. And plus the anti-glaucoma medications.
How would you clinically differentiate between pupillary block glaucoma and this malignant glaucoma?
Pupillary block glaucoma and malignant glaucoma. Ji, ma'am. Ma'am, in pupillary block glaucoma, the central AC is it is not flat, ma'am. In malignant glaucoma, there is a flat central AC, and periphery it is also flat. But it is a well-formed central AC in the pupillary block glaucoma, and there is iris bomb.
Your UVM pictures were also very good for diagnosis, but not everyone has access to the UVM. So your clinical diagnosis is important. You must be able to differentiate.
So, ma'am, can we move on to the next speaker?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Prashant. So, moving on to the next case. The case is being presented by Dr. Shreya Keshari. She'll be talking on a suspected case of myasthenia gravis, and she's being mentored by Dr. Jaspreet Sukhicha.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'll be sharing my screen.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. For this case, my mentor is Dr. Jaspreet Sukheja, and I would like to thank him for all the support. We'll be presenting a case of ptosis with diplopia. So a 35-year-old male presented to the clinic with drooping of right eyelid for 1 year and diplopia in left gaze and superior gaze for 1 year. On further probing, he told that the diplopia and ptosis were waxing and waning in course for last 1 year, and there has been exacerbation of symptoms for 1 month. There is worsening of ptosis and diplopia later in the day. No associated diminution of vision, redness, ocular pain, or photophobia was there. In the systemic history, he does complain of history of right hemicranial headache for 1 month, and he was diagnosed with right paracellular meningioma, and he was referred to us for visual baselines prior to radiotherapy. In past history, there's no history of ocular trauma or surgery, there's no history of chronic illness, and there's no significant family history of autoimmune disease or tumors. On examination, his best corrected visual acuity was 6/6 in both eye. The intraocular pressure on NCT was 13 millimeter of mercury in both eye. Pupils were normal size and normally reacting. In the anterior segment, both eye, the cornea was clear, AC was quiet, and lens was clear. And the posterior segment, there was retina. In both eyes, retina was on, media grade 1. The cup disc ratio was around 0.4, and the macula appeared to be normal. So coming to the extraocular movements, as we can see that in the primary gaze, there was severe ptosis in the right eye, and on lifting up the and in the superior gaze, we can see that there is superior rectus around -1 superior rectus limitation of movement, and in -1 medial rectus limitation of movement in the left gaze. So when we do lift the eye, we can see that the HBT is central and there was no foria on cover uncover. So coming to the ptosis examination, right eye had severe ptosis with an MRD of MRD1 of -1. The LPS action was fair to good. The BELS was good, and in the other eye, everything appears to be within normal limit. So, but what was peculiar about this ptosis was the ptosis worsened when I asked him to look in the up gaze, and there was a sustained up gaze. So this led us to perform an ice pack test. And after 2 to 3 minutes of ice pack test, there was an improvement of about 2 to 3 mm in the ptosis. Not only that, even the extraocular movements improved after the ice pack test. So on further ocular and neurological examination, we could see that the curtain sign was positive. When we were lifting the right more ptotic eye, the left eye went into ptosis. The confrontation test revealed no defects, no field defects, and the Kogan twitch sign could not be elicited. The corneal sensations and sensations over forehead and cheek were normal, suggestive of no involvement of fifth nerve, and orbicularis oris and other muscles, face muscles supplied by seventh nerve were also normal. So we made a provisional diagnosis of ocular myasthenia gravis, which we do need to differentiate from pseudomyasthenia that is seen in a lot of few meningioma cases. So I would further want to do specific investigations like repeated nerve stimulation tests, serum anti-acetylcholinesterase receptor antibodies, and CMRI visual fields for meningioma. So the take-home message from this presentation would be that we should think beyond nerve palsies when the patient presents with brain lesions and just baselines. And myasthenia may present as just ocular disease with one eye more severely affected, as we know that 90% of myasthenia gravis do have ocular involvement. And ocular myasthenia is the first presenting feature in 60% of the cases. Also, the 2/3 of the ocular myasthenia presents with the complaints of ptosis and diplopia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shreya, for the excellent presentation and the discussing a case which is masquerades as many different conditions and how clinical testing can help us to diagnose. So over to the judges for the questions.
Yeah, that was very well, a good case. And especially a simple test like the ice pack. I'm glad you highlighted that,
yes,
because that's such a simple test to do. And the anti-cholinesterase, the receptors, all those tests, difficult to do, not available everywhere, take a long time. So this is a very simple test and very well demonstrated. You should have also gone back in the history and I mean, asked for waxing and waning, usually it is very clearly there, and they sometimes show you pictures also.
Yes, ma'am. He said that 1 year back he did present, like he did have a very severe ptosis, but it did become better with time. So after 1 or 2 months, he became better. And the next, he says it was never completely okay, but it was better compared to what he had 1 year back. But now, since last 1 month, it has become the same as it was 1 year back. So,
and just when you're presenting the case, since ptosis is his presenting, you should give the ptosis examination before the ocular movement, because explaining the ptosis in the ocular movement doesn't really explain it so well. So do the ptosis examination first and then do the movement. So if you were to think of any cranial nerve palsy, which one were you thinking of?
The first would be third nerve palsy, because as I highlighted, it's a right paracellular lesion, and third nerve is the closest in relation to the circle of Willis, which is surrounding that area. So yeah, my first differential would be a third nerve palsy.
Yeah, and then the pupil is very important to point out.
The pupil,
in that,
which is
so
normally
that,
reacting in this case. Yes,
yeah, so you should point it out so that the examiner knows you looked for that.
yes, ma'am.
And also in myasthenia, there is worsening towards the evening, better in the morning. So that also needs to be.
Yes, I elicited that. I've mentioned it in the history that there was worsening in the evening.
Yeah, and then also the for diagnosis, the neostigmine test,
yes,
which should also be mentioned in your list of tests. You should also mention that.
Yes, ma'am. Tensilon test. Yes, ma'am.
So, ma'am, can we move on to the next case?
Thank you.
Thank you. So, going on to the last case presentation for this session, Dr. Urmila will be presenting a case on third nerve palsy with aberrant regeneration. Dr. Urmila, please start your screen sharing.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Urmila. I'm thankful for giving platform for us to present. My mentor is Professor Jasprit Sukhija for this case. Our case is third nerve palsy with aberrant regeneration. So the 30-year-old male presented with right eye ptosis since 1 year, and on opening both eye, diplopia occurs since 8 months. And there is right eye ptosis since 1 year that is sudden in onset, non-progressive, that it was a complete ptosis and there is no diurnal variations. When he opens his both eye, left eye goes outward, causing diplopia that was binocular. There is a alleged history of roadside accident 1 year back while driving two-wheeler, collided with another four-wheeler. There is history of loss of consciousness present, and he was admitted for that. There is history of right eye periorbital ecchymosis and lid swelling. After resolving lid edema, above mentioned complaints were there. There is no other significant history like diminution of vision, headache, or any weakness in another body part. And there is no history of diabetes, hypertension, or any other systemic illness. On ocular examination, unaided visual acuity is 6/6 in both eye. IOP was normal in both eye. And on Hirschberg test, there is right eye exotropia 15 degree and hypotropia present. In right eye eyelids, in lids and adnexa, right eye complete ptosis present, rest is within normal limit. Extraocular movement will be discussed in further photograph. And pupils in the right eye are mid-dilated, sluggish reactive. Direct light reflex is absent and consensual right reflex is present. Anterior segment photo will be discussed in further photograph, and posterior segment is within normal limit in both eyes. So in the anterior segment, as we can see, lids are in the right eye, lids were hold due to complete ptosis, and pupil cornea was clear in both eye, and pupil are mid dilated in the right eye, and the conjunctiva are mildly congested. So there is anisocoria present in both eye. In the extraocular movement, in the primary position, there is complete ptosis in the right eye, and there is limitation of movement in the elevation, depression, and the adduction in the right eye. And left eye extraocular movement is within normal limit. As we can see in this video, there is on right eye adduction, there is a improvement in ptosis, and in the right eye abduction there is worsening of the ptosis. It is known as inverse Duane signs. And in next video, as we can appreciate, in the down gaze there is a lid leg present. In the down gaze there is a lid lagging present, known as pseudo von Graffe sign. In the motor examination, Hertzberg test, right eye showing 15-degree exotropia and hypotropia. In cover-uncover test, on covering left eye, right eye moves in and up to take fixation, and on uncovering left eye, right eye moves down and outward. Sorry, I have written left eye. And on sensory examination, in diplopia charting, there is crossed diplopia that was more on levo depression, and Worth-Ford dot test, there is no suppression in the both eye. So in the other relevant cranial nerve examination, optic nerve is normal in both eye, as right eye direct light reflex is absent, but consensual light reflex is present. Left eye both direct and consensual light reflex is present. Trochlear nerve is normal in both eye, as right eye intorsion is present on down gaze, and left eye trochlear nerve is within normal limit. Trigeminal nerve, both eye corneal sensation intact, and abducens and facial nerve is also within normal limit. So our diagnosis is right-sided post-traumatic complete third nerve palsy with aberrant regeneration. That was people involving a complete third nerve palsy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Urmila. Over to the judges for the questions, please.
Dr. Anita, you need to unmute.
Yeah. What investigations have you planned, doctor?
Ma'am, in the management, we will plan for the post-duction test mainly due to it is present since 1 year, so it may cause right eye lateral rectus contracture. For the further management, we will do the post-duction test of lateral rectus in the right eye.
Was there a history of trauma? Did you put some scans over there?
Yes.
CT scan, MRI was done?
Yes, ma'am. NCCT head was done. There is no hemorrhage in the brain. In CMRI, no aneurysm or no any brain occupying mass lesion is present. MRI and CT is normal, ma'am.
So what do you label this kind of a pupillary defect?
Ma'am, pupillary defect. This is mid-dilated sluggish reactive.
What is the reason? What is the reason for that?
Ma'am, due to trauma, there is a papillomotor fibers are affected. Papillomotor fibers are affected because they are superficially located in the main trunk of third nerve.
And what is your management plan?
Ma'am, in the management, we will wait for minimum 6 months. For the after trauma.
Isn't it 1 year? Didn't you give history of trauma 1 year?
Ma'am, we planned for fixus duracis squint surgery. We will do the normal eye surgery to improve the ptosis and exotropia in the right eye.
Will the patient let you touch his normal eye?
Yes, ma'am. We counseled the patient and he agreed.
Okay, Dr. Shilpa, maybe you know more about this kind of squint surgery. I don't. I would only know about the ptosis, but
I'm happy if the patient allows.
Yes, ma'am. We counseled the patient.
Yes, but the other thing is, Dr. Urmila, you did a very good presentation of the von Graffe, pseudo von Graffe. It would be nice if you had demonstrated the Hirschberg cover uncover with a video rather than just talking about it.
Okay. So next.
Okay, so with this we come to the end of our session 2. I thank all the participants, mentors, and the judges for an excellent scientific session. I'm sure you'll all agree. We had a wide spectrum of cases ranging from all, subspecialties of ophthalmology. And I really want to thank the judges also for keeping the discussion resident-oriented. And it was, I'm sure, a great learning experience, not just for the young ophthalmologists, but for all of us. Thank you.
Dr. Anita, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Questions. Lovely. Pravansha, we need to go to the other session. So start off.
Yeah. Dr. Aarti, thank you so much for the opportunity. In fact, it was a great learning for us too.
I would agree, for me as well. And I wish you could be there since the beginning, but I will definitely share the video of the whole program, which has been going very well.
Definitely. That would be nice. Thank you so much.
So good afternoon, everyone. And this is session 3, the Anandi Bai Joshi competitive session. As we go ahead, a quick brief introduction. She, the legendary lady, was the first Indian female doctor of Western medicine. She broke all the conventions, and she managed to practice with a 2-year degree in Western medicine from United States. She was the first woman from the erstwhile Mumbai presidency of India to study abroad. So I think with paying due homage to her, we go ahead and introduce our judges for the day. None other than Dr. Huma Kayani Saigol is with us today. We are honored and delighted to have her from Pakistan today online with us. She has done her fellowship from the College of Physicians and Surgeons from Edinburgh. She's got a fellowship training in vitreoretinal diseases and surgery from Jules Stein Institute, University of California. She is experienced with more than 26 years of ophthalmology to her credit. She is a member of the American Academy of Aesthetic Medicine. She is a deeply committed member to provide the best possible individualized care to each of her patients. This is her motto, and this keeps her focused. So welcome, Dr. Huma, a very, very warm welcome today.
I'll just take a minute to say I'm so happy. Finally, WOW and WOS are collaborated, and I welcome you, Dr. Huma. It was a short notice, but I wanted your inputs on the scientific session. And I am so delighted that Women Ophthalmology Worldwide, one of the very senior and a very active members, and all the way from Pakistan online, I think this is one of the platforms which should be celebrated for having the judges as celebrated as you. Thank you for joining in.
Next up, proclaiming that our session is truly global, is Professor Dr. Nusrat Chaudhary, right from Bangladesh with us. She has done her vitreoretina fellowship and practices in Bangladesh and has been trained at LVP India. She is a professor in the Department of Ophthalmology, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University. She is the treasurer of Ophthalmological Society of Bangladesh and the vice president of the Bangladesh Vitreoretina Society. It's an honor and our delight to have you with us today, ma'am.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Welcome here. And I'm so delighted that the interactive session is going to be on the international standards now. So whatever is the practices at your end, please share, and we will be soon having your discussions, and benefit from there. And I'm so happy you joined in.
Thank you very much, especially Aarti, for giving me this chance to participate in your wonderful session. I've been here logged in since the second session. Such a high standard session, so expecting a lot from this session as well.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving ahead, we have our very own Professor Natarajan sir, who is actually a Padma Shri. He actually doesn't need any introduction, and he is a pioneer of vitreoretinal surgery in India. He has been the FRCS, the Fellow of European Latino American Society of Ophthalmology. He's a head and consultant at the VR setup at Aditya Jyot Eye Hospital, which we are very proud of. He's a character inductee of Retina Hall of Fame, being one of the only 2 Indians listed. He holds Guinness World Record as well as the Limca Book of Records for performing the first completely sutureless scleral buckling as well as sutureless 23 gauge vitrectomy. So very honored to have you with us today, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Natarajan. I think the most charming doctor, teacher, and ace surgeon, and also a person who can be so positive, a kind of an enthusiast on physical fitness and also the fitness in all arenas, and an avid traveler. What better than having Dr. Natarajan on our platform? Thank you so much for coming in, sir.
Thank you, Aarti, for having, and thanks to be with all the beautiful women of the world. And Huma is not having a camera on, but Dr. Nusrat is there. And I'm invited to Lahore in December. I hope I'll get my visa. And anyway, I am now traveling all over the world after a long time in the Zoom. Okay, we can start with the sessions.
And we also have with us Dr. Deven Tuli, who's a glaucoma consultant in Delhi. He has been fellowship trained from United States of America as well as RPC Center, AIMS, New Delhi. And we welcome you today for being with us, sir. Thank you so much. We look forward to your suggestions and judgment.
I think Dr. Devan's constant encouragement to WOS and constant inputs of positivity as an academician, a teacher, and a great clinician is absolutely a welcome to have him rightly so on the platform. Welcome, Dr. Devan.
So moving ahead without wasting any time, we have the first presenter, Dr. Yusra Azad. He'll be presenting on PEHCR, and his mentor is Dr. Chitralekha De from Center for Sight, Gurgaon. Over to you, Yusra.
Thank you so much. Are my slides visible?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd be presenting a case series of 3 very similar cases and would be mentored by Dr. Chitralekha in this. Our very first case is that of an elderly female patient who presented to us with diminution of vision in her left eye for the past 1 week, which was gradual and painless in onset. She was a known case of bilateral age-related macular degeneration for the past 6 years. We treated her with multiple intravitreal injections in her right eye for wet AMD and was on a Pro-Renata regime since her last intravitreal injection, which was about 4 years back. At presentation, her best corrected visual acuity was 636 parts in the right eye, 612 parts in the left eye, with an NCT of 17 mm of Hg in the right eye and 18 in the left eye. Her anterior segment examination was within normal limits and she was pseudophakic. On a posterior segment examination, in her right eye, the optic nerve head was well perfused with normal vasculature. However, there was an atrophic pigmented macular scar present there with fibrosis, possibly due to her wet AMD which was now treated. In her left eye also, her optic nerve head was well perfused with normal vasculature. However, the macula was showed geographic atrophy. On a closer peripheral screening, however, we saw in her superotemporal quadrant an area with dark sub-RP hemorrhage, dark red, with subretinal exudation around it and subretinal fluid as well. The rest of her periphery in both the eyes was within normal limits. A second case is that of an elderly male patient who presented with complaints of floaters for 4 days, and a systemic history of asthma and BPH was taken from him. However, he did not have any other positive history. The best corrected vision at presentation was 6.6 in the right eye, 6.6 part in the left eye, and the rest of the anterior segment examination was within normal limits with early cataractous changes. On examination of the posterior segment in the right eye, the optic nerve head was well perfused with a normal vasculature and the retina was well attached. In the left eye, at the posterior pole, we could see a fine ERM with some amount of macular edema, which was seen on slit lamp biomicroscopy. However, with the peripheral screening in the inferotemporal quadrant, we saw another such area with dark red sub-RP hemorrhage, and along with some intraretinal hemorrhage and subretinal fluid there and exudation, as we can see in this picture. The other peripheries were within normal limits. The third case is of that of an elderly female patient who again presented to us with blurring of vision in the left eye over the past 2 weeks, which was gradual and painless in onset. She did have a positive systemic history of diabetes mellitus for over 10 years. However, she said the levels were nearly well controlled. The best corrected visual acuity was 6.6 in the right eye at presentation, 6.6 parts in the left eye. And again, her anterior segment examination was within normal limits. On posterior segment examination in the right eye, we could see a few drusen's at the posterior pole. Apart from that, the optic nerve head was well perfused. In the left eye, there was on slit lamp biomicroscopy, we saw evidence of cystoid macular edema in the left eye. On a closer peripheral screening in the right eye, in the superotemporal quadrant, we saw an area with subretinal exudation, and there were also hemorrhages in the periphery. In the left eye, in the superotemporal as well as the temporal quadrant, we could see areas with subretinal exudation, hemorrhages, and subretinal fluid. So for all of these cases, we made a differential clinical diagnosis, the first one of which was peripheral exudative hemorrhagic chorioretinopathy, and the other two being vasoproliferative tumor of retina, and a far third being a choroidal melanoma. All the three patients were in a favorable age group for PE-HCR. The clinical appearance of dark sub-RP hemorrhages with exudation was again favorable. The location, which is normally seen in these cases, is commonly temporal periphery. There's also presence of RP degenerative changes and association with ARMD, which is seen. Vasoproliferative tumor of the retina is usually seen in younger age groups, and on presentation, they have more exudative detachments with bright red preretinal or intraretinal or subretinal hemorrhages, and are usually seen in preequatorial or equatorial regions. Choroidal melanoma have pigmented lesions with subretinal fluid, and hemorrhages or exudation are rare. So we reached a provisional clinical diagnosis of peripheral exudative hemorrhagic chorioretinopathy for all these three cases, and we advise the following investigations. Thank you. I do have the confirmatory diagnosis images and treatment pictures, but since we were asked not to include images, these I have not included. So if judges would permit, I would show those.
Thank you for this case presentation. So over to you, judges.
Yeah, very good presentation. And what about the investigation advisements? Is done or not done?
Yes, sir. All of these have been done, but the rules have specifically mentioned to show those images only upon judges.
You can show now.
Okay.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
So for the first case, we went ahead and did a fluorescein angiography. In the early frames in the superotemporal quadrant, there was hypofluorescence. In the later phases, however, the posterior pole just showed staining because of the atrophic scar. In the later stages, there was stippled hyperfluorescence in the FFA with corresponding ICG showing area of hypocyanescence with small polypoidal-like lesions, which increased with in the FFA. There was further leakage seen in later stages. And these are the late images with leakage seen. And on OCT, there was a macular scar in the right eye with atrophy as well as scarring seen in the left eye. So considering this as a peripheral variant of PCV due to the presence of polypoidal lesions in the ICG, we treated the patient with intravitreal injection aflibercept followed by laser photocoagulation. Second case also had similar findings with stippled hyperfluorescence in the FFA in the early stages with leakage in the late stages and polypoidal lesions seen in the corresponding ICG scans. The OCT of this eye showed a fine ERM present with a few intraretinal edematous spaces. The patient was again treated with injections of aflibercept followed by laser photocoagulation with the best corrected visual acuity of 6.6 eventually. The FA and ICG of the third case, this is the right eye in the periphery, showing areas of hyperfluorescence with late leakage and polypoidal-like lesions seen in the corresponding ICG scans, and the left eye also. Early hyperfluorescence with stippled hyperfluorescence seen in the later scans with leakage and cystoid macular edema as seen on the OCT as well. Treated with intravitreal aflibercept and for laser photocoagulation, final vision of 6.6 parts, and the areas have settled. We also did laser photocoagulation for, following this these pictures. We don't have the pictures available as yet. Thank you.
I have a question that you will stress. Thank you for a very nice presentation of a very rare case. But would you consider ultrasound, B-scan ultrasound important in these cases?
Ma'am, we could do a B-scan ultrasonography for these cases to confirm our diagnosis. However, since the retina was visible, some of these patients present to us with breakthrough vitreous hemorrhages as well. So in those cases, B-scan become a lot more important because therein we can see the differentiating features with our differential diagnosis. However, since in these cases we had a good view, we went ahead and did a fundus fluorescein angiography and confirmed our diagnosis.
So frequently these PHCRs are confused with melanomas, which you have rightly mentioned in your DD.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you try to differentiate between the melanomas, maybe ultrasound scan is important, especially in case of vitreous hemorrhage.
Yes,
the retraction cleft will guide you whether it's
PHCR or
yes, yes,
and the
melanoma.
presence of choroidal excavation as well.
Yes. So you could
Dr. Huma, you want to say something? Sorry, you want to say something, Nuna?
No, I've finished. I just wanted to emphasize the importance of these scan in these cases.
Yes, ma'am.
But she has quoted my IGO article along with I'm a co-author in that. Good. Have you gone through the IVG from academy?
Yes, sir.
It's very. I think your presentation probably referred that. Very nice. Very good presentation. Dr. Huma, you want to say something or ask something? You're muted. Dr. Huma, you're muted.
You can be having your video on as well. Just
She's
wait
on.
to see you.
No.
Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Yeah.
Uma, you're muted. I'll just tell her that she's muted.
Uma, we can see you. The video is on, but you're muted.
Hey, she's muted.
Dr. Huma, can you hear us?
No, you're muted. It's like you are muted. Dr. Huma, you need to put your unmute. Mr. Bhageshwar, can you help?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now. Yes.
Okay.
Good
the
afternoon,
problem
ma'am.
is that my computer somehow is not connecting, so I put myself on the phone, unmuted over there. So it's a very wonderful presentation. I just wanted to ask that were any treatment options given to this patient, because whatever has been told, it's like on the management and on the clinical evaluations and the diagnostics. Is there any treatment options that have been considered in this patient?
Yes, ma'am. We treated these patients with intravitreal anti-VEGF injections followed by laser photocoagulation. We did give them the choice of intravitreal anti-VEGF, but considering that in these cases aflibercept acts best, we went ahead and injected these patients with either 1 or 2 injections of aflibercept, and upon drying up of the PHCR area, we went ahead and did a laser photocoagulation.
That's perfect. But these anti-VEGFs that you've given them, are these for the macula or for the because what I think is this is like the leakage zones are not in the center except for one that had cystoid macular edema. The rest were in the peripheral zone.
Yes,
so
we have given them for the peripheral lesions.
So the anti-VEGFs were given for the peripheral lesion along with the laser.
Yes,
would you have opted just for laser photocoagulation for them, or was there a need to give them anti-VEGFs also?
Ma'am, there was a presence of subretinal fluid in most of these cases. So we wanted to dry up the area so we could go ahead and do a laser photocoagulation also directly on the polypoidal lesions that were visible, which is the treatment modality which we usually, which has been documented in the literature as well.
That's nice. So what were the follow-up pictures? If you gave them 2 anti-VEGFs along with the laser photocoagulations, did it dry up those leaking zones? And
Yes,
do you have any follow-up pictures? How long has that follow-up taken place? And do you have any follow-up pictures regarding the dry-up areas?
So, ma'am, I did show the pictures. The areas have dried up. Should I share my screen again? I did show some of these pictures where the areas, the subretinal fluid has dried up in these areas as compared to the preoperative pictures. And thereafter, we went ahead and did a laser photocoagulation. The pictures have been included. We haven't done a repeat scan for these patients as yet. Ma'am, are you? Ma'am?
Purvansha,
timeline,
can we
I
take?
think, so it was an absolute.
But anyway, excellent presentation by you, Sraya. Very good.
Thank you. I just have a last take-home message that it does come across as a really rare clinical entity. However, it doesn't seem to be as rare in the Indian population, although very underreported, I would say.
Thank you so much, Yusra, for your presentation. And it was a brilliant start to this session. And thank you so much for all the judges for their inputs. Now we move ahead to the next case, and that is by Dr. Yuganki Kush. She'll be mentored by Dr. Lakshay Dudeja, and she'll be presenting on progressive keratoconus is corneal collagen cross-linking, the final destination. So over to you, Yuganki.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are my slides visible?
Yeah, please share your screen.
Is it visible, ma'am?
No, please share.
No, not seen. You have to share the screen.
Yes, sir, I'm sharing. Just a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yeah, you can see. You can make the full
slideshow mode.
Very good. You can see.
Yes, you can see. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So my topic for today's presentation is progressive keratoconus. Is C3R the final destination? I'm Dr. Yuganki Kush, Fellow Cataract Refractive Surgery at Center for Sight, and my mentor is Dr. Lakshay Dudeja. So a 25-year-old male presented on 9th of November 2021 with complaints of diminution of vision both eyes since past 6 months. The diminution of vision was gradual in onset, progressive in nature, and painless. The patient was a diagnosed case of keratoconus in March 2018 and had underwent both eye corneal collagen cross-linking in 2018 at our center via accelerated protocol. Thereafter, the patient followed up with us for 1 month and was lost to follow-up thereafter, and now presented to us 3.5 years later with complaints of diminution of vision. He gives history of using glasses since past 5 years. There is with a frequent change in glasses, but the records of which are not available. The past history and the family history are not significant. On examination on 9th of November, the uncorrected visual acuity in both the eyes was 624, which was improving with the spectacles to 618 parts with a correction of minus 1.75 diopter square in the right eye with a cylinder of minus 3.5 at 60 degree, and in the left eye only a cylindrical correction of 3.5. The intraocular pressure was 15 and 14. The lids showed grade 1 papillae, although the patient didn't give history of any itching or any allergic symptoms. The cornea, the pupils were normal size, normal reacting. The cornea in both the eyes showed prominent corneal nerves with inferior corneal thinning. There was presence of Fleischer ring in the left eye, but there was no presence of any haze or scarring. Rest of the anterior segment examination was within normal limit, as well as the posterior segment examination. So I would like you to focus on this. When the patient first present on this findings, these are the refractive refraction of the patient. When the patient first presented to us after the first C3R, his vision was 6.9 parts, and in the left eye was 6.6 parts with a correction of minus 1 diopter square with 2.5 cylinder, which has now changed to a 618 parts best spectacle corrected visual acuity, and the refraction has changed to 1.75 with a cylinder of minus 3.5. And similarly, the visual acuity has dropped from 6.6 parts in the left eye to 6.18 parts in the 6.18 parts presently with a cylinder of minus 3.5. We realize with this refraction change that there is a significant drop in best spectacle corrected visual acuity with a change in cylindrical power of minus 1 diopter in the right eye and minus 2.5 diopter in the left eye, and change in the manifest refractive spherical equivalent of 1.25 in the right eye and 1.25 in the left eye. So we proceed ahead and did a pentacam for the patient. This is the 4 refractive map. I'll be discussing the comparative findings in this slide. So when the patient first presented in March 2018, 1 month, this is the pre-C3R value of the patient. The K1 was 42.8. Now when he has presented 3.5 years later, the K1 has increased to 45.5. Similarly, you can see the other indices. The K2 has increased to 50.2. The K-mean and the K-max have also increased. And the thinnest pachymetry has gone down to 440. Similarly, for the left eye, we ran a pentacam scan, and the values are here, the comparative values from the March 2018. There is a significant increase in the keratometric values, and there is a significant decrease in the thinnest pachymetry. Considering the following changes, we made a diagnosis of both eye progressive keratoconus post corneal collagen cross-linking, and we planned the patient for a repeat corneal collagen cross-linking with riboflavin dye accelerated protocol subsequently under topical anesthesia. Now, dilemmas in this case. Can progression occur post C3R? We have already treated the case. Still, the patient is showing signs of progression. What is the criteria to define progression in these treated cases? What are the risk factors for progression post C3R? and how and when to treat such cases. So can progression occur after C3R? So there has been literature giving failure rates for C3R from initial studies in 2008 of 0.8% to recent studies which have given the rates of up to 16.5%. This Rusik et al. Study is a 10-year follow-up in which there was a 6.7 failure rate of the Dresden Protocol EPI-OFF technique. Now, we know that keratoconus is a progressive disease, and there have been criteria. Sorry, sir.
Maybe the
There have
timeline.
been. Okay.
Need to roll
Sorry.
it.
So I would just like to say that there are criteria to define the progression in post C3R eyes, and there are postulated risk factors provided in literature. There is paucity of literature on exact timings of when to treat such cases. The learning pearls from this case is keratoconus can progress despite treatment even after stability for years. Regular follow-up is mandatory even after C3R in all cases. Steepening more than 1 diopter in K value with deterioration of visual acuity may warrant treatment, and C3R redo procedure for those cases who progress seems to be a safe and efficient technique. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, judges. Dr. Nusrat, would you like to comment on any of the...
Yes, nice presentation. Obviously, there are certain dilemmas that you have shown. I just wanted to ask you what your plan, for this particular patient, what is the next step for you? What is your plan?
Ma'am, the patient is under our follow-up. So he has just paid a 3-month visit in March and is due for a 6-month follow-up. We don't expect much of changes in the first 3 months post a repeat C3R.
What was his last visual acuity?
Ma'am, the last visual acuity was 618 parts only with a mild change in the cylindrical power. It has a little bit decreased, not much change in visual acuity.
So is there any plan for if it further decreases?
The plan is to keep the patient under follow-up, and because he was lost to follow-up, this can be one of the reasons for progression. He doesn't give any history of allergy, but literature has supported that a constant eye rubbing and mechanical trauma can lead to...
He could be asked not to rub his eyes and all that, but I was just indicating about any scleral contact lens, like Boston type of scleral contact lens.
Yes, ma'am, that we plan after a 6-month pentacam we do, and then we see his visual acuity if it is improving.
If the visual acuity decreases below 624, you can go for that contact lens as well. Boston type. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inputs. Dr. Deven, any comments? Okay, so we take up the next case now. So next up will be Dr. Krishna Teja, who is mentored by Major General Sagrika Patyal, and he will be presenting on Try to Save All for Vision, Masala for Disaster. Over to you, Dr. Krishna.
Yes, ma'am. And is my screen visible?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank WOS for giving me this opportunity. And today we'll be discussing an interesting case that which has come to our OPD and which we managed successfully. And this session is mentored by Dr. Sagrika Patel, who is a glaucoma consultant at Center for Sight Eye Institute. And I'm Dr. Krishna Teja, fellow cataract and refractive surgery, Center for Sight. And a 72-year-old male came to us with a chief complaint of decreased vision in the left eye since 2 years. And the decreased near and distant vision in the left eye since 2 years, which was insidious in onset and gradually progressive, and which was painless loss of vision. And the past surgical history, she had both eyes trapped done 19 years back elsewhere, and she didn't have any records of the surgeries done. And right eye cataract surgery has been done 6 years back. The patient is not using any anti-glaucoma medications right now, and patient is a known diabetic and hypertensive. There is no family history of glaucoma. And coming to the visual acuity, the patient had BCVA in the right eye 6.9 and 6 and in the left eye 6.36 and N8. The IOP with GAT was 14 mm in both the eyes. In the right eye, all the anterior segment findings were within normal limits, and except that there is a bleb in the conjunctiva superiorly, and there was a sort of PCI well in the bag. And coming to the left eye also there is a superior conjunctival bleb with no. And the interesting thing is, in both the eyes, no iridectomy is seen in both the superiorly in both the eyes, no iridectomy is seen. And in the left eye, there was a 3 mm dilatation pupil in spite of a trial with several kinds of mydriatics, and there was a seclusion pupillae, and the lens, it was an NS4 hard cataract. So in the right eye, the fundus examination, there was a CDR of 0.7 with a shallow cup, and the neuroretinal rim was healthy. And in the left eye, we had no view because the pupil was non-dilating and there was a very hard cataract. So provisional diagnosis: right eye pseudophakia, left eye hard cataract with non-dilating pupil, status post bilateral trap with the seclusive pupil in the left eye. And we planned phacoemulsification surgery in the left eye with a 3-piece IOL backup, plus or minus iris retractors and plus or minus CTR, and glaucoma investigations in both the eyes 1 month after the cataract surgery. So investigations, IOL master specular microscopy in left eye B-scan has been done, and RBS hemoglobin urine routine microscopy also has been done. And coming to the challenges in maintaining, in doing this surgery, there was a superior bleb and the pupil was a non-dilating pupil and it was a very hard cataract. So I'll be showing the video how we try to manage the cataract. First, initially, we try to manually stretch the pupil and release the synechia. And then we tried to stain the anterior capsule with trypan glue. And then we went ahead with the CCC under the iris. And then a hydrodissection has been done. After the successful hydrodissection, we went ahead with the phacoemulsification. As it was a very hard cataract, there were a little bit of manipulations. And as it was a very small pupil also, we had to manipulate a little bit. So at this point of time, the surgeon suspected a little bit of zonular dialysis and has extended the main entry and removed all the other leftover matters with the manually. And then the surgeon has also implanted a CTR. A successful CTR has been implanted and the cortical cleanup has been done. After the cortical cleanup, a 3-piece IOL has been inserted into the bag and the main incision was sutured, viscoelastics were removed, and the surgery was completed. So post-operatively, after 1 month post-op, the patient had BCVA 6.9 and 6 in the left eye, and the IOP was 14 mm and 13 mm in both eyes. And both eyes, pachymetry, OCT, RNFL, GCC, fundus photography, visual fields have been advised, and all of them were within the normal limits. And so the patient has not been started on anti-glaucoma drugs. And coming to take-home message, managing non-dilating pupil cataract surgery is a very challenging thing. So we have to be ready for any eventuality and plan surgery meticulously when it is a non-dilating pupil and a hard cataract, and can do rexis in non-dilating pupil under the iris. And trap surgery should be planned and done only when necessary. As in this case, we don't know why the surgeon have went ahead and did a trap in both the eyes. And post-op care, especially pupil management, is much more important after trabeculectomy surgery. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for this well-managed case. Over to you, Dr. Huma, for your comments.
Yeah, thank you. Can I be heard? Because
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. It's a very nice presentation. I just wanted to ask, what precautions were taken? I realized that this patient had seclusive pupillae and the syncolysis was done at the start of the surgery. But what precautions were taken in order to maintain the bleb? Because the phacoemulsification was done with the management, it was converted to kind of, extended the wound. So there was a bleb, I think, at 12 o'clock. So are these things important when you're managing a patient who has already had a trap? and when you're doing an extra capsular? And the second thing is that, do you think that was important to keep, as the pupil wasn't too dilated, was there any management done to dilate the pupil intraoperatively, or were the iris hooks or anything of that? Do you think that would have made a difference in managing this case, which has started as a speculum emulsification?
Yes, ma'am, definitely. We tried injecting phenocaine into the anterior chamber and we tried to dilate the pupil. But then the surgeon was not much more interested in doing the using the iris hooks. The surgeon thought that as far as we can manage with this pupil dilatation, if the surgeon is not able to manage, then the surgeon wanted to go ahead with iris retractors, because even if we need to implant iris retractors, there was bleb and which can come into the way of our insertion of the iris retractors.
No, the iris retractors can be placed, iris hooks can be placed away from it. I don't think so it will do anything to the blebs if you're going to put the iris hooks to, because you already used a CTR, and I think that was the very well thing, that you have a CTR at the start of, you keep everything ready for any kind of complication, because it has like Sineke present, and anything can happen. So I think that was very well planned, that the CTR was there and that was also used. But and what was the post-operative management? Like, say the anti-glaucoma medication was stopped, but if there was like Sineke present, that means there could have been a post-operative inflammation present. So post-operative management was not mentioned in the treatment plan. So could you just elaborate on that?
And post-operatively, after the cataract surgery, we just prescribed the patient corticosteroids, then lubricants, and temporarily we have given for 2 to 3 weeks, we have put the patient on some anti-glaucoma medication like dorzolamide. And then afterwards, we have stopped everything.
Right. I think Dr. Sagarika wants to put in a point.
I wanted to put in a point because this is a very complicated case, and that is the reason why I've requested my young fellow to present this case. He's already presented it absolutely fabulously, presenting the challenges that were with us. I thought to myself, why should I not put iris retractors? But to put iris retractors when you've got already a seclusive pupil is very, very difficult. You might tear the iris, tear the pupil, first of all. Second is that I was pretty confident that, okay, if I'm able to do a pretty good rhexis beneath the iris, I will be able to manage the case. Third is the question that was very relevantly asked, and I like that question very much, Dr. Kumar, and that was, how did you manage the bleb? Madam, the bleb was about 2 millimeters behind the limbus. I had enough space. In fact, I was actually stunned why that surgery was done. And that is one of the chief reasons why we have wanted this case to be presented. Why should we do a trab in a patient who at the end of the day has been shown to have no glaucoma? Number two, why was an areectomy not done for this patient? Are we doing surgery just for nothing? Last point, that is, you have to manage a post-op trab very well. You have to give sufficient amount of steroids, mydriatics, which was possibly not done. And that is why there are these 2 very important points that must be brought across to all young surgeons, young people who are budding and who are going into the specialty with a lot of fervor now, that we must not mistreat, ill-treat, oblique, not treat our post-trap patients. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your points. And
can I put in a comment? Thank you, Dr. Sagarika. Rightly said so, because I was really surprised that no iridectomy was done. So you have rightly pointed out that this case shows what we should not do to our patients. So maybe this type of should not also be presented. Thank you.
No, I didn't get your point. You mean to say that we should not present
No,
these
no,
cases?
no. Your management is okay. I was just trying to say that no, iridectomy was not done. Why trap was done, we could not find, and post-trap management was not proper. So as you rightly said, that our fellows should know, the cases that have been previously manhandled. And
ma'am, I am not blaming anybody, ma'am. That is the surgeon's perspective.
Choice.
But what is important, we as teachers, teach our youngsters, don't do this.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes, I
Thank
was
you
just
so
saying
much.
that. I was just saying
Thank
that.
you. Thank you.
Excellent discussions now, and because of lack of time, we'll just move on to the next guest speaker, ma'am.
Yes, Purvansha.
Just-
Mrs. Gurrit is a guest speaker with us. Are you there, Mrs. Gurrit?
Hi, Aarti. Hi, Dr.
And I wanted everybody to hear her because she is in a little rush. But I really am privileged and honored to have her on this event. She is an innovative thinker. Can I have her intro? She is with an experience of over 23 years in healthcare and telecom. She's a founder of Mind My Mind, strategic advisor for global health resilience at Global Foundation. She's strategic advisor for global health initiatives at Global Strategic Analysis, advisory board to Asian Hospital Healthcare Management, ex-consultant strategy planning Manipal Health Map, hospital chief operating officer of Care Hospitals, business head of Fortis CDOC, Center of Excellence for Diabetes, member of the Women Chapter Odisha, lifetime member of the Research Foundation Hospital and Healthcare Admin, INTAC, Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage, Women's Leadership Forum. I think since the time I know she was in Fortis Vasant Kunj, she's really had a celebrated CV now, and all over to her to speak on mental resilience. I'm honored to have you, Mrs. Kaur Sethi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nandya, and thank you everybody else for having me here. I'm just going to take, while I, let me just share my screen. And so, it was, I was quite enjoying the sessions that you were all having, and I really apologize for the fact that I have to rush you all and kind of interject in between, because these are the kind of cases that you want discussions happen at the hospital levels also. I have tried it many times. Very nice to see this jovial forum, which is kind of, animatedly picking up things what should be done and what should not be done. I think for the rest of us of the healthcare community, this is really great. Very proud and pleasurable moment for me to be invited by Dr. Nandya on the show. And when she told me, talk about your journey, I was like, I said, okay, what do I talk about? And, then I looked at it, said, I've just started my startup, Mind My Mind, which is a mental health platform. And I'm trying to kind of create it into a complete ecosystem for mental health as well as mental well-being. And then I thought, through my journey, how did this serve me? And I realized that, mental health and mental resilience is one of the most important things that keep us going. And I think hearing all of you talking about your various cases, and at every case, at every step, I think this is something that comes very, very handy. So I said, why don't I talk about mental resilience, especially as we build our careers. I've had the honor to work with many, many clinicians in the last 23 plus years of my career in healthcare. And my last stint with the hospitals during the first wave of COVID, when I was the chief operating officer, the struggle was only amplified. Only those of us who were strong enough and resilient enough were able to come out of it unscathed, be it physically or be it mentally. I think mental health is an unspoken pandemic today. And as we navigate through our lives, our careers do take a center stage. And how we are able to deal with these challenges and how we face all these different stages is defined by how resilient we are. So thus the choice of this subject. I'm sure you all, in your journeys of becoming super specialists have already realized the need for it, and because it just did not happen without challenges. I'm sure you did not reach where you are, and also the residents whom you are, who are presenting the various cases have seen their challenges and will continue to. And so therefore I thought, let me touch upon this. Mental resilience is not possible without being mentally fit. You're all flag bearers of wellness, being doctors. You all understand physical wellness very well. However, what about the other aspects? Do we neglect them? Because I mean, at least the people I have worked with very closely, and I'm sure some of you whom I've worked with would agree that we forget to take care of all the aspects of wellness that we have. We let our circumstances take us over, do we not? So how many, if I ask all of you, how many have taken time to talk to yourselves like we talk to our children? It's self-love.
I do it. I
How
take
many
my
hands
time.
are up?
I do. I really want my me time. That's how I gather myself.
Yes, yes. I think very, very important, very, very important. But most people forget, especially when you're starting off in your careers. We realize, and we come to this kind of a realization that when we are closer to our 50s or cross 50s. But I think it's very, very important for even the youngsters to look at that, because it's self-love. How many of us take time to even evaluate our emotions? Because we just end up reacting, or we suppress these. Eventually, it leads to a lot of frustration, and that frustration comes out, obviously at our workplaces, because our careers are our center stages. How many of us have meditated? How many of us meditate here? Very few.
Possibly can't. Too much.
Exactly. How many of us have read a book just for the fun of it? I mean, all of you are doctors, and keeping up with everything is very, very important. But how many of you have picked up a book, just read it, have read it for yourself, a novel perhaps, or a self-help book, or a motivational book, or whatever, different, all of us have different things to, kind of do. How many of us have a regular workout regime? Regular. Excellent. Those of us who have it, I think, are blessed. I have struggled to create that, and I've seen most doctors struggle with the same. So what happens is, all of these things become very, very important when we look at our careers, because our environment, how we are emotionally, how we are intellectually, how we allow ourselves to present ourselves physically, ends up defining our environment. Our careers also, do define our financial situations, and of course our occupations. Even, having a support system is very, very important, and this is what resilience is. So this is a question I feel that we need to ask ourselves. Do we understand resilience? I would simply put it as being able to adapt to different situations, expand and assert and express our emotions gracefully, which we kind of miss it. I simply call it the ability to adjust and adopt. It doesn't come easy for sure, because we ignored some of the dimensions of wellness. At least during my younger years, I was, and I'm sure Dr. Nandya would probably remember, I was known to be very, very aggressive, screaming and shouting. Well, I am getting better, not there yet. However, it is your mental resilience and how mentally strong you are, and how able are you to adapt to a situation and calmly deal with it, is the need of the hour. And I'm sure as doctors, that is one of the most important things that you would want to see. This is a question I feel today, as we live in a VUCA world, we need to ask ourselves every now and then, are we resilient enough? What is my attitude? Because how are we resilient? How do we know that we are resilient? How do we deal with others? Reflects our attitude towards ourselves, our environment, our support system, our people, and obviously how we appear to them is how they react back to us. If we are emotionally aware, we become good communicators. if we are able to communicate and we are accountable, take accountability for ourselves, we are able to respond to circumstances better. And of course, a social support system doesn't just come by chance. Even if it's a family member or our friends or our colleagues, relationships need to be maintained, and those relationships demand time. And again, a very, very important aspect, because you might have a very busy day at work, you're looking at patients, or you've had a difficult case or a surgery gone haywire. You do need somebody to go back and kind of give you that little hug or a little nudge or a little pat on your back. I think all of these are very, very important. Are we able to smile back and laugh at the challenges that we have faced? Have you met anyone who's kind of, sitting always with a long face and always sad and upset or angry? None of us want to kind of spend time with somebody like that. And all of this comes through, our own self-beliefs, how confident we are, what we think of ourselves, which defines, how we end up thinking of the world around it. And that, gives us the ability to be able to solve the issues. Even during COVID times, I can tell you, it wasn't easy telling the junior nurses and the doctors to say that, you got to be, you got to step in and you got to start working. When there were no PPEs, there were no proper protective gears, nobody knew what was happening. It took a lot of optimism from them and their abilities to adapt that finally led them, and we, were able to do a great job. This is one thing that is kind of very, very critical. So these three dimensions ultimately end up defining our responses. So if you look at your emotional selves, mental selves, and physical selves, simply define what we endure, how we endure, and how flexible and nimble we are. It is important to stop and understand each one of these, because these become our defining factors. I would suggest that, and request that, each one of you take a minute to kind of at least go through these, because it is this us which shows up in our daily work, which ultimately defines our careers. How many of us have, how many of you decided how to spend your first pay well before we got it? No? Is that a very medical thing? At least I had a long list of, things to buy, purchase, and do, spend money on when I took up my first job. But having said that, what we are looking for is growth. And since you all look for growth, that is why you become ophthalmologists and are where you are in your respective career journeys. And that comes out of, stepping out of your career comfort zone by overcoming those fears and getting into a learning zone and a growth zone. It's a continuous, this thing, as they say, there is no gain without pain. So we need to go through this spectrum. And again, one very critical aspect. I know I'm not talking anything new or anything different. These are, things that we all know intrinsically. But the thing is that, do we stop to kind of give ourselves a pause and kind of assess where we are and what we are doing? As we navigate our careers, we need to create a fine balance between ourselves and the organizations that we work for. I found this very interesting image, on the left hand of the screen. Though what the other one says is that resilient individuals, lead to resilient teams, to resilient leaders, to resilient organizations. But then what exactly defines this resilience? If we look at it in a way, an organization is nothing but a bunch of people, and how this a bunch of people come together defines the organization, and that the organizations define our career growths in return. whether you're running your own clinic or you're working for an organization and you're going through that. It's all defined by how you react to the organization. And if you look at this big image, it shows the linkage between each employee. We start from the bottom. If an employee is not interested, or it leads to organizational death. If there are people who are suppressed and the employees are not physically or mentally well, there is regrettable talent loss. Nobody wants to work in an organization like that. And if you go up the stream, that's when you realize that if you have individuals who are able to master stress, energize their bodies, engage with their emotions mindfully, train their minds to think positive and react positively, and are spirited in action, it all well reflects in the organization that we are working for. So I think this is a very, very critical thing. And as we look at resilience from a career perspective, one is, how we look at it individually. But when you look at it from a career perspective, and it all gets defined by this picture here, which says, which just simply means that what I envision for myself will lead me to my career choices. How composed I am will help me grow. If I'm a reactive person, there's nothing much that we will be able to do. What my reasoning is will define how I solve my problems. My health defines whether I can even show up or how I show up in the first place. And if I don't show up, obviously, you miss out on those career options. If I'm tenacious is when I will succeed, because success is nothing but a bunch of failures put together. And while becoming great surgeons, great doctors, I think that is one of the most important things, that you've been looking at clinical outcomes, as well as looking at, how well, how many patients come to your door, or how well you've served your patients. And to succeed, you will need to collaborate, because nothing can happen alone. So this is a must of having resilience translated to how it helps us and serves us in our careers. And the one thing that is most important is how we manage situations. Okay, I missed one slide. So how we manage these situations, and these situations depend on multiple things. One, of course, what is the situation we're dealing with, what is the adversity. There is somebody who's died, or there is somebody who has a grave illness, or something where we as individuals have kind of messed up. And that stems from how we deal with this adversity through our beliefs about, why the situation happened and how confident we are able to overcome those. It is important through all of this that we respond instead of react. And that is where this ABC model of, how we deal with different situations with resilience, understanding the various aspects of it, become very, very important. So, building resilience, again, simply means that you've got to understand your emotions well. You've got to be physically resilient, because immunity is what is going to take us through the day. And for social resilience, we do need to make sure that we have a support system and we maintain that support system. And for mental resilience, it's important to keep learning, keep thinking, keep moving ahead, exactly what you're doing today in this conference. So I think this very well states that when you're in crisis, what will happen, when you're struggling, when you're surviving, and this is a journey to excelling. And this is a choice that one needs to make every single day. It's a choice that one has had to make through every stage of career and every stage of type of career choices that you have made. I remember Dr. Nangia, when I met her in 2016 in my Faridabad office, after she had seen me work in hospitals, and she suddenly saw me there, and we wanted to build an data analytics portal. We put our heads together to wonder, why are we doing it? What are we doing? And how? But it just added a very different dimension of experience to say that, there are tools that we can deploy to support our decision making. And while we were doing that, I think it also, we all need to understand that we need to kind of create our own mental tools to be able to excel. And with that, I would like to say thank you to all of you. Thanks for having me here, and thanks for
so wonderful. I wish I could give you the whole session. And I still remember the electronic medical record we were working on. I think with your vast experience, I would say that you've achieved much beyond the digital the platforms. It's got to do with the mental resilience, and how beautifully you've put it, that it really is influential in every aspect of a success story. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm so sorry I have to rush up the sessions, because the last session, the judges are waiting. And
absolutely,
thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Best of luck. Enjoy the rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Organize a physical sessions for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I'll share the video with your recording of the whole session. So we're going to share it with a whole lot of other group as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a pleasure having you with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Moving ahead with the academic program. So next up is Dr. Kanika Bhardwaj with a handshake at posterior capsule between the ever struggling anterior and posterior segment surgeons. And she will be mentored by Dr. Sagarika Patyal. Kanika, can you hear us?
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are, and your slides are visible. Please go
ahead. I'll just share my screen. So, good evening, everyone. And I would like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to present here. I'm Dr. Kanika, a fellow cataract and refractive surgery at Center for Sight, and my mentor is Dr. Sagarika Patyal. And I will be discussing an interesting case today with a very important message. So a 70-year-old retired male came to our clinic with chief complaint of diminution of vision in his left eye more than the right eye since past 1 year. History of presenting illness: he was a known case of left eye branch retinal vein occlusion and had already been injected with intravitreal anti-vascular endothelial growth factor inhibitors 12 times before presenting to our clinic. However, now he started developing gradual progressive diminution of vision, which was painless in both his eyes, left eye more than the right eye from past 1 year. There was no significant systemic history, no history of any trauma, no significant personal history or family history. On examination, his right eye uncorrected visual acuity was 6/24 N10, which was improving to 6/6 parts and N6, whereas the left eye, the vision was finger counting at 3 meters and N36, not improving with spectacles. His pressures were normal. The cornea conjunctiva, anterior chamber pupil were all within normal limits. The lens showed nuclear sclerosis grade 1 with cortical spokes in 2 quadrants and early PSC in the right eye, and nuclear sclerosis grade 1, cortical cataract in 3 quadrants, and a diffuse PSC in the left eye. Also, on retroillumination, there was a band-like lesion extending about 5 millimeters in length noted diagonally, extending from 7 o'clock to 1 o'clock position, which was suggesting discontinuity of the posterior capsule. The posterior segment was unremarkable in the right eye, and in the left eye, the media being clear, we could see the vertical cup disc ratio was 0.4 and neuroretinal rim was healthy. There were resolving scattered few flame-shaped hemorrhages, sclerosed tortuous vessels, and an elevated vascular front in the superior temporal arcade area, which was suggestive of neovascularization elsewhere, and a dull foveal reflex, which was suggestive of cystoid macular edema. So we made a provisional diagnosis of a case of bilateral immature cataract with left eye resolving branch retinal vein occlusion and cystoid macular edema, status post 12 anti-VEGF intravitreal injections with a suspected posterior capsular tear. The patient underwent complete pre-cataract evaluation, including biometry, specular, and OCT macula, and the OCT macula in his left eye confirmed the presence of cystoid macular edema. We planned for the patient to undergo cataract surgery in the left eye, preferably with a femtolaser assisted platform, with or without anterior vitrectomy and a standby 3-piece intraocular lens, along with intravitreal injection Ozurdex and a retina backup with peribulbar block under gray visual prognosis. This was the femtolaser docking of the patient. Now we use the femtolaser assisted platform because we know there is an integrated guidance system which can tell us about the anterior and posterior lens capsules as well as various depths also. So on this platform, we could see that the posterior capsule was continuous and there was no irregularity noted on the OCT. The patient underwent femtolaser where we planned the rexus size and we could do a very good capsulotomy with the dissection of the nucleus, minimizing our surgical time later. So this was the operative video of the patient. After entering into the chamber, we dissected out the already done capsulotomy. We removed it and with a lot of viscoelastic and a very gentle hydrodelineation dissection, we carried on with the phacoemulsification. On phacoemulsification, the epinuclear plate at the last was separated gently and aspirated, which is when we noticed something in the posterior capsule that we were suspecting clinically. So here we can see there was a band-shaped defect here in the posterior capsule. The cortical aspiration was done gently, followed by an anterior vitrectomy with the help of our retina colleague, which was on standby. And following this, a 3-piece intraocular lens was implanted into the sulcus since our anterior capsule was well present there. And after suturing the wounds, as planned, injection Ozurdex was given. So with this case, what we like to highlight here was, since we knew already that there was a posterior capsular rent which could have been possible, we were very careful during the surgical procedure and during the planning. The patient gained good vision post-op. On his 3-week post-op visit, he was improving to 6-9 parts in the left eye, best corrected. What I want to tell here is that we should always keep an eye on PC status in cases who have had multiple intravitreal injections. Of course, the technique of intravitreal injection should be meticulous at the first when we are doing it. But in cases of suspected PC tears, we should always be very careful during the surgery and we should keep retina backup ready just in case we need it. So we cannot fix what we cannot see, so we have to have a very high suspicion. Thank you.
Excellent case, and just goes out to show how clinical judgment is still the best. Over to you, judges.
I think, can I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I think, Dr. Nika, I think that is a very, very nicely compact presentation that you made. And I think it's a very, very important thing that you brought up, that when you're giving intravitreal anti-VEGFs, especially if it's given by the postgraduates, we always inform them, guide them that, you do a slit lamp examination before you give an intravitreal injection. And as soon as you finish that, you also again do a slit lamp examination to see whether by accidentally you've not done a lens touch, because post fellows, and due to the position of the lens, sometimes you might be surprised that they make an angle that it actually causes, they have actually invaded the lens. And I think that is what has exactly happened in this patient. So I think it's a very well organized and a very nicely made presentation by you. And hats off.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Nuzhat.
My comment would be, what the presenter rightly said at the end, that there should not be any lens touch. It is unfortunate that in case of intravitreal injection, whereas we are doing ROP surgeries in such small eyes, but there should not be, but it happens. So every time we have cases that have undergone maybe intravitreal injection or PPP, whatever, we should always be aware that there can be, in this case, they could predict earlier. Sometimes you have very high grade of cataract which you can't predict, but always mention what we do is that we always, in these cases, we always note down that there should be careful hydro. So, that step you should need to be very careful. And also here, the presenter has mentioned during the epinucleus delivery. So we need to be careful, and you should always suspect that there might be a lens touch or a posterior capsule, lens touch or posterior capsule tear. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Natarajan sir, your comments?
I think nothing, no comments, yes.
Right. So moving ahead, we now move on to the case presentations from Maharshi Markandeshwar Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Maulana Ambala. And the first resident to present was Dr. Ankita Sehag, who will be mentored by Dr. M.L. Pandey, and she will be presenting on case report on bilateral EL with primary open angle glaucoma with myopia. So over to you, Ankita. You could just put it on screen share on your slideshow mode.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Ankita Sehag, second year junior resident from MMI MSR. I was mentored by Dr. M.L. Pandey, who's not able to join us here today. So I'll be presenting under Dr. Rupankar, who's associate professor here in our college. So here goes my case. 39 years old male hailing from Ambala, farmer by profession, presented to us with the chief complaint of blurring of vision in his right eye, more than the left eye since 1 year. History of presenting illness: patient was in his usual state of health 1 year back when he started noticing diminution of vision in his right eye more than the left eye for distance as well as near vision, which was gradual in onset, painless and progressive in nature. It was not associated with pain, redness, colored halos or headache. There was a history of frequent change in glasses with progressive increase in the power of glasses since 20 years. There was no documents regarding that. There's no history of trauma. Past medical history. Patient has a history of wearing thick spectacles since 20 years. He was diagnosed with glaucoma elsewhere 15 years back and is on combination of carbonic anhydrase inhibitor and a beta blocker since then. And the patient had a history of laser peripheral iridotomy done elsewhere 10 years back. There was a history of cardiac surgery 5 years back, for which he didn't have any records available. Family history: his mother had the history of, is a known case of glaucoma and is on anti-glaucoma medication since 30 to 40 years. There were no similar complaints in his siblings or children. On examination, in general physical examination, patient was conscious, cooperative, and well-oriented to time, place, and person. Vitals were within normal limit. Patient is a tall, statured, and lean guy with long, thin extremities, and arm span was greater than the height, more than 1.05 in the ratio. There was reduced upper segment to lower segment ratio, and it was less than 0.85. Arachnodactyly was present, a positive thumb and wrist sign was present, a high arch palate was seen, and mild scoliosis was also observed. In systemic examinations, cardiovascular examination, S1, S2 was heard, no murmurs were heard. Chest, abdomen, and CNS examination was within normal limits. In ocular examination, the best corrected visual acuity for distance was the finger count close to face, which was not improving with the spectacles, although he was wearing glasses of the given number, 12 and 0.5 in cylindrical part. In the left eye, the best corrected visual acuity was 6/18 with the glasses -13 in spherical and 0.25 at 30 degrees in cylindrical. Near vision in the right eye was N36 and in the left eye it was correcting till N8. IOP was found to be 30 mm of mercury in the right eye, and the left eye it was 38 mm of mercury. Eyeballs, both eyes were orthophoric. EOM, extraocular movement in the both eyes were full, painless, unrestricted in all the gazes. Ocular adnexa was with the normal limit. Pupils were normal size and normal reaction bilaterally. Cornea was clear in both the eyes. Conjunctiva was quiet in both the eyes. Sclera was within normal limit in both the eyes. Interior chamber was deep, but no abnormal contents were seen in both the eyes. Lens in the right eye had nuclear sclerosis grade 2 with central posterior subcapsular cataract with inferotemporal subluxation of the lens from 11 to 4 o'clock as seen in the picture in the slide. And in the left eye, there were early cataractous changes present along with superiotemporal subluxation with pigmented stretched zonules as we can see in the picture in the slide below. The subluxation was from 11 to 5 o'clock. In the fundus examination in the right eye, optic disc margins was distinct, size and shape was within normal limit. Color was within normal. CDR was found to be 0.9:1 and NRR was extremely thin. Vessels were A/E ratio was 2:3. Macula was found to be within normal limit. Background was grossly tessellated and periphery was within normal limit. In the left eye, optic disc margins were distinct. CDR was found to be 0.7:1 and NRR was extremely thin here as well. Vessels were A/E was 2:3. Macula was within normal limit. Background was grossly tessellated and here also periphery appeared to be within normal limit. This was the fundus photo. In the right eye, we can clearly see the 0.9 cup to disc ratio. In the left eye, the picture was a bit blurry. So my provisional diagnosis was Marfan syndrome with both eyes ectopia lentis with primary open angle glaucoma and high myopia. Thank you.
Right. So, Dr. Nuzhat, would you like to ask her a few questions?
So, your planned investigations will be?
Sorry, ma'am?
This is a Marfan's case. So, what are your planned investigations, systemic investigation and otherwise?
Ma'am, since I'm suspecting my patient to be of Marfan's, I would go with a multidisciplinary approach, where I would like to incorporate pediatric, not here pediatric, but orthopedic and cardiology department. Since he had a history of cardiac surgery, so he would need repeated involvement of the cardio department, and repeated echo needs to be done to evaluate if there is any aortic involvement or there is progression of the disease. And in orthopedic, we would like to see, since he is complaining, he was found to have scoliosis or any other spinal deformities could be present. So just to improve his quality of life, he needs further routine follow-up with all the departments as well.
And what about your plan for his ocular condition?
For ocular conditions, since he was in both the eyes, there was damage in the optic nerve due to glaucoma, and his vision was not improving with the refractive correction, and he was already on the anti-glaucoma medication. We although advised him to undergo cataract surgery in the right eye, but under nil, no good visual prognosis. And in the left eye, since the cataract was in early stage, so we asked him to follow up routinely for to undergo cataract removal, lens extraction, and in the coming years. No, otherwise, he was asked to follow up again for continuous IOP monitoring, so to prevent the further deterioration of the optic disc.
What are the precautions you need to take during the phaco surgery?
Ma'am, in phaco, we have to, it has to be slow, sorry, ma'am. Can you please repeat the question, ma'am?
What are the precautions you need to take during the phaco surgery? What problems can arise? What can happen, and how do you plan to make sure that they don't arise?
Since the zonules are extremely weak, we have to make sure that the phaco emulsification is a very slow.
Is there any role of CTR, Reen?
Yes, ma'am, it is there. So as we have to stabilize the capsule. So CTR is also advised, but it depends on the number of like the clock hours the lens is involved.
I was just asking about this specific patient. What do you think CTR will be useful or not in this particular case?
And in this particular case, it was more than 3 to 5 clock hours. So CTR can be used, but other than that, C only ring with PCOL implantation. implantation is also advised for such patients, and otherwise more than 7 clock hours we advise the patient cataract surgery, intracapsular cataract extraction along with scleral fixated IOL has been tried before, or ACIOL can also be.
Have you searched the literature on what's the incidence of pseudophakic RD in case of Marfan's patient? Should we need to follow this patient up and be careful about that?
Yes, ma'am, we have to actually post-op follow-up is very important, because many cases were found to have eccentric PCOL after the surgery was done. So a new strategy like artisan IOL implantation was also started with, which had better prognosis, like better post-op outcome in such patients. This is basically iris claw ACIL was tried in such patients, which had better outcomes.
Can I make a comment if I can be heard?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
Thank you. It's a lovely presentation. I just wanted to ask, because what I noticed about this patient is a high myope.
Yes,
and having wearing a spectacle of -13 and -14, I think so, with glaucoma, which is also a pathological one, with the high, and this I think is kind of a family history also, because the mother also had glaucoma. So looking at this, at having a Marfan syndrome, because these patients have an association with cataracts and glaucomas. So I think one thing that becomes very important is that you have a peripheral retinal examination done, because in these kind of myopes, there might be the presence of lattice and breaks present head. And so was that looked into?
Yes.
Was there any? So if for a high myope, there were no lattice and breaks present before you were like, because I can see that you're planning for a cataract extraction in this patient. So these patients' peripheral examination is clean?
Ma'am, actually, we didn't have a retina specialist at that point of time, but we actually advised him to go for a retina checkup. And we actually referred him, because for the cataract extraction, we didn't have the resources. But we clearly explained it to him that because of the high myopia, there were chances of breaks, and it could lead to RD, and everything was explained to the patient. Though we thoroughly tried to examine the retina, but we couldn't exactly appreciate the periphery, because we are not.
That's fine. That's fine. I think that is what's one of the most important things, that the peripheral examination done in these myope patients, because that will need to be taken care of before you plunge into a cataract extraction in these. And then the IOL calculations are very important, because they are prone to, because of these zonules. You have to think of the scale fixations later on. Maybe CTRs will be needed. Will they work or not? Because having a more than 180 degrees of dehiscence can be a problem for maintaining the CTR also. So all these things need to be taken care of. And I think the most important thing for this is the counseling. And I think which you did very well, because counseling will tell how. And one more thing that's very important is when you present, I think you made a very nice presentation of the positions of the lenses. So I think a retinal picture, as well as the Marfan's, other the pictures of the hands and the palette and all that, would have added, made your presentation even better than what you've already presented.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So I think the other one is at this stage, I think referring to a retina surgeon for examination is not right. I think all ophthalmologists should learn to do binocular indirect ophthalmology thoroughly, and question of referring will come only for treatment. And I think diagnosis should be done by everybody. Anyhow, good presentation, as Dr. Huma mentioned, and I think even arm-to-arm length measurement, I think you as a postgraduate and a junior ophthalmologist, I think we should do ourselves. And then I agree, you have to refer to the patient to the cataract. And what are the other differential or any other condition you have, ectopia lentis or subluxated lens, or other syndrome?
Sir, there are many syndromes which are specifically just related to ocular abnormalities. One is just isolated ectopia lentis. It could just present with isolated ectopia lentis. Then it could be ectopia lentis with ecpupillae, where the pupillae goes opposite to the side of the lens, direction of the subluxated lens. Then it could be associated with systemic syndromes. It could be homocystinuria or Weil-Marchesani syndrome, or sulfide oxide deficiency, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, or other ocular manifestations, which could it could be present. Ectopia lentis could be present with pseudo exfoliation syndrome, mature or hypomature cataract, ophthalmos, or retinitis pigmentosa can also present with this ectopia lentis.
Very good. So I think that's why Arnold Sardi mentioned ophthalmology is the playground for genetics.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Points there. And moving ahead, now next up is Dr. Vaheguru Pal Singh under the mentorship of Dr. Nitin from Mulana, and he'll be presenting a case of bilateral posterior polar cataract.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, and your slides are visible. Please go ahead.
Just give me a minute, ma'am. Just give me a minute. All right. So the very best of afternoon to you all. Today I'll be presenting a case report on bilateral posterior polar cataract, and my mentor is Dr. Nitin Singh, who is a professor at MMI MSR. Now, just before I start, I'll just like to give you a brief introduction. Now, posterior polar cataract is a form of congenital cataract, which usually develops when the embryo is still in the mother's womb. And the basic pathology behind this is that either it results from the invasion of the embryonic mesoderm into the developing lenticular parenchyma, or it can also result as a remnant of the posterior hyaloid artery. Being especially the bilateral incidence is relatively rare, presenting only in 1 to 3 cases per 1,000. Now, the case details, the case I'm going to be presenting about was a 47-year-old male named Ram Singh, who is a resident of Ambala and is a driver by profession. And his main chief complaints when he presented to the OPD was that he was having diminution of vision, especially on a bright sunny day, as well as as him being a driver by profession, he was also experiencing marked glare from the oncoming headlights when he was driving at night. And he has no significant or relevant past surgical history or ocular history, except from wearing prescription glasses. There's no relevant chronic medical conditions, such as diabetes, hypertension, and which rules out the possibility of him having a posterior subcapsular cataract. There's no relevant long-term use of any drug history, especially corticosteroids, which can also be a differential diagnosis in this case. And there's no known drug allergies. And as per the history given by the patient, his family history does not correspond. Like, no one had a cataract or diminution of vision, similar complaint in any of his family members. And a full systemic review of all the systems revealed no relevant finding that could be relevant to the presenting complaints of the patient. When the patient's visual acuity was assessed, uncorrected, it was 618 partial in the right eye and 624 partial in the left eye. And on best correction of the diffraction pinhole, it came out to be 618 in the right and 6/24 in the left. The intraocular pressure in both eyes was within normal limits. The pupils were reactive to light. In a semi-dark room, they were about 4 mm in diameter. And when examined with the torchlight, they constricted to about 1.5 to 2 mm. And no relative efferent pupillary defect was noted. An perimetry was done to rule out any evidence of amblyopia, which came out to be normal, and no amblyopia could be found in the patient. Dilated fundus examination revealed normal optic disc about 1.5 mm in diameters. The macula was perfectly fine. The vessels were healthy. And the media, the vitreous, showed no opacity or any haze. Now, the CIRTEM examination of the anterior segment was normal. Only 2 findings were noted. One was a 2 mm opacity on the posterior aspect of the lens in the right eye, and another 3 mm on the left, which you can see in this picture. Next thing is this is a cut section of the anterior segmentosity, and it shows an intact posterior capsule, which is which is one of the indications of performing a preoperative assessment on such patients to detect the integrity of the capsule, and also to rule out other associative conditions such as lenticonus, mittent of dart, and persistent primary hyperplastic vitreous. And this falls into the second category, which is a well-defined opacity with an onion ring hole appearance and with no associated with well-marked edges. Now, the treatment. The patient, as it was affecting his profession and was symptomatic, so he was advised to undergo surgery being the definitive treatment, and the left eye, the vision being relatively poor. He was counseled about the possible risk of aphakia, posterior capsular vent rupture, and the possibility of nucleus drop and the intervention of a vitreoretinal surgeon required. Finally, under low setting, keeping a bottle height at 2 feet and a vacuum of 100 mm Hg and aspiration at 25 milliliters per minute, direct phaco chop was performed, accompanied with hydrodelineation, and the surgery was done with the PCIOL implantation within the back, with noting no intraocular complications under a peripalpal block. And the best corrected visual acuity post-operative 4 weeks in the patient was 6.9. Just to conclude, the patient was counseled about, for this a driver by profession, symptomatic case, was counseled for surgery, and the surgery went inevident after counseling the patient about the possible risk of complications in such complicated cataracts. And luckily, the surgery went inevident, and the patient was happy with 6.9 vision post-op 4 weeks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Natarajan, would you like to give a comment?
Yeah, see, a very good presentation, but you mentioned your counsel well. Do you take a written consent about the complications of?
We did take a written consent. Even I talked to the patient himself. He was counseled well. He was explained about the possible risk of a posterior capsular rupture and the need for nucleus drop, and even the possible complications which can come of following a nuclear drop, and then need for an anterior vitrectomy. We do not have a vitreoretinal backup, but my the mentor as well as the professor who was performing the surgery, he did really take in the risk, like he was even ready to perform the anterior 1/3 of the vitrectomy, and the patient was counseled about the 2-port vitrectomy that can be performed for the anterior 1/3 of the vitreous phase.
But in case the nucleus dislocates, what does the professor do? Because we don't have a backup.
So first of all, previously, because the only reason we took the case was because there was no pre-existing posterior capsular rupture that was noted. That was one of the indications that at least the posterior capture that is intact. Second thing is, what we can do is, when we proceed with the surgery of such patients, we do we create a trench. There are multiple techniques, right? And then we go for hydrodelineation, or we can go for viscodissection. We remove the anterior nucleus and the epicortex prior, and then the remnant cortex, and including the plaque, that is removed post. Following a 360-degree, and even a vitrectomy can be used to remove the plaque in condition of an intact capsule. If an inevident rupture of the posterior capsule does happen, first of all, a tamponade is created with a dispersive viscoelastic to protect the vitreous face, and then we do that. We dissect the plaque. But still, if the nucleus drop happens, then the only thing is to immediate closure of the wound, and the patient is given intraocular lowering drugs. 500 milligram acetazolamide is given stat, and a topical anti-glaucoma drug, 0.5% timolol is started twice a day, and the patient is to be referred in this case. Rather than,
do you have any standby arrangement for referring the patient? For example, if in the past, if you had a nucleus dislocated, how long the patient takes to reach the PR surgeon?
Yes, so there's a PR surgeon.
Please.
Yes, ma'am.
Please switch on your video, Dr. Wahid.
Yeah, just a minute, ma'am. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Just give me.
Please continue.
Yeah, sure. Just a minute. Thank you. Ma'am, can you see me?
Yes,
Yeah.
please continue.
Yes, ma'am. So yes, we can go for that process in this case. Yes, we can go for these procedures. And apart from that, ma'am, sir, we do have a vitreoretinal, surgeon at another branch of the same hospital at the same university in Solon, which is also part of the. So we refer the surgeons there in that case.
Reason I asked is no point in panicking, and main thing is the patient also should be told if there is a dislocation, you will be referred to the VR surgeon and where it is. And generally I recommend where there's a VR standby. Yesterday also I was aware of VR standby for a patient with a posterior polar cataract. The surgeon came and said there was an evidence in the posterior capsule, and he said the lens didn't pop. If it is fallen, we would have done a vitrectomy and removed it at the same time, and also continued with the IOL implantation.
Yes.
Very good presentation.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question from Dr. Singh?
Anything, ma'am? Yes.
I think it's a very nicely styled presentation, Dr. Singh. I just wanted to know that is this the presentation that you made? Is this a polar cataract, or is this a posterior capsular cataract that you were discussing?
Polar cataract, but I did mention posterior subcapsular cataract because I kept it as a differential, but it was
Okay.
well defined. It had a
Yeah.
classical.
So if you do a literature review, how often is it seen that a polar cataract will not have a posterior capsular rent, or it will not have a posterior capsule open when you're doing a phacoemulsification? How does the literature justify both of them?
I'm sorry, I can't
It's
give you
okay.
the data.
Mostly it happens is
Yeah.
that if you have a posterior capsular cataract, when you're doing a surgery, there is bound to be having a posterior capsular rent. And so that's why you're all prepared for it. It's usually the polar cataract, it's the posterior subcapsular that, you get away with it. It's a beautiful counseling, works all the way. So that's why you have to have everything ready while
Yes.
you're operating on this. So usually if the capsule if nothing happens to the capsule, usually you're lucky that it's a posterior subcapsular cataract rather than the capsular one. But I think the OCT, the presentations that you did and the diagnostic test that you did work out well for you, and it's a very nice way it's presented. I would have loved it if you had shown your video, while this was being done, because it would have actually added flavor to your presentation. That how was this taken care of? What were the things? How closely you did the hydrogelination, and this would have really added flavor to your style presentation.
I know, I wanted to add the golden sign, but it's a good lesson for the next time. Thanks a lot for your
Great tips there. So thank you so much. Next up is Dr. Lovepreet, and she'll be mentored by Dr. ML Pandey. And this is a case report on white form dystrophy. So Dr. Lovepreet, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Lovepreet Kaur, junior resident in MMI MSR. I'm presenting a case under the guidance of Dr. ML Pandey, but he is not able to join us today. So my mentor is Dr. Rupankar. I'm presenting the case here. 42-year-old female presenting to us with chief complaints of diminution of vision, both eyes, since 2.5 years. History of presenting illness. Patient was apparently well 2.5 years back when she noted decrease in vision for distance, which was gradual in onset, painless and progressive in nature. Patient denied any history of pain, redness, colored halos, and headache. For the above complaint, patient went to local practitioner where she was prescribed some topical medication, records not available. Past history, patient was a known case of diabetes mellitus and hypertension since 12 years and on medication for the same. History of indigenous intake of some indigenous medication was present since 1 year. No history of ocular trauma and ocular surgery was there. On general physical examination, patient is conscious, cooperative, oriented to time, place, and person. Vitals were stable. On ocular examination, the BCVA was 6/24 in the right eye and 6/36 in the left eye. The IOP was 18 mm archity in both the eyes. The EOM was full, painless, unrestricted in all the gazes for both eyes. Lids were normal in both eyes. Pupils were NS and NR in both the eyes. Cornea was clear, conjunctiva clear, sclera clear in both eyes. Interior chamber well formed and quiet. Lens was clear. On dilated fundus examination, the optic disc was within disc was shape and size were within normal limits. Margins were distinct. Cup disc ratio was 0.3:1. NRR was healthy and pink. On macula, there was a round, sharp, delineated, yellowish elevated lesion about 1/3 disc diameter on the macula on both the sides was seen. Vessels were within normal limits. This is the fundus photo for the right eye. Which lesion can be seen on the macula, which is round and sharply delineated, yellowish elevated lesion. And this is the fundus photo for the left eye with the same finding, that is round, sharply delineated, yellowish elevated lesion at the macula. This is the autofluorescence, which shows the yellow material is intensely hyper autofluorescent. And the OCTs was done, and it showed hyperreflective deposits at the subretinal space with the RP intact. My provisional diagnosis is bilateral adult onset vitiliform macular dystrophy. Thank you.
Thank you for a concise presentation. And
on the last slide had a spelling mistake. I'm very stickler because I was editor of Indian Journal, so I think I want you to correct it. And the other one is, did you do any genetic testing?
So I advise patient to undergo genetic testing for that, but it's not available at our center. So I consult him about the visual, actually I explain the visual prognosis to the patient, and I advise him for the genetic counseling and to undergo electroretinography and electrooculography also.
So what is the genetic testing you'll ask for? Any idea?
So I'll ask her to go for best1 gene, and then other are PRPH2 gene and IMPG2 genes. For that.
Is there any clinical trial on this genetic treatment for this patient, for this diagnosis?
So for genetic, so trials are undergoing. There are some trials going on.
What is the trial? No, what is the trial?
Can you name the trial? I was asking.
Sorry, sir.
Okay, so that's a homework for you. Okay.
To do and lots to learn.
Is there any role of EKG and EOG in adult vitelliform dystrophy?
ERG will be mostly ERG will be normal.
EKG and EOG, yes, ERG and EOG, yes.
Sorry, ma'am.
ERG and EOG.
Ma'am, ERG will be normal in this case, but in EOG, Ardens ratio will be less than 1.05, 1.5, sorry.
So you could mention these two in your presentation, and you could also mention possible DD. You know, you have given us the diagnosis. Before that, you could have given us a provisional diagnosis and differential diagnosis, because after that we could have come to the diagnosis.
Differential diagnosis will be it can be other macular dystrophies like Stargardt's, and then ARMD can be there also, and then solar retinopathy, macular hole can be there.
Yeah, you could have shown them in the slides, and after that you could have gone into the final diagnosis.
Sorry.
I think one more thing, but that's very important, is that when you're doing a differential diagnosis, you need to have, just like Dr. Nazat said, the differential diagnosis versus the provisional diagnosis, differential diagnosis, you need to see you need to differentiate the different types. And I think it should be differentiated with age-related macular degeneration, which is one of the most important one, looking at the age and with the bilateral presentation. And then you need to know how to differentiate with looking at the OCT findings. I think these things were missed out, which will make it easier to come to this adult vitelliform form, because that will be kept, I think, as a, even if a differential diagnosis should be kept not as the first one, it should be kept somewhere at the bottom of the list unless you have all the diagnostic tests available.
Okay.
And what do you think is the prognosis for your case?
When patient was explained about the visual prognosis, that there will be even decrease in the vision in coming up years. Patient was consulted about it and explained it properly.
Anyway, in case of adult vitelliform, we know that the difference with best vitelliform in case of children have a worse prognosis. They usually at the advanced stage go to legal blindness, but not adults as such. So the prognosis is not that bad as best in case of children.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent presentation. So now we move on to the last case of the day, the iris and optic disc.
Sorry, Purosha, did you do a pedigree check?
So I took the history properly, but as such patient didn't have any similar complaints in the family. I asked her properly.
No, I know. But still, even if nobody has in the family, I think I recommend to every postgraduate or junior ophthalmologist to know about it, because nowadays I'm actually the genetic, Secretary General of the Global Eye Genetic Consortium. One is you have to be thorough with phenotype. You mentioned everything and except the differential diagnosis. And the other is genotype. So I think pedigree chart every ophthalmologist should know, not to depend on the a genetic person to do that. Okay.
Thank you for your insights, sir. Next, we move on to Dr. Jasleen Singh's presentation under the mentorship of Dr. Nitin, and he'll be presenting on iris and optic disc coloboma. Jasleen?
Yes. Are my slides visible?
Yes, your slides are visible. You are audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jasleen. I will be presenting a case of ocular coloboma under the mentorship of Dr. Nitin Singh, which is a professor in MIM Mulana. A patient with the age of 37 years, female, presented with the chief complaints of diminution of vision in the right eye since childhood. History of presenting illness. The patient presented to the OPD. Sorry.
We can see your slides. Can you put it on slideshow mode?
Yeah. The patient presented to the OPD with a complaint of diminution of vision in the right eye since childhood, which was of painless nature. There was no history of floaters, trauma, pain, redness, photophobia, a surgery to either eye, no history of abnormal movements, nystagmus or anything. History of past illness. Patient is a known case of congenital heart disease and is taking treatment for the same from a tertiary care center since the past 4 years. There is no history of diabetes mellitus, hypertension, tuberculosis, COPD, or any other lung disease and CNS abnormalities. There is no history of similar complaints in the family. On general physical examination, the patient was conscious, cooperative, and oriented to time, place, and person. The vitals were within normal limits. On ocular examination, the best corrected visual acuity in the right eye was counting fingers close to face with a hypermetropic correction. In the left eye, it was normal 6/6. On the IOP assessment, in both the eyes, the IOP was within normal limits, 15 millimeter of mercury. The head posture and the facial symmetry were within normal limits. The color vision in the right eye could not be elicited due to very low visual acuity. And in the left eye, it was within normal limits. Extraocular movements in both the eyes were full, unrestricted, and painless in all the gazes. On slit lamp examination, the lids and lashes in both the eyes were within normal limits. The conjunctiva and the sclera portion were also within normal limits. The cornea, the diameter, both eyes cornea were clear, and the diameters were within normal limits. The anterior chamber showed normal depth and contents. The iris, as we can see in the diagram, the iris, the defect was noted infero-nasally that merges with the pupil. The keyhole iris was there, and in the left eye, it was within normal limits. The pupils, the defect was noted in the infero-nasal margin. The pupil were reactive to light in the right eye, and they were normal size and normal reaction in the left eye. The lens in the right eye, we can see that there are cataractous changes. The equator of the lens was visible inferiorly with no zonules in this area. There was flattening of the lens edge. Anterior cortical cataract was noted in the periphery after dilation. In the fundus examination, the optic disc in both the eyes were within normal limits. The neuroretinal rim was also within normal limits. And the macula area, the dimensions were within normal limits. The FR was present in both the eyes. The coloboma was seen in the right eye. These are both pictures of the right eye. The coloboma was seen extending below the lower border of the disc, separated from the disc by a normal area of the retina. And the disc was found to be outside the coloboma and was apparently normal. The inferior retinal blood vessels were traversing within the coloboma near the border before supplying to the infero-nasal and the infero-temporal retina. There was the pigments were seen in the periphery of the coloboma. In the left eye, the fundus was within normal limits. The OCT was advised, and the disc parameters and the macular parameters came out to be within normal limits in both the eyes. In the coloboma, the intercalary membrane was noted in the right eye. OCT was done to look for the margins of the coloboma, and it showed abrupt transition from retina to the intercalary membrane. Also, there was sudden thinning and subsequent absence of the choroid and at the margin of the coloboma. The provisional diagnosis: right eye total iris coloboma with typical retinochoroidal coloboma with an intercalary membrane and an isometropic amblyopia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justine. Over to you, judges. Dr. Nusrat, you would like to comment on the case?
You are muted, Dr. Nusrat.
Thank you for a nice presentation. So Could you have elaborated a bit about we usually articulate that coloboma in a more elaborate fashion, like complete typical uveal coloboma. So it was a complete coloboma, right? And a typical coloboma. So it could have been mentioned, but there's also cataract. So what are your plans for this patient?
Ma'am, the medicine opinion was sorted for previous treatment of cardiac disease. And the retina opinion was also sorted to go for, we advised the patient to go for laser barrage as a prophylaxis. But as the visual prognosis was very poor, and we don't have a vitreoretinal backup here, so we advised her, we counseled her to get a retina opinion done. And we did ask her to come for regular follow-ups to monitor the
complications that may arise from a coloboma.
Ma'am, there could be a cataract. The cataract is there, evident. The anterior cortical cataract was there. The first and most importantly, there could be retinal detachment, and there could be lens subluxation, and there are amblyopia, as it was evidence in this patient also.
So what precautions are you going to take in case of so that retinal detachment doesn't happen?
Sorry, ma'am.
What precautions will I take so that the complications do not happen?
Sir, ma'am, in order to avoid the retinal detachment, we need to do the thorough fundus examination to look out for any intercalary membrane breaks or the peripheral retinal breaks or any dehiscence. If there are some, we can do the prophylactic laser photocoagulation in this patient, as the macula and the optic disc are not involved. So we can go for it. And then we can do the cataract. We can counsel her for the cataract extraction. We did counsel her, but she was not, due to the financial constraints, she is still thinking about it. So
cataract is a bit peripheral, no? It's
yeah, it is peripheral. It is not really central. So we didn't.
And the loss of vision is due to amblyopia, not because of coloboma.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Involving the macula.
Yes, ma'am. The patient has not
so
been
maybe
using
you could
any
wait
spectacles.
On the cataract.
Yes, ma'am. We can wait till it involves the whole of the lens.
Any counseling? And do you need to counsel the patient about anything?
Yes, ma'am. I did counsel her about the warning signs. If she develops any increase in the number of floaters and sudden diminution of vision, she has to report immediately to the hospital. And she's being followed up every 3 monthly. Every 3 monthly for the, the.
And you've also referred the patient to the retina specialist already.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are we done with this session? I would request all the judges to compile the result. And I would say, I think it was very, very exhaustive academic feast. I'm so thankful to Dr. Natarajan, Dr. Huma, and Dr. Nuzat, and Dr. to be contributing equally so well with the speakers to really upgrade the standard of having to understand each case. Reena, can we have Purvansha just tell all the judges in your session to compile? Till then, Reena will announce session 1 results and then followed by Rolly. And of course, we're waiting for the last session results.
I've already sent to Purvansha from my WhatsApp to her.
I think we need to learn from Dr. Natarajan to be so ASAP and so meticulous in his ways. Thank you so much.
No, welcome. Thank you for asking us to take part. As I think the previous session was
a little extended session, but I'm really honored for your time, sir.
No, not at all. I'm happy you're having me. I feel young. That's why.
Of course, yes. Your charming smile is still making us energetic to wind up the session. Reena, let's have the first session results.
Now the wait is over and we have the results for the first and the second session. I would just say that success does not lie in the results, but in the efforts. So just being the best is not that important. Doing the best is that matters. So all the participants were winners according to us, but according to the scores, so the total score was 200. And the highest scorer for the first session, that was Dr. Anuradha Kishore session, is Dr. Jaya Kamboj. She is from Kalpana Chawla Medical College, Karnal, and she presented on topical myiasis. Her score was 155 out of 200. Congratulations, Dr. Jaya. And the second scorer of the highest score of the session is Dr. Mohan Madan from RIO PGIMS Rohtak. He presented on ocular hypertension and thyroid eye disease, which was managed by anti-glaucoma drug. His score is 148 out of 200. Congratulations. So can we have the videos on of the...
So well done, the winners. We want the videos of the winners, is it?
Yes, ma'am. Just for a picture. Dr. Jaya and Dr. Rohan, if you can switch on your videos.
Take the picture of the gallery, you know, along with them.
Yes, ma'am.
If they're not in the session, maybe they would have, you know, logged out. Reena?
Jaya is, I think.
Okay. Haji, thank you so much. You were so wonderful.
Yeah, Dr.
Okay, so should we move on to the next session? The results of the next session? Okay, so we have the winners of the first session here. Dr. Reena?
Probably we go ahead with the second session and then the third.
Okay, so moving on to the second session. So like Dr. Reena said, it is not the final result which is important. It is the effort that has been put by everyone. So, but still we have to choose one, the best among the best. So the winner of the second session is Dr. Abha, who presented a case on Vogt-Koyanagi-Harada syndrome. She was mentored by Dr. Reena. Many congratulations, Dr. Abha. And the second position was taken by Dr. Hitisha, who was mentored by Dr. Usha Singh, who presented a case of hereditary retinoblastoma, a tough win after all. Many congratulations to the participants and the mentors.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So I think we have to wait a little bit more for the third session results.
Pancha, do we have the results with us? And I really want to thank each one of you, my anchors, the judges in the last session. I don't know who all are still logged in. I will have this whole video of the event, and we will relook at each and every talk. Was like a gem. It was a pearl out of the blue, and I think it was a very well done event. Thank you so much for each one's contribution. Purvancha, if the result is already compiled, then we'll just wind up the session because I'm delaying everybody for their lunch. And we'll have a picture in the end of the gallery. All are there. We can have a picture now also. Take a picture. Who's taking? Reena, are you taking it?
Ma'am, can you hear me? So the
this. So this is one of the chapters ending, but many more to come. And I feel Haryana chapter, when we were having a paucity of PGs in the medical colleges, I think there was absolutely a rain or a immense performance from each one of them in that volume. So that's really heroic. Yeah. Purvancha is, I think, not able to log in, and she's just given me the results. So our last session results are Ankita with her talk on Purvansha or Reena. Can you just tell me the talk they've given? And Ankita and Kanika, is it? Just a sec, I will ask because Purvansha is not able to log in.
Just a minute, ma'am. Just trying to find it.
Yeah. Who are the winners, Purvansha?
That was it.
And Kanika. Ankita first.
Ankita with her talk on
Please support in bilateral semi-open angle glaucoma with myopia.
All right. And Kanika with her talk on
handshake at posterior capsule between anterior and posterior segment surgeons.
Perfect. Yes. And who's the overall now 2 winners from all the 3 sessions, maximum marks?
Yeah. Can Purvansha, can you tell the scores, please?
What are the scores of Kanika? Yes. You put it on the group or just let us know so that we just wind it up now.
Yes.
Type the scores.
$146.
146 is for?
For Ankita.
Ankita. Reena, are you compiling it? 146 for Ankita and Kanika?
139.
139.
Okay, so then the top scorers for the overall program is, first is Dr. Jaya with 155 score. Congratulations, Dr. Jaya.
She's from where?
Thank you, ma'am. Kalpana Chawla Medical College, Kannauр.
Perfect. And who's the second one, overall winner?
Second one is Dr. Abha. And Dr. Abha is 154. And Dr. Abha is from?
PGI Chandigarh.
PGI Chandigarh. I thank all the institutes for having contributed, and each one is a winner. And I think we are going with a lot of inputs on the success code, the mental resilience, the way we need to go ahead with our fears and the stumbling blocks becoming the stepping stones for success. Thank you so much for being with us.
Round of applause for all the participants and all the winners.
And thanks to Aarti for creating this platform for everybody.
And also a special thanks to Dr. Aarti and how much of effort she has put in to get the whole thing together, networking, keeping everyone's spirits up, getting people together, motivating us to bring in more residents. Ma'am, your efforts and your energy is actually infectious. Thank you, ma'am, and keeping the whole thing light and lively all through. Thank you, ma'am. A lot to learn from you.
Vice versa. I learned a lot also from all of you. Thank you so much for being.
Thank you, ma'am, so much for 6 hours of unending energy, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And thank you, Dr. Huma and Dr. Nuzhat, who are with us from the other side of the globe, you know. Thank you so much for being a part of WOW with WOS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.